The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime by Mark Haddon. I don't know if I'm missing something, but it just starts at 2. I don't remember it starting at 2. 2. It was 7 minutes after midnight. The dog was lying on the grass in the middle of the lawn in front of Miss Shear's house. Its eyes were closed. It looked as if it was running on its side, the way dogs run when they think they are chasing a cat in a dream. But the dog was not running or asleep. The dog was dead. There was a garden fork sticking out of the dog. The points of the fork must have gotten all the way through the dog and into the ground because the fork had not fallen over. I decided that the dog was probably killed with a fork because I could not see any other wounds in the dog, and I do not think you would stick a garden fork into a dog after it had died for some other reason, like cancer, for example, or a road accident, but I could not be certain about this. I went through Miss Shear's gate, closing it behind me. I walked onto her lawn and knelt beside the dog. I put my hand on the muzzle of the dog. It was still warm. The dog was called Wellington. It belonged to Miss Shears, who was our friend. She lived on the opposite side of the road, 2 houses to the left. Wellington was a poodle, not one of those small poodles that have hairstyles, but a big poodle. It had curly black fur, but when you got close you could see that the skin underneath the fur was very pale yellow, like chicken. I stroked Wellington and wondered who had killed him and why. My name is Christopher John Francis Boone. I know all the countries in the world and their capital cities and every prime number up to 7,057. 8 years ago, when I first met Siobhan, she showed me this picture. And I knew that it meant sad, which is what I felt when I found the dead dog. Then she showed me this picture. And I knew that it meant happy, like when I'm reading about the Apollo space missions, or when I'm still awake at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. in the morning and I can walk up and down the street and pretend that I am the only person in the whole world. Then she drew some other pictures, but I was unable to say what these meant. I got Siobhan to draw out these faces and write down next to them exactly what they meant. I kept a piece of paper in my pocket and took it out when I didn't understand what someone was saying, but it was very difficult to decide which of the diagrams was most like the face they were making because people's faces move very quickly. When I told her that I was doing this, she got out a pencil and another piece of paper and said it probably made people feel very... And then she laughed. So I tore the original piece of paper up and threw it away, and she apologized. And now if I don't know what someone is saying, I ask them what they mean or I walk away. 5. I pulled the fork out of the dog and lifted him into my arms and hugged him. He was leaking blood from the fork holes. I like dogs. You always know what a dog is thinking. It has 4 moods: happy, sad, cross, and concentrating. Also, dogs are faithful, and they do not tell lies because they cannot talk. I had been hugging the dog for 4 minutes when I heard screaming. I looked up and saw Miss Shears running toward me from the patio. She was wearing pajamas and a housecoat. Her toenails were painted pipe pink. She had no shoes on. She was shouting, "What in F's name have you done to my dog?" I do not like people shouting at me. It makes me scared that they are going to hit me or touch me. I do not know what is going to happen. "Let go of the dog," she shouted. "Let go of the effing dog, for Christ's sake." I put the dog down on the lawn and moved back 2 meters. She bent down. I thought she was going to pick the dog up herself, but she didn't. Perhaps she noticed how much blood there was and didn't want to get dirty. Instead, she started screaming again. I put my hands over my ears and closed my eyes and rolled forward until I was hunched up with my forehead pressed onto the grass. The grass was wet and cold. It was nice. 7. This is a murder mystery novel. My therapist said that I should write something I would want to read myself. Mostly I read books about science and maths. I do not like proper novels. In proper novels, they say things like, "I am veined with iron, with silver, and with streaks of common mud. I cannot contract into firm fists, which those clinch who do not depend on stimulus." What does this mean? I do not know. Nor does Father, nor does Siobhan or Miss Jeevens. I have asked them. She has long blonde hair and wears glasses, which are made of green plastic, and Mr. Jeevens smells of soap and wears brown shoes that have approximately 60 tiny circular holes in each of them. But I do like murder mystery novels, so I'm writing a murder mystery novel. In a murder mystery novel, someone has to work out who the murderer is and then catch them. It is a puzzle. If it is a good puzzle, you can sometimes work out the answer before the end of the book. She said that the book should begin with something to grab people's attention. That is why I started with the dog. I also started with the dog because it happened to me, and I find it hard to imagine things which did not happen to me. She said read the first page and said that it was different. She put this word into inverted commas by making the wiggly quotation sign with her fist and second finger. She said that it was usually people who killed in murder mystery novels. I said that 2 dogs were killed in The Hound of the Baskervilles, the hound itself and James Mortimer's spaniel, but she said there weren't the victims of the murder. Sir Charles Baskerville was. She said that this was because readers cared more about people than dogs, so if a person was killed in a book, readers would want to keep on reading. I found this in a book when Mother took me into the library in town in 1996. I said that I wanted to write about something real, and I knew people who had died, but I did not know any people who had been killed except Mr. Paulson, Edward's father from school, and that was a gliding accident, not murder, and I didn't really know him. I also said that I cared about dogs because they were faithful and honest, and some dogs were cleverer and more interesting than some people. Steve, for example, who comes to school on Thursdays, needs help to eat his food and could not even fetch a stick. She asked me not to say this to Steve's mother. 11. The police arrived. I like the police. They have uniforms and numbers, and you know what they are meant to be doing. There is a policewoman and a policeman. The policewoman had a little hole on her tights and her left ankle and a red scratch in the middle of the hole. The policeman had a big orange leaf stuck to the bottom of his shoe, which was poking out from one side. The policewoman put her arms around Miss Shears, and led her back toward the house. I lifted my head off the grass. The policeman squatted down beside me and said, "Would you like to tell me what's going on here, young man?" I sat up and said, "The dog is dead." I got that far, he said. I said, "I think someone killed the dog. How old are you?" he asked. I replied, "I am 15 years and 3 months and 2 days. "And what precisely were you doing in the garden?" he asked. "I was holding the dog," I replied. "And why were you holding the dog?" he asked. This was a difficult question. It was something I wanted to do. I like dogs. It made me sad to see that the dog was dead. I like policemen too, and I wanted to answer the question properly, but the policeman didn't give me enough time to work out the correct answer. "What are you doing holding the dog?" he asked again. "I like dogs," I said. "Did you kill the dog?" he asked. I said, "I did not kill the dog." "Is this your fork?" he asked. I said, "No." "You seem very upset about this," he said. He was asking too many questions, and he was asking them too quickly. They are stacking up in my head like loaves in the factory where Uncle Terry works. The factory is a bakery, and he operates the slicing machines, and sometimes the slicer is not working fast enough, and the bread keeps coming, and there is a blockage. I sometimes think of my mind as a machine, but not always a bread-slicing machine. It makes it easier to explain to other people what is going on inside it. The policeman said, "I'm going to ask you once again." I rolled back onto the lawn and pressed my forehead to the ground again and made the noise that Father called groaning. I made this noise when there is too much information coming into my head from the outside world. It is like when you are upset and you hold the radio against your ear and you tune it to halfway between 2 stations, so that all you get is white noise, and then you turn the volume right up so that this is all you can hear, and then you know you are safe because you cannot hear anything else. The policeman took hold of my arm and lifted me onto my feet. I didn't like him touching me like this, and this is when I hit him. "13. This will not be a funny book. I cannot tell jokes, because I do not understand them. Here is a joke as an example. It is one of Father's. His face was drawn, but the curtains were real. I know why this is meant to be funny. I asked. It is because drawn has 3 meanings, and they are: 1. Drawn with a pencil, 2. Exhausted, and 3. Pulled across a window, and meaning 1 refers to both the face and the curtains, meaning 2 refers only to the face, and meaning 3 refers only to the curtains. If I try to say a joke to myself, making the word mean the 3 different things at the same time, it is like hearing 3 different pieces of music at the same time, which is uncomfortable and confusing and not nice like white noise. It is like 3 people trying to talk to you at the same time about different things, and that is why there are no jokes in this book. 17. The policeman looked at me for a while without speaking. Then he said, "I am arresting you for assaulting a police officer." This made me feel a lot calmer because it was what the policemen say on television and in films. Then he said, "I strongly advise you to get into the back of the police car, because if you try any of that monkey business again, I will seriously lose my rag. Is that understood?" I walked over to the police car, which was parked just outside the gate. He opened the back door and I got inside. He climbed into the driver's seat and made a call on his radio to the policewoman, who was still inside the house. He said, "The little just had a pop at me, Kate. Can you hang on with Miss S while I drop him off at the station? I'll get Tony to swing by and pick you up." And she said, "Sure, I'll catch you later." The policeman said, "Okie dokie," and we drove off. The police car smelled of hot plastic and aftershave and takeaway chips. I watched the sky as we drove toward the town center. It was a clear night and you could see the Milky Way. Some people think the Milky Way is a long line of stars. But it isn't. Our galaxy is a huge disk of stars millions of light years across, and the solar system is somewhere near the outside edge of the disk. When you look in the direction at 90 degrees to the disk, you don't see many stars, but when you look in direction B, you see lots more stars, because you are looking into the main body of the galaxy, and because the galaxy is a disk, you see a stripe of stars. And then I thought about how for a long time scientists were puzzled by the fact that the sky is dark at night, even though there are billions of stars in the universe. There must be stars in every direction you look, so the sky should be full of starlight, because there is very little in the way to stop the light from reaching the Earth. Then they worked out that the universe was expanding, that the stars were all rushing away from one another after the Big Bang, and the further the stars were away from us, the faster they were moving, some of them nearly as fast as the speed of light, which was why their light never reached us. I like this fact. It's something you can work out in your own mind just by looking at the sky above your head at night and thinking about what having to ask anyone. And when the universe is finished exploding, all the stars will slow down like the ball has been thrown into the air, and they will come to a halt, and they all begin to fall toward the center of the universe again, and then there will be nothing to stop us from seeing all the stars in the world, because they will all be moving toward us gradually faster and faster, and we will know that the world is going to end soon, because when we look up to the sky there will be no darkness, just the blazing light of billions and billions of stars all falling. Except that no one will see this, because there will be no people left on the earth to see it. They will probably have become extinct by then, and even if there are people still in existence, they will not see it because the light will be so bright that hot that everyone will burn to death, even if they live in tunnels. And that's the diagram. 19 chapters in books are usually given the cardinal numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on, but I have decided to give my chapters prime numbers 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, and so on because I like prime numbers. This is how you work out what prime numbers are. First, you write down all the positive whole numbers of the world. Then you take away all the numbers that are multiples of 2. Then you take away all the numbers that are multiples of 3. Then you take away all the numbers that are multiples of 4 and 5 and 6 and so on. The numbers that are left are the prime numbers. The rule for working out prime numbers is really simple, but no one has ever worked out simple formula for telling me whether a very big number is a prime number or what the exact number will be. If a number is really, really big, then it can take a computer years to work out whether it is a prime number. Prime numbers are useful for writing codes, and in America they are classified as military material, and if you find one over 100 digits long, you have to tell the CIA and they buy it off you for $10,000, but I would not be a very good way of making a living. Prime numbers are what is left after you have taken away the patterns. I think prime numbers are like life. They are very logical, but you could never work out the rules even if you spent all your time thinking about them. 23. When I got to the police station, they made me take the laces out of my shoes and empty my pockets at the front desk in case I had anything in them that I could use to kill myself or escape or attack a policeman with. The sergeant behind the desk had a very hairy hands, and he had bitten his nails so much that they had bled. And this is what I had in my pockets. 1. A Swiss Army knife with 13 attachments, including a wire stripper and a saw and a toothpick and tweezers. 2. A piece of string. 3. A piece of wooden puzzle which looked like this. 4. 3 pellets of rat food for Toby, my rat. 5. 1 pound 47. This was made up of 1 pound coin, a 20 pence coin, 2 10-pence coins, 5 pence coin, and a 2 pence coin. 6. A red paper clip. 7. A key for the front door. I was also wearing my watch, and they wanted me to leave this at the desk as well, but I said that I needed to keep my watch on because I needed to know exactly what time it was, and when they tried to take it off me, I screamed, so they let me keep it on. They asked me if I had any family. I said I did. They asked me who my family was. I said it was father, but mother was dead, and I said it was also Uncle Terry, but he was in Sunland, and he was father's brother, and it was my grandparents too, but the 3 of them were dead. Grandpa Burton was in a home because she had senile dementia and thought that I was someone on television. Then they asked me for father's phone number. I told them that he had 2 phone numbers, one for at home and one which was a mobile phone, and I said both of them. It was nice of the phone call. In the police cell. It was almost a perfect cube, 2 meters long by 2 meters wide by 2 meters high. It contained approximately 8 cubic meters of air. It had a small window with bars, and on the opposite side a metal door with a long thin hatch near the floor for sliding trays of food in the cell, and a sliding hatch higher up so the policeman could look in and check the prisoners having escaped or committed suicide. There was also a padded bench. I wondered how I would escape if I were in a story. It would be difficult because the only things I had were my clothes and my shoes, which had no laces in them. I decided that my best plan would be to wait for a really sunny day and then use my glasses to focus on sunlight on a piece of my clothing and start a fire. I would then make my escape when they saw the smoke and took me out of the cell, and that if they didn't notice that I would be able to wee on the clothes and put them out. I wondered whether Miss Shears had told the police that I had killed Wellington, and whether the police found out that she had lied, she would go to prison, because telling lies about people is called slander. 29. I find people confusing. This is for 2 main reasons. The first main reason is that people do a lot of talking without any using words. She says that if you raise one eyebrow, you can mean a lot of different things. It can mean, I want to do sex with you, but it can also mean, I think that what you just said was very stupid. She also says that if you close your mouth and breathe out loudly through your nose, it means that you are relaxed or that you are bored, that you are angry. It all depends on how much air comes out of your nose and how fast and what shape your mouth is when you do it, how you were sitting and what you said before, and hundreds of other things which are just too complicated to work out in a few seconds. The second main reason is that people often talk using metaphors. These are examples of metaphors. I laughed my socks off. He was the apple of her eye. They had skeleton in the cupboard. We had a real pig of a day. The dog was stone dead. The word metaphor means carrying something from one place to the other, and it comes from the Greek words which means from one place to the other, and which means to carry, and is when you describe something by using word for something that it isn't. This means that the word metaphor is a metaphor. I think it should be called a lie, because a pig is not like a day, and people do not have skeletons in their cupboards, and when I try to make the picture of the phrase in my head, it just confuses me, because imagining an apple in someone's eyes doesn't have anything to do with liking someone a lot, and it makes you forget what the person was talking about. My name is a metaphor. It means carrying Christ, and it comes from the Greek words, which means Jesus Christ, and it was again given to St. Christopher because he carried Jesus Christ across a river. This makes you wonder what he was called before he carried Christ across the river, but he wasn't called anything because this is an apocryphal story, which means that it is a lie too. Mother used to say that it meant Christopher was a nice name because it was a story about being kind and helpful, but I do not want my name to mean a story about being kind and helpful. I want my name to mean me. 31. It was 1:12 a.m. when Father arrived at the police station. I did not see him until 1:28 a.m., but I knew he was there because I could hear him. He was shouting, "I want to see my son, and why the H is he locked up?" And of course I'm bloody angry. Then I heard a policeman telling him to calm down. Then I heard nothing for a long while. At 1:28 a.m., a policeman opened up the door of the cell and told me that there was someone who wanted to see me. I stepped outside. Father was standing in the corridor. He held up his right hand and spread his fingers out in a fan. I held up my left hand and spread out my fingers in a fan, and we made our fingers and thumb touch each other. We did this because sometimes Father wants to give me a hug, but I do not like hugging people, so we did this instead, and it means that he loves me. Then the policeman told us to follow him down the corridor to another room. In the room was a table and 3 chairs. He told us to sit down on the far side of the table, and he sat down on the other side. There was a tape recorder on the table, and I asked whether I was going to be interviewed, and he was going to record the interview. He said, "I don't think there will be any need for that." He was an inspector. I could tell that because he wasn't wearing a uniform. He also had a very hairy nose. It looked as if there were 2 very small mice hiding in his nostrils. This is not a metaphor, it is a simile, which means that it really did look like there were 2 very small mice hiding in his nostrils, and if you make a picture in your head of a man with 2 very small mice hiding in his nostrils, you will know what the police inspector looked like, and a simile is not a lie unless it is a bad simile. He said, "I have spoken to your father, and he says that you didn't mean to hit the policeman." I didn't say anything because this wasn't a question. He said, "Did you mean to hit the policeman?" I said, "Yes." He squeezed his face and said, "But you didn't mean to hurt the policeman." I thought about this, and I said, "No, I didn't mean to hurt the policeman. I just wanted him to stop touching me." Then he said, "You know that it is wrong to hit a policeman, don't you?" I said, "I do." He was quiet for a few seconds, then he asked, "Did you kill the dog, Christopher?" I said, "I didn't kill the dog." He said, "Do you know that it is wrong to lie to a policeman and that you can get into a very great deal of trouble if you do?" I said, "Yes." He said, "So do you know who killed the dog?" And I said, "No." He said, "Are you telling the truth?" And I said, "Yes, I always tell the truth." And he said, "Right, I'm going to give you a caution." I asked, "Is that going to be on a piece of paper like a certificate I can keep?" He replied, "No, a caution means that we are going to try to keep record of what you did, that you hit a policeman, but that it was an accident, and that you didn't mean to hurt the policeman." I said, "But it wasn't an accident," and Father said, "Christopher, please." The policeman closed his mouth and breathed out loudly through his nose and said, "If you get into any more trouble, we will take out this record and see that you have been given the caution, and we will take things much more seriously. Do you understand what I am saying?" And I said that I understood. Then he said that we could go, and he stood up and opened the door, and we walked out into the corridor and back to the front desk, where I picked up my Swiss Army knife, my piece of string, and my piece of wooden puzzle, and the 3 pellets of rat food for Toby, and my £1.47 and a paper clip, and my front door key, which were all in a little plastic bag. We went out to Father's car, which was parked outside, and we drove home. 37. I do not tell lies. Mother used to say that this was because I was a good person, but it is not because I am a good person, it is because I can't tell lies. Mother was a small person who smelled nice, and she sometimes wore a fleece with a zip down the front, which was pink and had a tiny label which said Berghaus on the left bosom. A lie is when you say something happened which didn't happen, but there is only ever one thing which happened at a particular time at a particular place, and there is an infinite number of things that didn't happen at the time and that place, and if I think about something which didn't happen, I start thinking about all the other things which didn't happen. For example, this morning for breakfast I had ready bread and some hot raspberry milkshake, but if I say that I actually had shreddies and a mug of tea, but I wouldn't have shreddies and a tea because they are both brown. I start thinking about Cocoa Pops and lemonade and porridge and Dr. Pepper and how I wasn't eating my breakfast in Egypt, and there wasn't a rhinoceros in the room, and Father wasn't wearing a diving suit, and so on. And even writing this makes me feel shaky and scared, like I do when I'm standing on the top of a very tall building and there are thousands of houses and cars below me, and my head is so full of all these things that I'm afraid that I'm going to forget to stand up straight and hang on to the rail, and I'm going to fall over and be killed. This is another reason why I don't like proper novels, because they are lies about things which didn't happen, and they make me feel shaky and scared, and this is why everything I have written here is true. 41. There are clouds in the sky on the way home, so I couldn't see the Milky Way. I said, "I'm sorry," because Father had to come to the police station, which was a bad thing. He said, "It's okay." I said, "I didn't kill the dog," and he said, "I know." Then he said, "Christopher, you have to stay out of trouble, okay?" I said, "I didn't know I was going to get into trouble. I like Wellington, and I want to say hello to him, and I didn't know that someone had killed him." Father said, "Just try to keep your nose out of other people's business." I thought for a little while, and I said, "I'm going to find out who killed Wellington." And Father said, "Were you listening to what I was saying, Christopher?" And I said, "Yes, I was listening to what you were saying, but when someone gets murdered, you have to find out who did it, so that they can be punished." And he said, "It's a bloody dog, Christopher, a bloody dog." I replied, "I think dogs are important too." He said, "Leave it." And I said, "I wonder if the police will find out who killed him and punish the person." Then Father banged the steering wheel in his fist, and the car weaved a little bit across the dotted line in the middle of the road, and he shouted. I said, "Leave it, for G's sake." I could tell that he was angry because he was shouting, and I didn't want to make him angry, so I didn't say anything else until we got home. When we came in through the front door, I went into the kitchen and got a carrot for Toby, and I went upstairs and I shut the door of my room and I let Toby out and gave him the carrot. Then I turned my computer on and played 76 games of Minesweeper and did the expert version at 102 seconds, which was only 3 seconds off my best time, which was 99 seconds. At 2:07 a.m., I decided I wanted to drink of orange squash before I brushed my teeth and got into bed, so I went downstairs to the kitchen. Father was sitting on the sofa watching snooker on the television and drinking scotch. There were tears coming out of his eyes. I asked, "Are you sad about Wellington?" He looked at me for a long time and sucked air in through his nose. Then he said, "Yes, Christopher, you could say that. You could very well say that." I decided to leave him alone because when I am sad I want to be left alone, so I didn't say anything else. I just went into the kitchen and made my orange squash and took it back upstairs to my room. 43. Mother died 2 years ago. I came home from school one day and no one answered the door, so I went and found the secret key that we kept under a flower pot behind the kitchen door. I let myself into the house and carried on making the air-fixed Sherman tank model I was building. An hour and a half later, Father came home from work. He runs a business and he does heating maintenance and boiler repair with a man called Rodri, who is his employee. He knocked on the door to my room and opened it and asked whether I had seen Mother. I said I hadn't seen her, and he went downstairs and started making some phone calls. I did not hear what he said. Then he came up to my room and said he had to go out for a while because he wasn't sure how long he would be. He said that if I needed anything, I should call him on his mobile phone. He was away for 2.5 hours. When he came back in, I went downstairs. He was sitting in the kitchen, staring out of the back window down the garden to the pond and the corrugated iron fence and the top of the tower of the church on Manstead Street, which looks like a castle because it is Norman. Father said, "I am afraid you won't be seeing your mother for a while." He didn't look at me when he said this. He kept on looking through the window. Usually people look at you when they're talking to you. I know they're working on what I'm thinking, but I can't tell what they're thinking. It is like being in a room with a one-way mirror in a spy film, but this was nice, having Father speak to me and not look at me. I said, "Why not?" He waited for a very long time, then he said, "Your mother has gone to the hospital. Can we visit her?" I asked, because I like hospitals. I like the uniforms and the machines. Father said no. I said, "Why can't we?" And he said, "She needs rest. She needs to be on her own." I asked, "Is it a psychiatric hospital?" And Father said, "No, it is an ordinary hospital. She has a problem with her heart." I said, "We will need to take food to her," because I knew that food in the hospital was not very good. David from school, he went into hospital to have an operation on his leg to make his calf muscle longer so that he could walk better, and he hated the food, so his mother used to take meals in every day. Father waited for a long time again and said, "I'll take some in to her during the day when you're at school, and I'll give it to the doctor so they can give it to your mom, okay?" And I said, "But you can't cook." Father put his hands over his face and said, "Christopher, look, I'll buy some ready-made stuff from Marks and Spencer's and take those in. She likes those." I said I would make her a good well card, because that is what you do for people when they are in a hospital. Father said he would take it in the next day. 47. In the bus on the way to school next morning, we passed 4 red cars in a row, which meant that it was a good day. So I decided not to be sad about Wellington. Mr. Jevons, the psychologist at school, once asked me why 4 red cars in a row made it a good day, and 3 red cars in a row made it quite a good day, and 5 red cars in a row made it a super good day, and why 4 yellow cars in a row made it a black day, which meant that it was a day that I don't speak to anyone and sit on my own reading books when I don't eat my lunch and take no risks. He said I was clearly a very logical person, so he was surprised that I should think like this because it wasn't very logical. I said that I liked things to be in a nice order, and one day of things being a nice order was to be logical, especially if those things were numbers or an argument, but there were other ways of putting things into a nice order, and that was why I had good days and black days. And I said that some people who worked in an office came out of their house in the morning and saw that the sun was shining and it made them feel happy, or they saw that it was raining and it made them feel sad, but the only difference was the weather, and if they worked in an office, the weather didn't have anything to do with whether they had a good day or a bad day. I said that when Father got up in the morning, he always put on his trousers before he put on his socks, but it wasn't logical. But he always did it that way because he liked things in a nice order, too. And whenever he went upstairs, he went up 2 at a time, always starting with his right foot. Mr. Jevons says I was a very clever boy. I said I wasn't clever. I was just noticing how things were, and that wasn't clever. I was just being observant. Being clever is when you looked at things that were and used the evidence to work out something new, like a universe expanding or who committed murder. Or if you see someone's name and you give each letter a value from 1 to 26, A, 1, B, 2, etc., if you add the numbers up in your head and you find that it makes a prime number, like Jesus Christ 151, or Scooby-Doo 113, or Sherlock Holmes 163, or Dr. Watson 167, Mr. Jevons asked me whether this made me feel safe having things always in a nice order, and I said it did. Then he asked if I didn't like things changing, and I said I wouldn't mind things changing if it became an astronaut, for example, which was the biggest changes you could imagine, apart from becoming a girl or dying. He asked whether I wanted to become an astronaut, and I said I did. He said that it was very difficult to become an astronaut. I said that I knew you had to become an officer in the Air Force, and you had to take lots of orders and be prepared to kill other human beings, and I couldn't take orders. I also didn't have 20/20 vision, which you needed to be a pilot, but I said that you could still want something that is very unlikely to happen. Terry, who is the older brother of Francis, who is at the school, said I would only ever get a job collecting supermarket trolleys or cleaning out donkey crap on an animal sanctuary, and they didn't let spazzers drive rockets that cost billions of pounds. When I told this to Father, he said that Terry was jealous of my being cleverer than him, which was a stupid thing to think because we weren't in a competition, but Terry is stupid. So, quaerat demonstratum, which is Latin for which is the thing that was going to be proved, which means thus it is proved. I am not a spazzer, which means spastic, not like Francis, who is a spazzer, and even though I probably wouldn't become an astronaut, I was going to go to university and study mathematics or physics and mathematics, which is a joint honor school, because I like mathematics and physics and I'm very good at them, but Terry wouldn't go to university. Father says Terry is most likely to end up in prison. Terry has a tattoo on his arm of a heart shape with a knife through the middle of it, but this is what is called a digression, and now I am going to get back to the fact that it was a good day. Because it was a good day, I decided that I would try to find out who killed Wellington, because a good day is a day for projects and planning things, so when I said this to Siobhan, she said, well, we're meant to be writing stories today, so why don't you write about finding Wellington, and we're going to the police station, and that is when I started writing this, and she said that she would help with the spelling and the grammar. The footnotes, 53, mother died 2 weeks later. I had not been into the hospital to see her, but Father had taken in lots of food from Marks and Spencer's. He said that she had been looking okay and seemed to be getting better. She had sent me lots of love and had my get well card on the table next to her bed. Father said that she liked it very much. The card had pictures of cars on the front. It looked like this. I did it at school with Miss Peters, who does art. And it was a lino cut, which is when you draw a picture on a piece of lino, and Miss Peters cuts round pictures with a Stanley knife, and then you put ink into the lino and press it onto the paper, which is why all the cars look the same, because I did one car and pressed it onto the paper 9 times, and it was Miss Peters' idea to do lots of cars, which I liked, and I colored all the cars in with red paint to make it a super, super good day for Mother. Father said that she died of a heart attack, and it wasn't expected. I said, what kind of heart attack? Because I was surprised. Mother was only 38 years old, and heart attacks usually happen to older people, and Mother was very active and rode a bicycle and ate food which was healthy and high in fiber, and low in saturated fat like chicken and vegetables and muesli. Father said that she didn't know what kind of heart attack she had, and now wasn't the moment to be asking questions like that. I said it was probably an aneurysm. A heart attack is when some of the muscles in the heart stop getting blood and die. There are 2 main types of heart attack. The first is an embolism. That is when blood clot blocks one of the blood vessels, taking blood to the muscles in the heart. And you can stop this from happening by taking aspirin and eating fish, which is why Eskimos don't get this sort of heart attack, because they eat fish and stops their blood from clotting, but if they cut themselves badly, they can bleed to death. But an aneurysm is when a blood vessel breaks and the blood doesn't get to the heart muscles because it is leaking, and some people get aneurysms just because there is a weak bit in their blood vessels, like Miss Hardesty, who lived at number 72 in our street, who had a weak bit in the blood vessel in her neck and died just because she turned her head around to reverse her car into the parking space. On the other hand, it could have been an embolism because your blood clots much more easily when you're lying down for a long time when you're in a hospital. Father said, I'm sorry, Christopher, I'm really sorry. But it wasn't his fault. Then Miss Shears came over and cooked supper for us, and she was wearing sandals and jeans and a t-shirt which had the words windsurf and Corfu and a picture of a windsurfer on it. My father was sitting down and stood next to him and held his head against her bosom and said, come on, Ed, we're going to get you through this. And then she made spaghetti and tomato sauce, and after dinner she played Scrabble with me, and I beat her 247 points to 134. 59. I decided that I was going to find out who killed Wellington, even though Father had told me to stay out of other people's business. This is because I do not always do what I am told, and this is because when people tell you to do what is usually confusing, it does not make sense. For example, people often say be quiet, but they don't tell you how long to be quiet for. Or you see a sign which says keep off the grass, but it should say keep off the grass around this sign, or keep off all the grass in this park, because there is lots of grass you are allowed to walk on. Also, people break rules all the time. For example, Father often drives at 30 miles per hour in a 30 miles per hour zone. Sometimes he drives when he has been drinking and often doesn't wear his seatbelt when he is driving his van. And in the Bible it says, thou shalt not kill. But there were crusades in 2 world wars and the Gulf War, and there were Christians killing people in all of them. Also, I don't know what Father means when he says stay out of other people's business, because I do not know what he means by other people's business, because I do lots of things with other people at school, in the shop, and on the bus, and his job is going into other people's houses and fixing their boilers and their heating. And all these things are other people's business. Shavana understands. She tells me not to do something. She tells me exactly what it is I am not allowed to do. And I like this. For example, she once said, "You must never punch Sarah and hit her anyway, Christopher. Even if she hits you first. If she does hit you again, move away from her and stand still and count from 1 to 50 and come and tell me what she has done, or tell one of the other members of the staff what she has done." Or, for example, she once said, "If you want to go on the swings, and there are plenty of people on swings, you must never push them off. You must ask them and have a go. And then you must wait until they have finished. But when other people tell you that you can't do, you don't do it like this, so I decide myself what I'm going to do and what I'm not going to do." That evening I went round to Miss Shear's house and knocked on the door and waited for her to answer. When she opened the door, she was holding a mug of tea and she was wearing sheepskin slippers. She had been watching a quiz program on the television because there was a television on, and I could hear someone saying, "The capital city of Venezuela is A. Maracas, B. Caracas, C. Bogota, or D. Georgetown," and I knew that it was Caracas. She said, "Christopher, I really don't think I want to see you right now." I said, "I didn't kill Wellington." She replied, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I wanted to come and tell you that I didn't kill Wellington, and I also want to find out who killed him." Some of her tea spilled onto the carpet. I said, "Do you know who killed Wellington?" She didn't answer my question. She just said, "Goodbye, Christopher," and closed the door. Then I decided to do some detective work. I could see that she was watching me and waiting for me to leave because I could see her standing in the hall on the other side of the frosted glass over her door. So I walked down the path and out of the garden. Then I turned round and saw that she wasn't standing in her hall any longer. I made sure that there was no one watching, climbed over the wall, and walked down the side of the house into her back garden, to the shed where she kept all her gardening tools. The shed was locked with a padlock, and I couldn't go inside, so I walked around to the window in the side. Then I had some good luck. When I looked through the window, I could see a fork that looked exactly like the same as the fork that had been sticking out of Wellington. It was lying on the bench by the window, and it had been cleaned, and there was no blood on the spikes. I could see some other tools as well, a spade and a rake, and one of those long clippers people use for cutting branches which are too high to reach, and they all had the same green plastic handles like a fork. This meant that the fork belonged to Miss Shears. Either that or it was a red herring, which is a clue which makes you come to the wrong conclusion, or something which looks like a clue but it isn't. I wondered if Miss Shears had killed Wellington herself. But if she had killed Wellington herself, why had she come out of the house shouting, "What in F's name have you done to my dog?" I thought Miss Shears probably didn't kill Wellington, but whoever had killed him probably had killed him with Miss Shears' bullet. And the shed was locked. This meant that someone who had the key to Miss Shears' shed, and that she had left it unlocked, or that she had left her fork lying around in the garden. I heard a noise and turned around and saw Miss Shears standing on the lawn looking at me. I said, "I came to see if the fork was in the shed." And she said, "If you don't go now, I will call the police again," so I went home. When I got home, I said hello to Father and went upstairs and fed Toby, my rat, and felt happy because I was being a detective and finding things out. 61. Miss Forbes at school said that when Mother died, she had gone to heaven. That was because Miss Forbes is very old and she believes in heaven, and she wears tracksuit trousers because she says that they are more comfortable than normal trousers. And one of her legs is very slightly shorter than the other one because of an accident on a motorbike. But when Mother died, she didn't go to heaven because heaven doesn't exist. Miss Peters' husband is a vicar called Reverend Peters, and he comes to our school sometimes to talk to us, and I asked him where heaven was, and he said, "It's not in our universe, it's another kind of place altogether." The Reverend Peters makes a funny ticking noise with his tongue sometimes when he's thinking, and he smokes cigarettes, and you can smell them on his breath, and I don't like this. I said there wasn't anything outside the universe, and there wasn't another kind of place altogether, except that there might be if you went through a black hole, but a black hole is what is called a singularity, which means it is impossible to find out what is on the other side because gravity of a black hole is so big that even electromagnetic waves, like light, can't get out of it, and electromagnetic waves are how we get information about things which are far away. And if heaven was on the other side of a black hole, dead people would have to be filed into space on rockets to get there, and there aren't, or people would notice. I think people believe in heaven because they don't like the idea of dying, because they want to carry on living, and they don't like the idea that other people will move into their house and put things into the rubbish. The Reverend Peter says, "Well, when I say that heaven is outside the universe, it's really just a matter of speaking. I suppose what it really means is that they are with God." And I replied, "But where is God?" And the Reverend Peter says that we should talk about this on another day when he had more time. But what actually happens when you die is that your brain stops working and your body rots. Like Rabbit did when he died, and we buried him in the earth at the bottom of the garden. And all his molecules were broken down into other molecules, and they went into the earth, and they were eaten by worms and went into the plants, and if we go and dig in the same place in 10 years, there will be nothing except his skeleton left. And in 1,000 years, even his skeleton will be gone, but that is all right because he is part of the flowers and the apple tree and the hawthorn bush now. When people die, they are sometimes put into coffins, which means that they don't mix with the earth for a very long time until the wood of the coffin rots. But Mother was cremated. This means that she was just put into a coffin and buried and ground up and turned into ash and smoke. I do not know what happens to the ash, and I couldn't ask at the crematorium because I didn't go to the funeral. But the smoke goes out of the chimney and into the air, and sometimes I look up into the sky and I think that there are molecules of Mother out there, or in the clouds over Africa or the Antarctic, or coming down as rain in the foreign forests of Brazil, or in snow somewhere. 67. The next day was Saturday. There was not much to do on a Saturday unless Father takes me out somewhere or on an outing to the boating lake or the garden center, but this Saturday England was playing Romania at football, which meant that we weren't going to go on an outing because Father wanted to watch the match on television, so I decided to do some more detection on my own. I decided that I would go and ask some of the other people who lived in the street if they had seen anyone killing Wellington or whether they had seen anything strange happening in the street on Thursday night. Talking to strangers is not something I usually do. I do not like talking to strangers. This is not because of stranger danger, which they tell us about at school, which is there a strange man offers you sweets or a ride in his car because he wants you to do sex with you. I'm not worried about that. If a strange man touched me, I would hit him, and I hit people very hard. For example, when I punched Sarah because she had pulled my hair, I knocked her unconscious and she had a concussion, and they had to take her to the accident and emergency department at the hospital. And also, I always have my Swiss Army knife in my pocket, and it has a saw blade, which could cut a man's fingers off. I do not like strangers because I do not like people and I have never met before. They are hard to understand. It is like being in France, where we went on holiday sometimes when Mother was alive to camp. And I hated it because if you went to a shop at a restaurant or on a beach, you couldn't understand what anyone was saying, which was frightening. And it takes me a long time to get used to people I do not know. For example, when there is a new member of staff at school, I do not talk to them for weeks and weeks. I just watch them until I know they are safe, and then I ask them questions about themselves, like whether they are pets, or what is their favorite color, and what do they know about the Apollo space missions, and I get them to draw a plan of the house, and I ask them what kind of car they drive, and I get to know them. Then I don't mind if I am in the same room as them, and I don't have to watch them all the time, so talking to other people on our street was brave. But if you are going to do detective work, you have to be brave, so I had no choice. First of all, I made a plan on our part of the street, which is called Randolph Street, like this. Then I made sure I had my Swiss Army knife in my pocket, and I went out and I knocked on the door of number 40, which is opposite Miss Shear's house, which means that there were most likely to have seen something. The people who live at number 40 are called Thompson. Mr. Thompson answered the door. He was wearing a t-shirt which said, "Beer, helping ugly people have sex for 2,000 years. Mr. Thompson said, "Can I help you?" I said, "Do you know who killed Wellington?" I did not look at his face. I do not like looking at people's faces, especially if they're strangers. He did not say anything for a few seconds. Then he said, "Who are you?" I said, "I am Christopher Boone from number 36, and I know you. You're Mr. Thompson." He said, "I'm Mr. Thompson's brother." I said, "Do you know who killed Wellington?" He said, "Who the F is Wellington?" I said, "Miss Shear's dogs. Miss Shear's is from number 41. He said, "Someone killed her dog?" I said, "With a fork." He said, "J.C." I said, "A garden fork," in case he might think I meant a fork you eat your food with. And I said, "Do you know who killed him?" He said, "I haven't a bloody clue." I said, "Do you see anything suspicious on Thursday evening?" He said, "Look, son, do you really think you should be going around asking questions like this?" And I said, "Yes, because I want to find out who killed Wellington, and I'm writing a book about it." And he said, "Well, I was Colchester on Thursday, so you're asking the wrong bloke." And I said, "Thank you," and I walked away. There was no answer at house number 42. I had seen the people who lived at number 44, but I did not know what their names were. They were black people, and they were a man and a lady with 2 children, a boy and a girl. The lady answered the door. She was wearing boots, which looked like army boots, and there were 5 bracelets made out of a silver-colored metal on her wrist, and they made a jingling noise. She said, "It's Christopher, isn't it?" I said that it was, and I asked her if she knew who killed Wellington. She knew who Wellington was, so I didn't have to explain. And she had heard about him being killed. I asked if she had seen anything suspicious on Thursday evening, which might be a clue. She said, "Like what?" And I said, "Like strangers or the sound of people arguing," and she said she hadn't. But then I decided to do what is called trying a different tactic, and I asked her whether she knew of anyone who might want to make Miss Shears sad, and she said, "Perhaps you should be talking to your father about this." And I explained that I couldn't ask my father because the investigation was a secret, because he had told me to stay out of other people's business. And she said, "Well, maybe he has a point, Christopher." And I said, "So you don't know anything which might be a clue?" And she said, "No." And then she said, "You be careful, young man." I said I would be careful, and then I said thank you to her for helping me with my questions, and I went to number 43, which is the house next to Miss Shears' house. The people who live at number 43 are Mr. Wise and Miss Wise from mother, who is in a wheelchair, which is why he lives with her, so he can take her to the shops and drive her around. It was Mr. Wise who answered the door. He smelled a body odor and old biscuits and a popcorn which is what you smell of if you haven't washed for a very long time, like Jason at school smells because his family is poor. I asked Mr. Wise if he knew who had killed Wellington on Thursday night. He said, "Bloody H, policemen really are getting you younger, aren't they?" And then he laughed. I do not like people laughing at me, so I turned and walked away. I did not knock at the door of number 38, which is the house next to our house, because the people there take drugs, and Father says I should never talk to them, so I don't. And they play loud music at night, and they make me scared sometimes when I see them in secret in the street, and it is not really their house. Then I noticed that the old lady who lives at number 39, which is on the other side of Miss Shear's house, was in her front garden cutting her hedge in an electric hedge trimmer. Her name is Miss Alexander. She has a dog. It is a dachshund, so she probably is a good person because she liked dogs. But the dog wasn't in the garden with her, it was inside the house. Miss Alexander was wearing jeans and training shoes, which old people don't normally wear. There was mud on the jeans, and the trainers were New Balance trainers, and the laces were red. I went up to Miss Alexander and said, "Do you know anything about Wellington being killed?" Then she turned the electric hedge trimmer off and said, "I'm afraid you're going to have to say that again. I'm a little deaf." So I said, "Do you know anything about Wellington being killed?" And she said, "I heard about it yesterday. Dreadful." Dreadful. I said, "Do you know who killed him?" And she said, "No, I don't." I replied, "Somebody must know, because the person who killed Wellington knows what they killed Wellington, unless they were a mad person and didn't know what they were doing, or unless they had amnesia." And she said, "Well, I suppose you're probably right." I said, "Thank you for helping me with my investigation." She said, "You're Christopher, aren't you?" And I said, "Yes, I live at number 36. And she said, "We haven't talked before, have we?" I said, "No, I don't like talking to strangers, but I'm doing detective work." She said, "I see you every day going to school." I didn't reply to this. And she said, "It's very nice of you to come and say hello." I didn't reply to this either, because Miss Alexander was doing what is called chatting, which people say things to each other that aren't questioned and answers aren't connected. And she said, "Even if it's only because you're doing detective work." And I said, "Thank you," again. I was about to turn and walk away when she said, "I have a grandson your age." I tried to do chatting by saying, "My age is 15 years and 3 months and 3 days." And she said, "Well, almost your age." Then we said nothing for a little while, until she said, "You don't have a dog, do you?" And I said, "No." She said, "You probably like a dog, wouldn't you?" And I said, "I have a rat." And she said, "A rat?" And I said, "He's called Toby." And she said, "Oh." And I said, "Most people don't like rats because they think they carry diseases like bubonic plague. But that's only because they lived in the sewers and stowed away on ships coming from foreign countries where there were strange diseases. But rats are very clean. Toby is always washing himself, and you don't have to take him out for walks. I just let him run around my room so that he gets some exercise, and sometimes he sits on my shoulders or hides in my sleeve like it's a burrow. But rats live in the burrows in nature. Don't live in burrows in nature." Miss Alexander said, "Do you want to come in for tea?" And I said, "I don't go into other people's houses." And she said, "Well, maybe I could bring some out here. Do you like lemon squash?" I replied, "I only like orange squash." And she said, "Luckily I have some of that as well. And what about Battenberg?" And I said, "I don't know, because I don't know what Battenberg is." She said, "It's a kind of cake. It has 4 pink and yellow squares in the middle. It has marzipan icing around the edge." And I said, "Is it a long cake with square cross-section which is divided into equally sized alternately colored squares?" She said, "Yes, I think you could probably describe it like that." And I said, "I think I'd like the pink squares, but not the yellow squares, because I don't like yellow. And I don't know what marzipan is, so I don't know whether I'd like that." And she said, "I'm afraid marzipan is yellow too. Perhaps I should bring some out biscuits instead. Do you like biscuits?" And I said, "Yes, some sorts of biscuits." And she said, "I'll get a selection." And she turned and went into the house. She moved very slowly because she was an old lady, and she was inside the house for more than 6 minutes. I began to get nervous because I didn't know what she was doing in the house. I didn't know her well enough to know whether she was telling the truth about getting orange squash and Battenberg cake, and I thought she might be ringing the police, and I'd get into much more serious trouble because of the caution, so I walked away. As I was crossing the street, I had a stroke of inspiration about who might have killed Wellington. I was imagining a chain of reasoning inside my head which was like this. 1. Why would you kill a dog? A. Because you hated the dog. B. Because you were mad. C. Because you wanted to make Miss Shears upset. 2. I didn't know anyone who hated Wellington, so if it was A, it was probably a stranger. 3. I didn't know any mad people, so if it was B, it was probably a stranger. 4. Most murders are committed by someone who is known to the victim. In fact, you are most likely to be murdered by a member of your own family on Christmas Day. That is a fact. Wellington was therefore most likely to be killed by someone known to him. 5. If it was C, I only knew one person who didn't like Miss Shears, and that was Mr. Shears, who knew Wellington very well indeed. This meant that Mr. Shears was my prime suspect. Mr. Shears used to be married to Miss Shears, and they lived together until 2 years ago. Then Mr. Shears left and didn't come back. This was when Miss Shears came over and did lots of cooking for us after Mother died, because she didn't have to cook for Mr. Shears anymore. and she didn't have to stay at home and be his wife, and so Father said that she needed company and didn't want to be on her own. And sometimes Miss Shears stayed overnight at our house, and I like it when she did, because she made things tidy, and she arranged the jars and pans and tins in order of their height on the shelves in the kitchen. She always made their labels face outward. She put the knives and forks and spoons in the correct compartments in the cutlery drawer. She smoked cigarettes and said lots of things I didn't understand, e.g. I'm going to hit the hay and it's brass monkeys out there. Let's rustle up some tucker. And I didn't like when she said things like that because I didn't know what she meant. And I don't know why Mr. Shears left Miss Shears, because nobody told me, but when you get married it's because you want to live together and have children. If you get married in a church, you have to promise that you will stay together until death do us part. And if you don't want to live together, you have to get divorced, and this is because you has done a sex with somebody else, or because you are having arguments and you hate each other and you don't want to live in the same house anymore and have children. And Mr. Shears didn't want to live in the same house as Miss Shears anymore, so he probably hated her. He might come back and have killed her dog to make her sad. I decided to try and find out more about Mr. Shears. 71. All the other children at my school are stupid. Except I'm not meant to call them stupid, even though that is what they are. I meant to say that they have learning difficulties or that they have special needs. But this is stupid, because everyone has learning difficulties, because learning to speak French or understanding relativity is difficult, and so everyone has special needs, like Father, who has to carry a special packet of artificial sweetening tablets around with him to put in his coffee to stop him from getting fat, or Miss Peters, who wears a beige-colored hearing aid, or Siobhan, who has police glasses so thick they give you a headache if you borrow them. None of these people have special needs, even if they have special needs. But she said that we have to use these words because people used to call children like the children at school spaz and crip and mong, which were nasty words. But that is stupid too, because sometimes the children from school down the road see us in the street when we are getting off the bus and they shout, special needs, but I don't take any notice because I don't listen to what other people say, and only sticks and stones can break my bones, and I have a Swiss Army knife if they hit me, and if I kill them it will be self-defense and I won't go to prison. I'm going to prove that I'm not stupid. Next month I'm going to take my A-level in maths and I'm going to get an A grade. No one has ever taken an A-level at our school before, and the headmistress, Miss Gascoigne, didn't want me to take it. At first she said they didn't have the facilities to let us sit at A-levels. But Father had an argument with Miss Gascoigne, and he got really cross. Miss Gascoigne said they didn't want to treat me differently from everyone else in the school, because then everyone would want to be treated differently and it would set a precedent. And I could always do my A-levels later, at 18. I was sitting in Miss Gascoigne's office with Father when she said these things. Father said, Christopher is getting a crap enough deal already. Don't you think without you crapping on him from a great height as well? This is the one thing he is really good at. Then Miss Gascoigne said that she and Father should talk about this at some later point on their own, but Father asked her whether she wanted to say things she was embarrassed to say in front of me, and she said no, and he said, say them now then. And she said that if I sat on A-level, I would have to have a member of the staff looking after me on my own in a separate room. And Father said he would pay someone £50 to do it after school, and he wasn't going to take no for an answer. And she said she'd go away and think about it. And the next thing, she rang Father at home and told him that I could take the A-level, and the Reverend Peters would be what is called the invigilator. And after I've taken A-level maths, I'm going to take A-level further maths and physics, and I can go to university. There is not a university in our town, which is Swindon, because it is a small place. So we will have to move to another town where there is a university, because I don't want to live on my own or in a house without students. But that will be all right, because Father wants to move to a different town as well. He sometimes says things like, we've got to get out of this town, kiddo, and sometimes he says Swindon is the a-hole of the world, and that I've got a degree in maths or physics or maths and physics. I will be able to get a job and earn lots of money, and I will be able to pay someone who look after me and cook my meals and wash my clothes, or I will get a lady to marry me and be my wife, and she can look after me, and so I can have company and not be on my own. 73. I used to think that Mother and Father might get divorced. That was because they had lots of arguments, and sometimes they hated each other. This was because of the stress of looking after someone who has behavioral problems like I have. I used to have lots of behavioral problems, but I don't have so many now because I'm more grown up and I can take decisions for myself, and I do things on my own, like going out of the house and buying things at the shop at the end of the road. There are many of my behavioral problems. A, not talking to people for a long time. Once I didn't talk to anyone for 5 weeks. B, not eating or drinking anything for a long time. When I was 6, Mother used to get me to drink strawberry-flavored slimming meals of a measuring jug, and we would have competitions to see how fast I could drink a quarter of a liter. C, not liking being touched. D, screaming when I am angry or confused. E, not liking being in really small places with other people. F, smashing things when I am angry or confused. G, groaning. H, not liking yellow things or brown things, or refusing to touch yellow things or brown things. Kai refusing to use my toothbrush if anyone else has touched it. J not eating food at different sorts of food or touching each other. K not noticing that people are angry with me. L not smiling. M saying things that other people think are rude. People say that you always have to tell the truth, but they do not mean this, because you are not allowed to tell old people that they are old, and you are not allowed to tell people if they smell funny or if a grown-up has made a fart, and you are not allowed to say I don't like you unless that person has been horrible to you, and doing stupid things. Stupid things are things like emptying a jar of peanut butter onto the table in the kitchen and making it level with a knife so it covers all the table, right to the edges, and burning things on the gas stove to see what happened to them, like my shoes or silver foil or sugar. O, hitting other people. P, hating friends. Q, driving mother's car. I only did this once by borrowing the keys when she went into town on the bus, and I hadn't driven a car before, and I was 8 years old and 5 months, so I drove it into the wall, and the car isn't there anymore because mother is dead. R, getting cross with someone has moved the furniture. It is permitted to move the chairs and the table in the kitchen because that is different, but it makes me feel dizzy and sick if someone has moved the sofa and the chairs around in the living room or the dining room. Mother used to do this when she did the hoovering, so I made a special plan of where all the furniture was meant to be and did measurements, and I put everything back into the proper place afterward, and then I felt better. But since Mother had died, Father hasn't done any hoovering, so that is okay, and Miss Shears did the hoovering once, but I did groaning, and she shouted at Father, and she never did it again. Sometimes these things would make Mother and Father really angry, and they would shout at me, or they would shout at each other. Sometimes Father would say, Christopher, if you do not behave, I swear I shall knock the living daylights out of you. Or Mother would say, Jesus, Christopher, I am seriously considering putting you in a home. Or Mother would say, you are going to drive me into an early grave. 79. When I got home, Father was sitting at the table in the kitchen, and he had made my supper. He was wearing a lumberjack shirt. The supper was baked beans and broccoli and 2 slices of ham, and they were laid out on the plate so that they were not touching. He said, where have you been? And I said, I have been out. This is called a white lie. A white lie is not a lie at all. It is where you tell the truth, but you do not tell all of the truth. What it means that you would have to say is a white lie because you say someone says, for example, what do you want to do today? And you say, I want to do painting with Miss Peters. But you don't say, I want to have my lunch, and I want to go to the toilet, and I want to go home after school, and I want to play with Toby, and I want to have my supper. I want to play on my computer, and I want to go to bed. And I said a white lie because I knew that Father didn't want me to be a detective. Father said, I have just had a phone call from Miss Shears. I started eating my baked beans and broccoli and 2 slices of ham. Then Father asked, what the H were you doing poking around her garden? And I said, I was doing detective work, trying to find out who killed Wellington. Father replied, how many times do I have to tell you, Christopher? The baked beans and the broccoli and the ham were cold, but I didn't mind this. I eat very slowly, so my food is nearly always cold. Father said, I told you to keep your nose out of other people's business. And I said, I think Mr. Shears probably killed Wellington. Father didn't say anything. I said, he is my prime suspect because I think someone might have killed Wellington to make Miss Shears sad. And a murder is usually committed by someone known. Father banged the table with his fist really hard so that the plates and his knife and his fork jumped around, and my ham jumped sideways so that it touched the broccoli, so I couldn't eat the ham or the broccoli anymore. Then he shouted, I will not have that man's name mentioned in my vows. I asked why not, and he said, that man is evil. And I said, does that mean he might have killed Wellington? Father put his head in his hands, and I said, Jesus wept. I could see that Father was angry with me, and so I said, I know you told me not to get involved in other people's business, but Miss Shears was a friend of ours. And Father said, well, she's not a friend anymore. And I asked, why not? And Father said, okay, Christopher, I'm going to say this for the last and final time. I will not tell you again. Look at me when I'm talking to you, for Jesus' sake. Look at me. You are not going to ask Miss Shears about who killed that bloody dog. You are not to go asking anyone about who killed that bloody dog. You are not to go trespassing in other people's gardens. You are to stop this ridiculous bloody detective game right now. I didn't say anything. Father said, I'm going to make you promise, Christopher, and now you know what it means when I make you promise. I did know what it meant when you say you promise something. You have to say that you will never do something again, that you must never do it, because that would make the promise a lie. And I said, I know. Father said, promise me you will stop doing these things. Promise that you will give up this ridiculous game right now, okay? I said, I promise. 83. I think I would make a very good astronaut. To be a good astronaut, you have to be intelligent. I'm intelligent. You also have to understand how machines work, and I'm good at understanding how machines work. You also have to be someone who would like being on their own in a tiny spacecraft, thousands and thousands of miles away from the surface of the Earth, and not panic or get claustrophobia or homesick or insane. And I really like little spaces so long as there is no one else in them with me. Sometimes when I want to be on my own, I get into the airing cupboard outside the bathroom and slide in beside the boiler and pull the door closed behind me and sit there and think for hours, and it makes me feel very calm. So I would have to be an astronaut on my own, or have my own part of the spacecraft, which no one else could come into. And also there are no yellow things or brown things in a spacecraft, so that would be okay too. And I would have to talk to other people for mission control, But we would do that through the radio link-up and a TV monitor, so they wouldn't be like real people who were strangers, but it would be like playing a computer game. Also, I wouldn't be homesick at all because I'd be surrounded by lots of things I like, which are machines and computers and outer space, and I would be able to look out of a little window at the spacecraft. I know that there was no one else near me for thousands and thousands of miles, which is what I sometimes pretend at night in the summer when I go lie on the lawn and I look up at the sky and I put my hand around the sides of my face so that I can't see the vents in the chimney and the washing line and I can pretend I'm in space. And all I could see would be stars, and the stars are the places where the molecules that life is made of were constructed billions of years ago. For example, all the iron in your blood which stops you from being anemic was made in a star. And I would like it if I could take Toby with me into space, and that might be allowed because I sometimes do take animals into space for experiments. So if I could think of a good experiment you could do with a rat that didn't hurt the rat, I could make them let me take Toby. But if they didn't let me, I could still go because it would be a dream come true. '89. The next day at school I told that father had told me I couldn't do any more detecting, which meant that the book was finished. I showed her the pages I had written so far with the diagram of the universe and the map of the street and the prime numbers. She said that it didn't matter. She said the book was really good, and that it was, and that I should be very proud of having written a book at all, even if it was quite short, and that there were some very good books which were very short, like Heart of Darkness, which was by Conrad. But I said that it wasn't a proper book because it didn't have a proper ending, because I never found out who killed Wellington, so the murderer was still at large. And she said that that was like life, and not all murderers were solved, and not all murderers were caught, like Jack the Ripper. I said I didn't like the idea that murder was still at large. I said I don't like to think of the person who killed Wellington could be living somewhere nearby and I might meet him when I went out for a walk at night. This was possible because a murder was usually committed by a person who was known to the victim. And I said Father and I was never to mention Mr. Shear's name in our house again, and that he was an evil man, and maybe he was meant to the person who killed Wellington. And she said, perhaps your father just doesn't like Mr. Shears very much. And I asked why. And she said, I don't know, Christopher. I don't know, because I don't know anything about Mr. Shears. And I said, Mr. Shears used to be married to Miss Shears, and he left her like in a divorce, but I don't know if they were actually divorced. And she said, well, Miss Shears is a friend of yours, isn't she? A friend of yours and your father. So perhaps your father doesn't like Mr. Shears because he left Miss Shears because he did something bad to someone who was a friend. And I said, but Father says Miss Shears isn't a friend of ours anymore. And she said, I'm sorry, Christopher, I wish I could answer all these questions, but I simply don't know. Then the bell went for the end of the school, and the next day I saw 4 yellow cars in a row on the way to school, which made it a black day. So I didn't eat anything at lunch, and I sat in the corner of the room all day and read my A-level maths course book. And the next day, too, I saw 4 yellow cars in a row on the way to school, which made it another black day, too. So I didn't speak to anyone, and for the whole afternoon I sat in the corner of the library, groaning with my head pressed into the joint between the 2 walls. This made me feel calm and safe. But on the 3rd day I kept my eyes closed all the way to school until we got off the bus, because after I have had 2 black days in a row, I'm allowed to do that. 97. But it wasn't the end of the book, because 5 days later I saw 5 red cars in a row, which made it a super good day. And I knew that something special was going to happen. Nothing special happened at school, so I knew something special was going to happen after school. And when I got home, I went down to the shop at the end of the road to buy some licorice laces and a milk tea bar with my pocket money. And when I had brought my licorice laces and milk tea bar, I turned around and saw Miss Alexander, the old lady from the number 39, who was in the shop as well. She wasn't wearing jeans now. She was wearing a dress like a normal old lady, and she smelled of cooking. She said, what happened to you the other day? And I asked which day, and she said, I came out again and you'd gone. I had to eat all the biscuits myself, and I said I went away. And she said, I gathered that, and I said, I thought you might ring the police. And she said, why on earth would I do that? And I said, because I was poking my nose into another person's business. Father says I shouldn't investigate who killed Wellington. A policeman gave me a caution, and if I get into trouble again, it will be a lot worse because of the caution. Then the Indian lady behind the counter said to Miss Alexander, can I help you? And Miss Alexander said she'd like a pint of milk and a packet of Jaffa cakes. And I went out of the shop. When I was outside of the shop, I saw that Miss Alexander's dachshund was sitting on the pavement. It was wearing a little coat made out of tartan material, which is Scottish and Czech. She had tied its head led to the drain pipe next to the door. I like dogs, so I bent down and said hello to her dog, and it licked my hand. Its tongue was rough and wet, and I liked the smell on my trousers and started sniffing them. Then Miss Alexander came outside and said, his name is Ivor. I didn't say anything, and Miss Alexander said, you're very shy, aren't you, Christopher? And I said, I'm not allowed to talk to you. And she said, don't worry. I'm not going to tell the police, and I'm not going to tell your father, because there's nothing wrong with having a chat. Having a chat is just being friendly, isn't it? I said, I can't do chatting. And then she said, "Do you like computers?" And I said, "Yes, I like computers. I have a computer at home in my bedroom." And she said, "I know. I can see you sitting at your computer in your bedroom sometimes when I look across the street." Then she untied Aber's lead from the drain pipe. I wasn't going to say anything because I didn't want to get into trouble, and then I thought this was a super good day and something special hadn't happened yet, so it was possible that talking to Miss Alexander was a special thing that was going to happen, and I thought that she might tell me something about Mellington or about Mr. Shears without me asking her, so that wouldn't be breaking my promise. And I said, "And I like maths and looking after Toby, and I also like outer space, and I like being on my own." And she said, "I bet you're very good at maths, aren't you?" And I said, "I am. I'm going to do my A-level maths next month, and I'm going to get an A grade." And Miss Alexander said, "Really? A-level maths?" I replied, "Yes, I don't tell lies." She said, "I apologize. I didn't mind to suggest that you were lying. I just wondered if I heard you correctly. I'm a little deaf sometimes." And I said, "I remember you told me." And she said, "I'm the first person to do an A-level from my school because it's a special school." And she said, "Well, I'm very impressed, and I hope you get an A." And I said, "I will." Then she said, "And the other thing I know about you is your favorite color is not yellow." And I said, "No, and it's not brown either. My favorite color is red, and metal color." Then Aber did a poo, and Miss Alexander picked it up with her hand inside a little plastic bag, and then she turned the plastic bag inside out and tied a knot in the top so the poo was all sealed up. She didn't touch the poo with her hands. Then I did some reasoning. I reasoned that Father had only made me do a promise about 5 things, which were: 1, not to mention Mr. Shears' name in our house; 2, not to go asking Miss Shears about who killed that bloody dog; 3, not to go asking anyone about who killed that bloody dog; 4, not to go trespassing into other people's gardens; 5, to stop this ridiculous bloody detective game, and asking about Mr. Shears wasn't any of these things. And if you were a detective, you had to take risks, and this was a super good day, which meant that it was a day for taking risks. And I said, "Do you know Mr. Shears?" Which was like chatting. And Miss Alexander said, "Not really, no. I mean, I knew him well enough to say hello and talk a little to in the street, but I didn't know much about him. I think he worked in a bank, the National Westminster, in town." And I said, "Father says that he is an evil man. Do you know why he said that? Is Mr. Shears an evil man?" And Miss Alexander said, "Why are you asking me about Mr. Shears, Christopher?" I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be investigating Wellington's murder, and that was the reason I was asking about Mr. Shears. But Miss Alexander said, "Is this about Wellington?" And I nodded because I didn't count as being a detective. Miss Alexander didn't say anything. She walked to the little red box on a pole next to the gate to the park, and she put Ivor's poo in the box, which was the brown thing inside a red thing, which made my head feel funny, so I didn't look. Then she walked back to me. She sucked in a big breath and said, "Perhaps it would be best not to talk about these things, Christopher." And I asked, "Why not?" And she said, "Because." And then she stopped and decided to start saying a different sentence. "Because maybe your father is right, and you shouldn't go around asking questions about this." And I asked why. And she said, "Because obviously he is going to find it quite upsetting." And I said, "Why is he going to find it upsetting?" And then she sucked in another big breath and said, because I think you know why your father doesn't like Mr. Shears very much." And then I asked, "Did Mr. Shears kill Mother?" And Miss Alexander said, "Kill her?" And I said, "Yes, did he kill Mother?" And Miss Alexander said, No, of course he didn't kill your mother." And I said, "But he did give her stress, so that she died of a heart attack." And Miss Alexander said, "I honestly don't know what you're talking about, Christopher." And I said, "Or did he hurt her so that she had to go into the hospital?" And Miss Alexander said, "Did she have to go into hospital?" And I said, "Yes, and it wasn't very serious at first because she had a heart attack when she was in the hospital." And Miss Alexander said, "Oh my goodness." I said, "And she died." And Miss Alexander said, "Oh my goodness," again. And then she said, "Oh, Christopher, I'm so sorry. I never realized." Then I asked her, "Why did you say I think you know why your father doesn't like Mr. Shears very much?" Miss Alexander put her hand over her mouth and said, "Oh, dear, dear, dear." But she didn't answer my question, so I asked her the same question again, because in a murder mystery novel, when someone doesn't want to answer a question, it is because they're trying to keep a secret or trying to stop someone from getting into trouble, which means that the answers to those questions are the most important answers of all, and that is why the detective has put that person under pressure. But Miss Alexander still didn't answer. Instead, she asked me a question. She said, "So you don't know?" And I said, "Don't know what?" She replied, "Christopher, look, I probably shouldn't be telling you this." Then she said, "Perhaps we should take a little walk in the park together. This is not the place to be talking about this kind of thing." I was nervous. I did not know Miss Alexander. I knew that she was an old lady and that she liked dogs, but she was a stranger, and I never go to the park on my own, because it is dangerous and people inject drugs behind the public toilets in the corner, and I wanted to go home and go out to the room and feed Toby and practice some maths. But I was excited too, because I thought she might tell me a secret, and the secret might be about who killed Wellington, or about Mr. Shears. And if she did that, I might have more evidence against him or be able to exclude him from my investigation. So, because it was a super good day, I decided to walk into the park with Miss Alexander, even though it scared me. When we were inside the park, Miss Alexander stopped walking and said, "I'm going to say something to you." and you must promise not to tell your father that I told you this." I asked why, and she said I shouldn't have said what I said, and if I don't explain, you'll carry on wondering what I meant, and you might ask your father, and I don't want you to do that, because I don't want you to upset him, so I'm going to explain why I said what I said. But before I do that, you have to promise not to tell anyone I said this to you." I asked why, and she said, "Christopher, please just trust me." And I said I promised, because if Miss Alexander told me who killed Wellington, or she told me that Mr. Shears had really killed Mother, I could still go to the police and tell them, because you are allowed to break a promise if someone has committed a crime and you know about it. And Miss Alexander said, "Your mother, before she died, was very good friends with Mr. Shears." And I said, "I know." And she said, "No, Christopher, I'm not sure that you did. I mean, they were very good friends, very, very good friends." I thought about this for a while and said, "Do you mean that they were doing sex?" And Miss Alexander said, "Yes, Christopher, that is what I mean." Then she didn't say anything for about 30 seconds, and she said, "I'm sorry, Christopher. I really didn't mean to say anything that was going to upset you, but I wanted to explain why I said what I said. You see, I thought you knew. That's why your father thinks that Mr. Shears is an evil man, and that will be why he doesn't want you going around talking to people about Mr. Shears, because that will bring back bad memories." And I said, "That's why Mr. Shears left Miss Shears? Because he was doing sex with someone else when he was married to Miss Shears?" And Miss Alexander said, "Yes, I expect so." And then she said, "I'm sorry, Christopher, I really am." And I said, "I think I should go now." And she said, "Are you okay, Christopher?" And I said, "I'm scared of being in the park with you because you're a stranger." And she said, "I'm not a stranger, Christopher, I'm a friend." And I said, "I'm going home now." And she said, "If you want to talk about this, you can come and see me anytime you want. You only have to knock on my door." And I said, "Okay." And she said, "Christopher?" And I said, "What?" And she said, "You won't tell your father about this conversation, will you?" And I said, "No, I promised." And she said, "You go on home and remember what I said any time." And then I went home. 101. Mr. Jeevan said that I liked maths because it was safe. He said I liked maths because it meant solving problems, and these problems were difficult and interesting, but there was always a straightforward answer at the end. And what he meant was that maths wasn't like life, because in life, there are no straightforward answers at the end. I know he meant this because this is what he said. This is because Mr. Jeevans doesn't understand numbers. Here's a famous story called The Monty Hall Problem, which I have included in this book because it illustrates what I mean. There used to be a column called Ask Marilyn in a magazine called Parade in America, and this column was written by Marilyn Vos Savant. And in the magazine it said that she had the highest IQ in the world in the Guinness Book of World Records Hall of Fame. And in the column she answered maths questions sent in by readers, and in September 1990, this question was sent in by Craig F. Whitaker of Columbia, Maryland, but it is not what is called a direct quote because I have made it simpler and easier to understand. You are on a game show on television. On this game show, the idea is to win a car as a prize. The game show host shows you 3 doors. He says that there is a car behind one of the doors, and there are goats behind the other 2 doors. He asks you to pick a door. You pick a door, but the door is not opened. Then the game show host opens one of the doors you didn't pick to show a goat, because he knows what is behind the doors. Then he says that you have one final chance to change your mind before the doors are opened and you get a car or a goat. So he asks if you want to change your mind and pick the other unopened door instead. What should you do? Marilyn Vos Savant said that you should always change and pick the final door because the chances are 2 and 3 that there will be a car behind that door. But if you use your intuition and think that the chance is 50-50 because you think there is an equal chance that the car is behind any door, lots of people wrote to the magazine to say that Marilyn Vos Savant was wrong, even when she explained very carefully why she was right. Of the letters she got about the problem, 92% said she was wrong, and lots of these were from mathematicians and scientists. Here are some of the things that they said. I'm very concerned with the general public's lack of mathematical skills. Please help by confessing your error. Robert Sachs, Ph.D., George Mason University. There is enough mathematical illiteracy in this country. We don't need the world's highest IQ propagating more. Shame. Scott Smith, Ph.D., University of Florida. I am in shock that after being corrected by at least 3 mathematicians, you still do not see your mistake. Kent Fort, Dickinson State University. I am sure you will receive many letters from high school and college students. Perhaps you should keep a few addresses for help with future columns. W. R. Robert Smith, Ph.D., Georgia State University. You are utterly incorrect. How many irate mathematicians are needed to get you to change your mind? E. Ray Bobo, Ph.D., Georgetown University. If all those PhDs were wrong, the country would be in very serious trouble. Everett Harmon, PhD U.S. Army Research Institute, but Marilyn Vos Savant was right, and here are 2 ways you can show this. Firstly, you can do it by making maths like this. Let the doors be called X, Y, and Z. Let CX be the event that the car is behind door X, and so on. Let HX be the event that the host opens door X, and so on. Supposing that you choose door X, the possibility that you will win a car if you then switch your choice is given by the following formula. The second way you can work it out is by making a picture of all the possible outcomes like this. So if you change 2 times out of 3, you get a car, and if you stick, you only get a car 1 time out of 3. And this shows the intuition that can sometimes get things wrong, and intuition is what people use in life to make decisions, but logic can help you work out the right answer. It also shows that Mr. Jeevons was wrong, and numbers are sometimes very complicated and not very straightforward at all, and that is why I like the Monty Hall problem. 103. When I got home, Rodri was there. Rodri is the man who works for Father, helping him do heating maintenance and boiler repair. And he sometimes comes around the house in the evenings to drink beer with Father and watch the television and have a conversation. Rodri is wearing a pair of white dungarees, which had dirty marks all over them, and he had a gold ring on the middle finger of his left hand and smelled of something I do not know the name of, which Father often smells when he comes home from work. I put my licorice laces and Milky Bar in my special food box on the shelf, which Father is not allowed to touch because it is mine. Then Father said, "And what have you been up to, young man?" And I said, "I went to the shop to get some licorice laces and a Milky Bar." And he said, "You were a long time." And I said, "I talked to Miss Alexander's dog outside the shop." And I stroked him and he sniffed my trousers, which was another white lie. And then Rodri said to me, "God, you do get the 3rd degree, don't you?" But I didn't know what the 3rd degree was. And he said, "So how are you doing, Captain?" And I said, "I'm doing very well, thank you," which is what you're meant to say. And he said, "What's 251 times 864? And I thought about this and I said, 216,864, because it was really easy sum, because you just multiply 864 times 1,000, which is really 864,000. Then you divide it by 4, which is 216,000, and that's 250 times 864. Then you just add another 864 onto it to get 251 times 864, and that's 216,864. And I said, "Is that right?" And Rodri said, "I haven't got a bloody clue," and he laughed. I don't like it when Rodri laughs at me. Rodri laughs at me a lot. Father says it is being friendly. Then Father says, "I'll stick one of those Govia Lusag things in the oven for you, okay?" This is because I like Indian food, because it has a strong taste, but Govia Lusag is yellow, but I put red food coloring into it before I eat it. And I keep a little plastic bottle of this in my special food box, and I said, "Okay." And Rodri said, "So it looks like Parky stitched them up then." So this was to Father, not to me. And Father said, "Well, those circuit boards looked like they'd come out of the bloody ark." And Rodri said, "You're going to tell them?" And Father said, "What's the point? They're hardly going to take him to court, are they?" And Rodri said, "That'll be today." And Father said, "Best to let sleeping dogs lie, I reckon." Then they went to the garden. So what said, when you're writing a book, you have to include some descriptions of things. I said that I would take photographs and put them in the book, but she had the idea of the book was to describe things using words that people could read them and make a picture in their own head. She said it was best to describe things that were interesting or different, so I also said that I should describe people in the story by mentioning 1 or 2 details about them, so that people could make a picture of them in their head. Which is why I wrote about Mr. Jeevons' shoes with all the holes in them, and the policeman who looked as if he had 2 mice in his nose, and the thing Rodri smelled of, but I didn't know the name for. So I decided to do a description of the garden. But the garden wasn't very interesting or different. It was just a garden with grass and a shed and a clothesline. But the sky was interesting and different, because usually skies look boring because they are all blue or all gray or are covered with a pattern of clouds, and they don't look like they are hundreds of miles above your head. But they look like someone might have painted them on the big roof. But this sky had lots of different types of clouds in it, at all different heights. So you could see how big this was, and it made it look enormous. Furthest away in the sky were lots of little white clouds, which looked like fish scales and sand dunes, which had very rectangular pattern. And the next furthest away to the west were some big clouds, which were colored slightly orange because it was nearly evening and the sun was going down. The closest to the ground was a huge cloud, which was colored gray because it was a rain cloud, and it was a big pointy shape, and it looked like this. And when I looked at it for a long time, I could see it moving very slowly, and it was like an alien spaceship hundreds of kilometers long, like a Dune or Blake 7 or Close Encounters of the Third Kind, except it wasn't made of solid material. It was made of droplets of condensed water vapor, which is what clouds are made of, and it could have been an alien spaceship. People think that alien spaceships would be solid and made of metal and have lights all over them and move slowly through the sky because that is how we would build a spaceship if we were able to build one that big. But aliens, if they exist, would probably be very different from us. They might look like big slugs or be flat like reflections. Or they might be bigger than planets, or they might have not bodies at all. They might just be information like in a computer, and their spaceships might look like clouds or be made up of unconnected objects like dust or leaves. Then I listened to the sounds in the garden, and I could hear a bird singing, and I could hear traffic noise, which was like the surf on a beach, and I could hear someone playing music somewhere and the children shouting. And in between these noises, if I listened very carefully and stood completely still, I could hear a tiny whining noise inside my ears, the air going in and out of my nose. Then I sniffed the air to see if I could see what the air of the garden smelled like, but I couldn't smell anything. It smelled of nothing, and this was interesting too, and then I went inside of Ventopy. 107. The Hound of the Baskervilles is my favorite book. In The Hound of the Baskervilles, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson get a visit from James Mortimer, who's the doctor. From the moors in Devon, James Mortimer's friend, Sir Charles Baskerville, has died of a heart attack, and James Mortimer thinks that he might have been scared to death. James Mortimer also has an ancient scroll which describes the curse of the Baskervilles. On the scroll it says that Sir Charles Baskerville has had an ancestor called Sir Hugo Baskerville, which was a wild, profane, and godless man. And he tried to do sex with the daughter of a yeoman, but she escaped, and he chased her across the moor, and his friends, who were devil roisterers, chased after him, and when they found it, the daughter of the yeoman had died of exhaustion and fatigue. And they saw a great black beast, shaped like a hound, yet larger than any hound that ever mortal eye has rested on. This hound was tearing the throat of Sir Hugo Baskerville. And one of the friends died of fear that very night, but the other two were broken men for the rest of their days. James Mortimer thinks that the Hound of the Baskervilles might have scared Sir Charles to death, and he is worried that his son and heir, Sir Henry Baskerville, will be in danger when he goes to the hall in Devon. So Sherlock Holmes sends Dr. Watson and Devon with Sir Henry Baskerville and James Mortimer, and Dr. Watson tries to work out who might have killed Sir Charles Baskerville, and Sherlock Holmes says that he will stay in London. But he travels to Devon secretly and does investigations of his own, and Sherlock Holmes finds out first that Sir Charles was killed by a neighbor called Stapleton, who is a butterfly collector and a distant relation of the Baskervilles, and Stapleton is poor, so he tries to kill Sir Henry Baskerville so that he will inherit the Hall. In order to do this, he has brought a huge dog from London and covered it in phosphorus to make it glow in the dark, and it was this dog which scared Sir Charles Baskerville to death, and Sherlock Holmes and Watson and Lestrade from Scotland Yard catch him. And Sherlock Holmes and Watson shoot the dog, which is one of the dogs that gets killed in the story, which is not nice because it's not the dog's fault, and Stapleton escapes into the Grimpen Mire, which is a part of the moor, and he dies because he is sucked into a bog. There are some bits of the story I don't like. One bit is the ancient scroll because it is written in an old language, is difficult to understand like this. Learn then from this story not to fear the fruits of the past, but rather to be circumspect in the future, that those foul passions whereby our family has suffered so grievously may not again be loosed to our undoing. And sometimes Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who is the author, describes people like this. There was something subtly wrong with the face, some coarseness of expression, some hardness, perhaps of eye, some looseness of lip which marred its perfect beauty. And I don't know what some hardness perhaps of eye means, but I'm not interested in faces. But sometimes it is fun knowing what the words mean, because you can look them up in a dictionary, like Goyle, which is a deep dip, or Torst, which are hills and rocky heights. I like The Hound of the Baskervilles because it is a detective story, which means there are clues and red herrings. These are some of the clues. 1. 2 of Sir Henry Baskerville's boots go missing when he is staying in a hotel in London. This means that someone wants to give them to the Hound of the Baskervilles to smell like a bloodhound, so that it can chase him. This means that the Hound of the Baskervilles is not a supernatural being, but a real dog. 2. Stapleton is the only person who knows how to get through the Grimpen Mire, and he tells Watson to stay out of it for his own safety. That means that he is hiding something in the middle of Grimpen Mire and doesn't want anyone else to find it. 3. Miss Stapleton tells Dr. Watson to go straight back to London instantly. This is because she thinks Dr. Watson is Sir Henry Baskerville, and she knows when her husband wants to kill him. And these are some of the red herrings. 1. Sherlock Holmes and Watson are followed when they were in London by a man in a coach with a black beard. This makes you think that the man is Barrymore, who is a caretaker of Baskerville Hall, because he is the only other person who has a black beard. But the man is really Stapleton, who is wearing a false beard too, Selden, the Notting Hill murderer. This is a man who has escaped from a prison nearby and is being hunted down with the Moors, which makes you think that he has something to do with the story, because he is also a criminal, but has nothing to do with the story at all. 3. Man on the Tour. This is a silhouette of a man that Dr. Watson sees in the moor at night and doesn't recognize, which makes you think that it's the murderer, but it's Sherlock Holmes who has come to Devon secretly. I also like The Hound of the Baskervilles because I like Sherlock Holmes, and I think that if I were a proper detective, he's the kind of detective I would be. He's very intelligent, and he solves the mystery, and he says, the world is full of obvious things which nobody by any chance ever observes. But he notices them like I do, and also says in the book, Sherlock Holmes had in a very remarkable degree the power of detaching his mind at will. And this is like me too, because if I get really interested in something like practicing maths or reading a book about the Apollo missions or great white sharks, I don't notice anything else, and Father could be calling me to come and eat my supper, and I won't hear him. And this is why I'm very good at playing chess, because I can detach my mind at will and concentrate on the board, and after a while the person I'm playing will stop concentrating and start scratching their nose, or staring out of the window, and then they will make a mistake and I will win. Also, Dr. Watson says about Sherlock Holmes, his mind was busy in endeavoring to frame some scheme into which these strange and apparently disconnected episodes could be fitted, and that is what I am trying to do by writing this book. Also, Sherlock Holmes doesn't believe in the supernatural, which is God and fairy tales and hounds and owls and curses, which are stupid things, and I am going to finish this chapter with 2 interesting facts about Sherlock Holmes. One in the original Sherlock Holmes series. Sherlock Holmes is never described as wearing a deerstalker hat, which is what he is always wearing in pictures and cartoons. The deerstalker hat was invented by a man called Sidney Paget, who did the illustrations for the original books. 2. In the original Sherlock Holmes stories, Sherlock Holmes never says elementary, my dear Watson. He only ever says this in the films and on television. 109. That night I wrote some more in my book, and the next morning I took it into school so that could read it and tell me if I had made mistakes with the spelling and the grammar. She read the book during the morning break, and she has a cup of coffee and sits at the edge of the playground with the other teachers, and after the morning break she came and sat down next to me, and she read a bit about my conversation with Miss Alexandra, and she said, have you told your father about this? And I replied, no. And she said, are you going to tell your father about this? And I replied, no. And she said, good, I think that's a good idea, Christopher. And she said, did it make you sad to find this out? And I asked, found out what? And she said, did it make you upset to find out that your mother and Buster Shears had an affair? And I said, no. And she said, are you telling the truth, Christopher? And then I said, I always tell the truth. And she said, I know you do, Christopher, but sometimes we get sad about things we don't like and tell other people that we are sad about them. We like to keep it a secret, or sometimes we are sad, but we don't really know that we are sad, so we say we aren't sad, but really we are. And I said, I'm not sad. And she said, if you do start to feel sad about this, I want you to know that you can come and talk to me about it, because I think talking to me would help you feel less sad. And if you don't feel sad, you just want to talk to me about it, that would be okay too. Do you understand? And I said, I understand. And she said, good. And I replied, but I don't feel sad about it because Mother is dead and because Mr. Shears isn't around anymore. So I would be feeling sad about something that isn't real and doesn't exist about would be stupid. And then I practiced maths for the rest of the morning. And at lunch I didn't have the quiche because it was yellow. But I did have the carrots and the peas and lots of tomato ketchup, and for afters I had blackberry and apple crumble, but not the crumble bit because it was yellow too, and I got Miss Davis to take the crumble bit off before she put it onto my plate, because it doesn't matter if different sorts of food are touching before they are actually on your plate. Then after lunch I spent the afternoon doing art with Miss Peters, and I painted some pictures of aliens which looked like this. 113. My memory is like a film. That is why I'm really good at remembering things, like the conversations I have written down in this book and what people are wearing and what they smell like, because my memory is like a smell track, which is like a soundtrack. And when people ask me to remember something, I can simply press rewind and fast forward and pause like on a video recorder, but more like a DVD player, because I don't have to rewind through everything in between to get the memory of something a long time ago. And there are no buttons either, because it is happening in my head. If someone says to me, Christopher, tell me what your mother was like, I can rewind to lots of different scenes and say what she was like in those scenes. For example, I could rewind to 4th July 1992 when I was 9 years old, which was a Saturday, and we were on holiday in Cornwall. In the afternoon, we were on the beach in a place called Popero. Our mother was wearing a pair of shorts made of denim and a light blue bikini top, and she was smoking cigarettes called Consulate, which were a mint for labor. And she wasn't swimming. Our mother was sunbathing on a towel which had red and purple stripes. She was reading a book by Georgette Heyer called The Masqueraders. And then she finished sunbathing and went to the water to swim. She said, Bloody Nora, it's cold. And then she said I could come and swim too, but I don't like swimming because I don't like taking my clothes off. She said I should just roll up my trousers and walk into the water in the little way, and so I did. And I stood into the water, and Mother said, look, it's lovely, and she jumped backward and disappeared into the water, and I thought a shark had eaten her, and I screamed, and she stood out of the water again and came over to where I was standing and held her right hand and spread her fingers out in the fan and said, come on, Christopher, touch my hand, come on, I'll stop screaming. Touch my hand, listen to me, Christopher, you can do it. And after a while I stopped screaming, and I held up my left hand and spread my fingers out in the fan, and we made our fingers and touch each other, and Mother said, it's okay, Christopher, it's okay. There aren't any shocks in Cornwall, and then I felt better. Except I can't remember anything before I was about 4 because I wasn't looking at things in the right way before then, so I didn't get recorded properly, and this is how I recognize someone if I don't know who they are. I see what they are wearing, or if they have a walking stick, or funny hair, or a certain type of glasses, or if they have a particular way of moving their arms. And I do a search through my memories to see if I have met them before, and this is how I also know how to act in difficult situations when I don't know what to do. For example, if people say things which don't make sense, like, see you later, alligator, or you'll catch your death, and that, I do a search and see if I've ever heard someone say this before. And if someone is lying on the floor at school, I do a search through my memory to find a picture of someone having an epileptic fit, and I can compare the picture with what is happening in front of me, so I can decide whether they're just lying down and playing a game, or having a sleep, or whether they are having an epileptic fit. And if they are having an epileptic fit, I move the furniture out of the way to stop them from making their head, and I take my jumper off and I put it underneath their head, and I go and find a teacher. Other people have pictures in their heads too, but they are different because the pictures in my head are all pictures of things which have really happened, but other people have pictures in their heads of things which aren't real and didn't happen. For example, sometimes Mother used to say, if I hadn't married your father, I think I'd be living in a little farmhouse in the south of France with someone called Jean. And he'd be, a local handyman, like doing painting and decorating for people, gardening, building fences, and we'd have a veranda with figs growing over it, and there would be a field or sunflowers at the bottom of the garden, and a little town on the hill in the distance, and we'd sit outside in the evening and drink red wine and smoke Gauloises cigarettes and watch the sun go down. And Siobhan once said that felt this depressed or said I would close her eyes and she would imagine she was staying in a house on Cape Cod with her friend Ellie, and they would take a trip in the boat in Provincetown and go out into the bay and watch the humpback whales, and they would make their folk calm and peaceful and happy. And sometimes when people had died, like Mother died, and people would say, would you want to say to your mother if she were here now? What would your mother think about that? Which is stupid because Mother was dead and you can't say anything to people who are dead, and dead people can't think. And Grandmother has pictures in her head too, but her pictures are all confused, like someone muddled the film up, and she can't tell what happened in what order, and so she thinks that the people are still alive, and she doesn't know whether something happened in real life or whether it happened on television. 127. When I got home from school, Father was still out at work, so I unlocked the front door and went inside and took my coat off. I went into the kitchen to put my things on the table, and one of the things was this book, which I had taken into the school to show to. I made myself a raspberry milkshake and heated it up in the microwave, then went to the living room and watched one of my Blue Planet videos about life in the deepest parts of the ocean. The video was about the sea creatures who live around sulfur chimneys, which are underwater volcanoes with gases and are ejected from the Earth's crust. Into the water. Scientists never expected there to be any living organisms there because it was so hot and so poisonous, but there were whole ecosystems there. I like this bit because it shows you that there is always something new that science can discover, and all the facts that you take for granted can be completely wrong. And I also like the fact that they are filming in a place which is harder to get to than the top of Mount Everest, but is only a few miles away from sea level, and is one of the quietest and darkest and most secret places on the surface of the earth, and I like imagining that I am there sometimes in a spherical metal submersible with windows that are 30 centimeters thick to stop them from imploding under the pressure, and I imagine that I am the only person inside it, and that it is not connected to a ship at all, but can operate under its own power, and I control all the motors and move anywhere I want to on the seabed, and I can never be found. Father came home at 5:48 p.m. I heard him come through the front door. Then he came into the living room. He was wearing a lime green and sky blue check shirt, and there was a double knot on one of his shoes and on the other. He was carrying an old advert for Fussel's milk powder, which was made of metal and painted with blue and white enamel, covered with little circles pressed like there were bullet holes. But he didn't explain why he was carrying this. He said, "Howdy, partner," which is a joke he does, and I said hello. I carried on watching the video, and Father went out into the kitchen. I had forgotten that I left my book log at the kitchen table because I was too interested in the Blue Planet video. This is what is called reading your guard. Relaxing your guard is what you must never do if you are a detective. It was 5:54 p.m. when Father came back to the living room. He said, "What's this?" And he said it very quietly, and I didn't realize he was angry because he wasn't shouting. He was holding the book in his right hand. I said, "It's a book I'm writing." And he said, "Is this true? Did you talk to Miss Alexander?" He said this very quietly as well, so I didn't understand that he was angry. And I said, "Yes." And then he said, "Holy effing Christus, how stupid are you?" And that's what she says when it is called a rhetorical question. I had a question mark at the end, but you're not meant to enter it because the person who is asking it already knows the answer. It is difficult to spot a rhetorical question. And the Father said, "What the heck did I tell you?" Christopher was much louder, and I replied, "Not to mention Mr. Shear's name in our house, not to go asking Mr. Shears or anyone about who killed that bloody dog, and not to go trespassing in other people's gardens. To stop this ridiculous bloody detective game. Except I haven't done any of those things. I just asked Miss Alexander about Mr. Shears because..." But Father interrupted him and said, "Don't give me that book, you little... You knew exactly what you were bloody doing. I brought the book, remember?" And when he said this, he held out the book and shook it. "What else did I say, Christopher?" I thought this might be another rhetorical question, but I wasn't so sure. I found it hard to work out what to say because I was starting to get scared and confused, and then Father repeated the question. What else did I say, Christopher? I said, oh no. And he said, come on, you're the effing memory man, but I couldn't think. And Father said not to go around sticking your effing nose into other people's business. And what do? You go around sticking your nose into other people's business. You go around drinking up the past and sharing it with every Tom, Dick, and Harry you bump into. What am I going to do with you, Christopher? What the F am I going to do with you? And I said, I'm just doing the chatting with Miss Alexander. I wasn't doing any investigating. And he said, I asked you to do one thing for me, Christopher, one thing. And I said, I didn't want to talk to Miss Alexander. It was Miss Alexander who... But Father interrupted me and grabbed hold of my arm really hard. Father never grabbed hold of me like that before. Mother hit me sometimes. She was very hot-tempered person, which means she got angry more quickly than other people and yelled more often. But Father was more a level-headed person, which means he didn't get angry as quickly and he didn't shout as often, so I was very surprised when he grabbed me. I don't like it when people grab me. I don't like being surprised either, so I hit him. Like I hit the policeman when he took hold of my arms and lifted me onto my feet, but Father didn't let go. He's shouting, and I tried him again, and then I didn't know what I was doing anymore. I had no memories for a short while. I know it was for a short while because I checked my watch afterward. It was like someone had switched it off and then switched me on again. And when they switched me on again, I was sitting on the carpet with my back against the wall, and there was blood on my right hand, and the side of my head was hurting. And Father was standing on the carpet a meter in front of me and looking down at me and was still holding my book in his right hand. It was bent in half, and all the corners were messed up, and there was a scratch on his neck and a big rip in the sleeve of his green and blue and check shirt, and he was breathing really deeply. After about a minute, he turned and walked through the kitchen. Then he out the back door in the garden and went outside. I heard him lift the lid of the dustbin and drop something into it and put the lid of the dustbin back on. Then he came to the kitchen again and wasn't carrying the book anymore. And then he locked the back door again and put the key into the little china tub that is shaped like a fat nun. And he stood in the middle of the kitchen and closed his eyes. And he opened his eyes and he said, I need a effing drink. And he got himself a can of beer. 131. These are some of the reasons why I hate yellow and brown. Yellow. 1. Custard. 2. Bananas. Bananas also turn brown. 3. Double yellow lines. 4. Yellow fever, which is a disease from tropical America and West Africa, which causes high fever, acute nephritis, jaundice, and hemorrhages, and is caused by a virus transmitted by the bite of a mosquito called Aedes aegypti, which used to be called Stichomyia fasciata, and nephritis and inflammation of the kidneys. 5. Yellow flowers, because I get hay fever from flower pollen, which is one of 3 sorts of hay fever, and others are from grass pollen and fungus pollen, and it makes me feel ill. 6. Sweet corn, because it comes out of your poo and you don't digest it and you're not really meant to eat it like grass or leaves. Brown. 1. Dirt. 2. Gravy. 3. Poo. 4. Wood. Because people used to make machines and vehicles out of wood, but they don't anymore because wood breaks and goes rotten and has worms in it sometimes, and now people make machines and vehicles out of metal and plastic, which are much better and more modern. 5. Melissa Brown, who is a girl at school, who is not actually brown like Anna or Muhammad. It's just her name, but she tore my big astronaut painting into 2 pieces and I threw it away. Even after Miss Peters sellotaped it together because it looked broken. Miss Forbes said that hating yellow and brown is just being silly and said that she shouldn't say things like that and everyone has favorite colors, and she was right. But Miss Forbes was a bit right too, because it is sort of being silly, but in life you have to take lots of decisions, and you don't take decisions you would never do anything because you would spend all your time choosing between things you could do. So it is good to have a reason why you like some things and why you like others. It is like being in a restaurant, like when Father takes me out to a Bernie Inn sometimes, and you look at the menu and you have to choose what you're going to have, but you don't know if you're going to like something because you haven't tasted it yet. So you have favorite foods, you choose these, and you have foods you don't like and you don't choose these, and it is so simple. 137. The next day Father said he was sorry that he had hit me and he didn't mean to. He made me wash the cut on my cheek with Dettol to make sure that it wasn't infected, and then he got me to put plaster on it so it didn't bleed. Then, because it was Saturday, he said he was going to take me on an expedition to show me that he was properly sorry, and we were going to do Thai cross stew. So he made me some sandwiches on white bread and tomatoes and lettuce and ham and strawberry jam for me to eat because I don't like eating food from places I don't know, and he said it would be okay because there wouldn't be too many people at the zoo because it was forecast to rain. And I said I was glad about that because I don't like crowds of people and I like it when it's raining, so I went and got my waterproof, which is orange. Then we drove to Thai cross stew. I'd never been to Thai Cross Zoo before, so I didn't have a route worked out in my mind before we got there, so I brought a guidebook from the information center, and then we walked around the whole zoo, and I decided which were my favorite animals. My favorite animals were 1. Brandy Man, which is the name of the oldest red-faced black spider monkey, Atelis peniscus peniscus, ever kept in captivity. Brandy Man is 44 years old, which is the same age as Father. He used to be a pet on a ship and have a metal band around his stomach like a story about pirates. 2. The Patagonia sea lions, which are called Miracle and Star. 3. Maliku, which is an orangutan. I liked it especially because it was lying in a kind of hammock made out of a pair of stripy green pajama bottoms, and on the blue plastic notice next to the cage it said he made the hammock itself. Then we went to the cafe and Father had a place and chips and apple pie and ice cream and a pot of Earl Grey tea, and I had my sandwiches and I read the guidebook to the zoo. And Father said, I love you very much, Christopher. Don't ever forget that. I know I lose my rag occasionally. I know I get angry. I know I shout. And I know I shouldn't. But I only do it because I worry about you. Because I don't want you to see you getting into trouble. Because I don't want you to see you get hurt. Do you understand? I didn't know whether I understood, so I said, I don't know. And Father said, Christopher, do you understand that I love you? And I said, yes, because loving someone is helping them when they get into trouble and looking after them and telling them the truth. And Father looks after me when I get into trouble, like coming to the police station, and he looks after me by cooking meals for me, and he always tells me the truth, which means that he loves me. And then he held up his right hand and spread his fingers out in a fan, and I held up my left hand and spread my fingers out in a fan, and we made our fingers and thumbs touch each other. Then I got out the piece of paper from my bag, and I did a map of the zoo from memory as a test. The map was like this. The D-Ho is the Indian wild dog, and it looks like a fox. The langur is the Intilus monkey. Then we went and looked at the giraffes, and the smell of their poo was like the smell inside of the gerbil cage at school when we had gerbils, and when they ran, their legs were so long it looked like they were running in slow motion. Then Father said we had to get home before the roads got busy. 139. I like Sherlock Holmes, but I do not like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who is the author of the Sherlock Holmes stories. That is because he wasn't like Sherlock Holmes and he believed in supernatural. And when he got old, he joined the Spiritualist Society, which meant that he believed you could communicate with the dead. That was because his son died of influenza during the First World War, and he still wanted to talk to him. And in 1917, something famous happened called the Case of the Cottingley Fairies. Two cousins called Francis Griffiths, who was 9 years old, and Elise Wright, who was 16 years old, said they used to play with fairies by a string called Cottingley Beck, and they used Francis's father's camera to take 5 photographs of the fairies like this. They weren't real fairies. They were drawings on pieces of paper that they cut out and stood up with pens because Elise was a really good artist. Harold Smelling, who is an expert in fake photography, said, these dancing figures are not made of paper or any fabric. They were not painted or a photographic background, but what gets me most is that all these figures have moved during the exposure, but he was being stupid because paper would move during an exposure. The exposure was very long because in the photograph you can see a little waterfall in the background and it is blurred. Then Sir Arthur Conan Doyle heard about the pictures and he said he believed they were real in an article in a magazine called The Strand. But he was being stupid too, because if you look at the pictures, you can see that the fairies look just like fairies in old books when they have wings and dresses and tights and shoes, which is like aliens landing on Earth and being like Daleks on Doctor Who, or Imperial Stormtroopers from the Death Star in Star Wars, or little green men like in cartoons of aliens. In a 1981 event called Joe Cooper interviewed Elsie Wright and Francis Griffiths for an article in a magazine called The Unexplained, and Elsie Wright said all 5 photographs had been faked, and Francis Griffiths said 4 had been faked, but 1 was real, and they said Elsie had drawn the fairies from a book called Princess Mary's Gift Book by Arthur Shepherdson. And this shows that sometimes people want to be stupid and they do not want to know the truth, and it shows that something called Occam's razor is true, and Occam's razor is not a razor that men shave with, but a law, and it says, Intia non sunt multiplicanda praeter necessitatem, which is Latin. It means no more things should be presumed to exist than are absolutely necessary, which means that a murder victim is usually killed by someone known to them, and fairies are made out of paper, and you can't talk to someone who's dead. 149. When I went to school on Monday, someone asked me if I had a bruise on the side of my face. I said that Father was angry and he had grabbed me and I had hit him and then we had a fight. So she asked whether Father had hit me and I said I didn't know because I got very cross and it made my memory go strange. And then she asked if Father had hit me because he was angry and I said he didn't hit me, he grabbed me, but he was angry. And she asked if he grabbed me hard and I said that he grabbed me hard, and she asked if I was frightened about going home and I said I wasn't, and then she asked me if I wanted to talk about it anymore and I said I didn't, and then she said okay. And we didn't talk about it anymore because grabbing is okay if it is on your arm or shoulder when you are angry, but you can't grab someone's hair or their face. But hitting is allowed except you are already in a fight with someone, which is not so bad. And when I got home from school, Father was still at work, so I went into the kitchen and took the key out of the little china jug shaped like a nun and opened the back door and went outside and looked inside the dustbin to find my book. I wanted to get my book back because I liked writing it. I liked having a project to do, and I liked especially if it was a difficult project, like a book I also still didn't know who had killed Wellington, and my book was where I had kept all the clues that I had discovered, and I didn't want them to be thrown away, but my book wasn't in the dustbin. I put the lid back on the dustbin. I walked down to the garden to have a look at the bin where Father keeps the garden waste, such as long clippings and apples that had fallen off the trees, but my book wasn't in there either. I wondered if Father had put this van and driven the tip to put it into one of the big bins there, but I did not want that to be true because then I would never see it again. One other possibility was that Father had hidden my book somewhere in the house, so I decided to do some detecting and see if I could find it, except I had to keep listening really hard all the time so I'd hear his van when he pulled up outside the house so I wouldn't catch me leading the detective. I started by looking in the kitchen. My book was approximately 25 centimeters by 35 centimeters by 1 centimeter, so it couldn't be hidden in a very small place, which meant that it didn't have to look in any really small places. I looked on top of the cupboards and down the back of the drawers and under the oven, and I used my special maglite torch and a piece of mirror from the utility room to help me see into the dark spaces at the back of the cupboards where the mice used to get in for the garden and have their babies. Then I detected in the utility room. Then I detected in the dining room. Then I detected in the living room, where I found the missing wheel from my Airfix Messerschmitt BF 109 G6 model under the sofa. Then I thought I heard Father coming through the front door, and I jumped and I tried to stand up fast, and I banged my knee on the corner of the coffee table, and it hurt a lot, but it was only one of the drug people next door dropping something on the floor. Then I went upstairs, but I didn't do any detecting in my own room, because I reasoned that Father wouldn't hide something from me in my own room unless he was being very clever and doing what is called double bluff, like in a real murder mystery novel, so I decided to look in my own room. Only if I couldn't find the book anywhere else. I detected in the bathroom, but the only place to look was in the airing cupboard. There was nothing in there, which meant that the only room left to detect in was Father's bedroom. I didn't know whether I should look in there because he had told me before not to mess with anything in his room, but if he was going to hide something from me, the best place to hide it would be in his room, so I told myself I would not mess with things in his room. I could move them, but I would move them back, and he would never know I had done it, so he wouldn't be angry. I started by looking under the bed. There were 7 shoes and a comb with lots of hair in it, and a piece of copper pipe, and a chocolate biscuit, and a porn magazine called Fiesta, and a deadbeat, and a Homer Simpson pattern tie, and a wooden spoon, but not my book. Then I looked in the drawers on the other side of the dressing table. These only contained aspirin and nail clippers and batteries and dental floss and a tampon and tissues, and spare false tooth in case Father lost the false tooth and had to fill the gap where he knocked her tooth when he fell off the ladder putting a bird box up in the garden. But my book wasn't in there either. Then I looked in his clothes cupboard. This was full of his clothes on hangers. There was also a little shelf on the top what I could see into, and I stood on the bed. But I had to take my shoes off in case I had left a dirty footprint that would be a clue if Father decided to do some detecting. But the only things on the shelf were some more porn magazines and a broken sandwich toaster and 12 wire coat hangers on an old hairdryer that used to belong to Mother. In the bottom of the cupboard was a large plastic toolbox, which was full of tools for doing it yourself, like a drill and a paintbrush and some screws and a hammer, but I could see that these were up without opening the box because it made of transparent gray plastic. Then I saw that there was another box underneath the toolbox, so I lifted the toolbox out of the cupboard. The other box was an old cardboard box that is called a shirt box because people used to buy shirts in them, and when I opened the shirt box, I saw my book was inside it. Then I didn't know what to do. I was happy because Father hadn't thrown my book away, but if I took the book, he would know that I had been messing with things in his room, and he would be very angry, and I had promised not to mess with things in his room. Then I heard his van pulling up outside the house, and I knew that I had to think fast to be clever, so I decided that I would leave the book where it was, and I reasoned that Father wasn't going to throw away if he had put it into the shirt box, and I could carry on writing in another book that I would keep really secret, and then maybe later he might change his mind and let me have the first book back again, and I could copy the new book into it. And if he never gave it back to me, I would still be able to remember most of what I had written, so I'd put it all to the second secret book. And if there were bits I wanted to check to make sure I'd remember them correctly, I could come into his room and when he was out and check. Then I heard Father shutting the door of the van, and that was when I saw the envelope. It was an envelope addressed to me, and it was lying under my book in the shirt box with some other envelopes. I picked it up. It had never been opened. It said, Christopher Boone, 36 Randolph Street, Swindon, Wiltshire. Then I noticed that there were lots of other envelopes, and they were all addressed to me, and this was interesting and confusing, that I noticed how the words Christopher and Swindon were written. They were written like this. I know only 3 people who do little circles instead of dots over the little I. One of them is Mr. Locksley, who used to teach at school, and one of them was Mother, and I heard Father opening the front door, and I took one envelope from under the book, and I put the lid back on the shirt box, and I put the toolbox back on the top of it, and I closed the cupboard door really carefully, and then Father called out, Christopher! I said nothing because he might be able to hear where I was calling from. I stood and walked around the bed to the door, holding the envelope, trying to make as little noise as possible. Father was standing at the bottom of the stairs, and I thought he might see me, but he was flicking through the post which had come that morning, so his head was pointing downward. Then he walked away from the foot of the stairs toward the kitchen. I closed the door of his room very quietly and went into my own room. I wanted to look at the envelope, but I didn't want to make Father angry, so I hid the envelope underneath my mattress. Then I walked downstairs and said hello to Father. And he said, "So what have you been up to today, young man?" And I said, "Today we did life skills with Miss Gray, which was using money in public transport, and I had tomato soup for lunch and 3 apples, and I practiced some maths in the afternoon. We went for a walk in the park with Miss Peters and collected leaves for making collages, and Father said, 'Excellent, excellent. What do you fancy for chow tonight?' Chow is food. I said I wanted baked beans and broccoli, and Father said, 'I think that can be easily arranged.' And then I sat on the sofa and I read some more of that book that I was reading called Chaos by James Blake. Then I went into the kitchen and had my baked beans and broccoli, while Father had sausages and eggs and fried bread and a mug of tea. Then Father said, 'I'm going to put those shelves up in the living room, if that's all right with you. I'll make a bit of a bracket, I'm afraid, so if you want to watch television, we're going to have to shift it upstairs.' And I said, 'I'll go and be on my own in my room.' And he said, 'Good man.' And I said, 'Thank you for supper,' because that is being polite. And then he said, 'No problem, kiddo.' And I went into my room. And when I was in my room, I shut the door and I took out the envelope from underneath my mattress. I held the letter up to the light to see if I could detect what was inside the envelope, but the paper of the envelope was too thick. I wondered whether I should open the envelope because it was something I had taken from Father's room, but then I reasoned that it was addressed to me, so it belonged to me, so it was okay to open it. So I opened the envelope. Inside there was a letter, and this was what was written in the letter. 451 C Chapter Road, Williston, London, NW2 5NG 0208 887 8907. Dear Christopher, I'm sorry it's been such a very long time since I wrote my last letter to you. I've been very busy. I've got a new job working as a secretary for a factory that makes things out of steel you'd like a lot. The factory is full of huge machines that make the steel and cut it and bend it into whatever shapes they need. This week they're making a roof for a cafe in a shopping center in Birmingham. It's shaped like a huge flower, and they're going to stretch canvas over it to make it look like an enormous tent. Also, we've moved into the new flat as you can see for the address. It's not as nice as the old one, and I don't like Williston very much, but it's easier for Roger to get work, and he's bought it. He only rented the other one, so we can get our own furniture and paint the walls the color we want to. That's why it's such a long time since I wrote my last letter to you, because it's been hard work packing up our things and then unpacking them and getting used to this new job. I'm very tired now, and I must go to sleep, and I want to put this into the letterbox tomorrow morning, so I'll sign off now and write you another letter soon. You haven't written to me yet, so I know that you're probably still angry with me. I'm sorry, Christopher, but I still love you. I hope you don't stay angry with me forever. And I'd love it if you were able to write me a letter, but remember to send it to the new address. I think about you all the time. Lots of love, your Mom. XXXXXX. Then I was really confused because Mother had never worked as a secretary for a firm that made things out of steel. Mother had worked as a secretary for a big garage in the center of town, and Mother had never lived in London. Mother had always lived with us, and Mother had never written a letter to me before, and then there was no date on the letter, so I couldn't work out when Mother had written the letter, and I wondered whether someone else had written the letter and pretended to be Mother. And then I looked at the front of the envelope, and I saw that there was a postmark, and there was a date on the postmark, and it was quite difficult to read, but it said London 161097 NW2, which meant that the letter was posted on 16 October 1997, which was 18 months after Mother had died. But then the door to my bedroom opened, and Father said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm reading a letter." And he said, "I finished the drilling. That David Attenborough Nature's program is on television if you're interested." I said, "Okay." Then he went downstairs again. I looked at the letter and thought really hard. It was a mystery, and I couldn't work it out. Perhaps the letter was in the wrong envelope, and it had been written before Mother had died. But why was she writing from London? The longest she had been away was a week, and she went to visit her cousin Ruth, who had cancer, but Ruth lived in Manchester. And then I thought that perhaps it wasn't a letter for Mother. Perhaps it was a letter to another person called Christopher, from that Christopher's mother. I was excited. When I started writing my book, there was only one mystery I had to solve. Now there were two. I decided that I would not think about it any more that night because I didn't have enough information and could easily leap to the wrong conclusions, like Mr. Haddon Jones of Scotland Yard, which is a dangerous thing to do because you should make sure you have all the available clues before you start deducing things. That way you are much less likely to make a mistake. I decided I would wait until Father was out of the house, then I would go into the cupboard in his bedroom and look at the other letters and see who they were from and what they said. I folded the letter and hid it under my mattress in case Father found it and got cross. Then I went downstairs and watched the television. 151. Lots of things are mysteries, but that doesn't mean there isn't an answer to them. It's just that scientists haven't found the answer yet. For example, some people believe in the ghosts of people who have come back from the dead. And Uncle Terry said that he saw a ghost in a shoe shop in a shopping center in Northampton because he was going down to the basement when he saw someone dressed in gray walk across the bottom of the stairs. But when he got to the bottom of the stairs, the basement was empty and there were no doors. When he told the lady on the till upstairs, they said it was called Tuck, and he was a ghost of Franciscan friar who used to live in the monastery when he was the same site hundreds of years ago, which was why the shopping center was called Greyfriars Shopping Center, and they were used to him and not frightened at all. Eventually, scientists will discover something that explains ghosts, just like they discovered electricity, which explained lightning. It might be something about people's brains or something about the Earth's magnetic field. Or it might be some new force altogether, and the ghosts won't be mysteries. They will be like electricity and rainbows and non-stick frying pans, but sometimes a mystery isn't a mystery, and this is an example of a mystery which isn't a mystery. We have a pond at the school, with frogs in it, which are there so we can learn how to treat animals with kindness and respect, because some of the children at school are horrible to animals and think it's funny to crush worms and throw stones at cats. In some years there are lots of frogs in the pond, and some years there are very few, and if you draw a graph of how many frogs there are in the pond, it would look like this, but this graph's what's called hypothetical, which means that the numbers aren't the real numbers. It's just an illustration. And if you looked at the graph, you might think that there were really a cold winter in 1987 and 1988 and 1989 and 1997, or that there was a heron which came and ate lots of the frogs. Sometimes there is a heron who comes and tries to eat the frogs, but there is a chicken wire over the pond to stop it. But sometimes it has nothing to do with cold winters or cats or herons. Sometimes it is just maths. Here is a formula of a population of animals. And in this formula, N stands for the population density, where N equals 1, the population is the biggest it can get, and when N equals 0, the population is extinct. N new is the population in 1 year, and N old is the population of the year before, and is what is called a constant. When is less than 1, the population gets smaller and smaller and goes extinct, and when is between 1 and 3, the population gets bigger and then it stays stable, like this, and these graphs are all hypothetical too, and when is between 3 and 3.57, the population goes in cycles like this, and when is greater than 357, the population becomes chaotic, like in the first graph. This was discovered by Robert May and George Oster and Jim York, and it means that sometimes things are so complicated that it is impossible to predict what they are going to do next, but they are only obeying really simple rules, and it means that sometimes a whole population of frogs or worms or people can die for no reason whatsoever just because that is the way the numbers work. "157. It was 6 days before I could go back into Father's room to look in the shirt box in the cupboard. On the first day, which was a Wednesday, Joseph Fleming took his trousers off and went to the toilet all over the floor of the changing room and started to eat it. But Mr. Davis stopped him. Joseph eats everything. He once ate one of the little blocks of the blue disinfectant which hang inside the toilets, and he once ate a 50-pound note from his mother's wallet. He eats string and rubber bands and tissues and writing paper and paints and plastic forks. He also bangs his chin and screams a lot. Tyrone says that he was a horse and a pig in the poo, so I said he was being stupid, but she said he wasn't. They were small plastic animals from the library that the staff used to make people tell stories, and Joseph had eaten them, so I said I wasn't going to go into the toilets because there was poo on the floor, and it made me feel uncomfortable to think about it, even though Mr. Innocent had come in and cleaned it up, and I wet my trousers and I put on some spare ones from the spare clothes locker in Miss Gascoigne's room. So she said I could use the staff room toilets for 2 days, but only 2 days, and then I would have to use the children's toilets again, and we made this a deal. On the second, third, and fourth days, which were Thursday, Friday, Saturday, nothing interesting happened. On the fifth day, which was Sunday, it rained very hard. I like it when it rains hard. It sounds like white noise everywhere. It's just like silence, but not empty. I went upstairs and sat in my room and watched the water falling on the street. It was falling so hard that it looked like white sparks. And this is a simile, too, not a metaphor. And there was no one around because everyone was staying indoors, and it made me think how all the water in the world was connected, and this water had evaporated from the ocean somewhere in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico or Baffin Bay, and now it was falling in front of the house, and it would drain away into the gutters and flow into a sewage station where it would be cleaned, and then it would go into a river and back into the ocean again. And in the evening on Monday, Father got a phone call from a lady whose cellar had flooded and he had to go out and fix it in an emergency, and there was only one emergency Roderick goes and fixes because his wife and his children went to live in Somerset, which means that he doesn't have anything to do in the evenings apart from playing snooker and drinking and watching television. He needs to overtime to earn money to send to his wife to help her look after the children. Father has made me look after, but this evening there were 2 emergencies, so Father told me to behave and to ring him in his mobile phone if there is a problem, and so he went out in the van. So I went into his bedroom and opened up the cupboard and lifted the toolbox off the top of the shirt box and opened the shirt box. I counted the letters. There were 43 of them. They were all addressed to me in the same handwriting. I took one out and opened it. Inside was this letter: 451 C Chapter Road, London, NW2 5NG, 02008 887 8907. Dear Christopher, we have a new fridge and cooker at last. Roger and I drove to the tip of the weekend to throw the old ones away. It's where people throw everything away. There are big bins for 3 different colors of bottles and cardboard and engine oil and garden waste and household waste and larger items. That's where we put the old fridge and cooker. Then we went to a second-hand shop and bought a new cooker and a new fridge. Now the house feels a little more like home. I was looking through some old photos last night, which made me sad. Then I found a photo of you playing with the train set we bought you a couple of Christmases ago, and that made me happy because it was one of the really good times we had together. Do you remember how you played with it all day and you refused to go to bed at night because you were still playing with it? And do you remember how we told you about the train timetables and you made a train timetable and you had a clock and you made the trains run on time, and there was a little wooden station too, and you showed how people who wanted to go to the train went to the station, bought a ticket, and then got on the train, and then we got out a map and we showed you the little lines which were the train lines connecting all the stations, and you played with it for weeks and weeks and weeks, and we bought you more trains and you knew where they were all going. I try to remember that a lot. I have to go now. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. I know you always like to know exactly what time it is, and I have to go to the co-op to buy some ham to make Roger's tea with. I'll put this later in the post on the way to the shop. Love, your mom. XXXXXX. Then I opened another envelope. This was the letter that was inside. Flat 1, 312 Lausanne Road, London, N8 5BV 0208 756 4321. Dear Christopher, I said that I wanted to explain to you why I went away when I had the time to do it properly. Now I have lots of time. So I'm sitting on the sofa here with this letter on the radio, and I'm going to try to explain it. I was not a very good mother, Christopher. Maybe if things have been difficult, maybe if you've been different, I might have been better at it, but that's just the way things turned out. I'm not like your father. Your father is a much more patient person. He just gets on with things, and if things upset him, he doesn't let it show, but that's not the way I am, and there's nothing I can do to change that. Do you remember once we were shopping in town together, and we went into Benthall's, and there was a really crowded, and we had to get a Christmas present for Grandma, and you were frightened because of all the people in the shop. It was in the middle of Christmas shopping when everyone was in town, and I was talking to Mr. Land, who works on the kitchen floor and went to school with me, and you crouched down on the floor and put your hands over your ears, and you were in the way of everyone, so I got cross because you don't like shopping at Christmas either, and I told you to behave, and I tried to pick you up and move you, but you shouted and you knocked those mixers off the shelf, and there was a big crash, and everyone turned around to see what was going on, and Mr. Land was really nice about it, but there were boxes and bits of broken bowl on the floor, and everyone was staring, and I saw that you had wet yourself, and I was so cross, and I wanted to take you out of the shop, but you wouldn't let me touch you, and you just lay there on the floor and screamed and begged your hands and feet on the floor, and the manager came and asked what the problem was, and I was at the end of my tether, and I had to pay for 2 broken mixers and just had to wait until you stopped screaming, and then I had to walk all the way home, which took hours because I knew you wouldn't go on the bus again. And I remember that night I just cried and cried and cried. Your father was really nice about it at first, but he made you supper, and he put you to bed, and he said these things happen, it would be okay. But I said I couldn't take it anymore, and he eventually got really cross and told me I was being stupid and said I should pull myself together, and I hit him, which was wrong, but I was so upset. We had a lot of arguments like that, because I often thought I couldn't take anymore, and your father's really patient, and I'm not. I get cross even though I don't mean to. And by the end we stopped talking to each other very much because we knew it would always end up in an argument, and it would go nowhere. So I felt really lonely, and that was when I started spending lots of time with Roger. I mean, obviously, we had always spent lots of time with Roger and Eileen, but I started seeing Roger on his own because I could talk to him. He was the only person I could really talk to, and when I was with him, I didn't feel lonely anymore. And I know you might not understand me of this, but I wanted to try and explain so that you knew. And even if you don't understand now, you can keep this letter and read it later, and maybe you might understand then. And Roger told me that he and Eileen weren't in love with one another anymore, and that they hadn't been in love with one another for a long time, which meant that he was feeling lonely too, so we had a lot in common, and then we realized that we were in love with one another, and he suggested that I leave your father and that we should move into a house together, but I said that I couldn't leave you, and he was sad about that, but he understood that you were really important to me. And then you and me had that argument. Do you remember? It was about your supper one evening. I cooked you something and you wouldn't eat it, and you had eaten for days, and you were looking so thin, and you started to shout, and I got cross, and I threw the foot across the room, which I know I shouldn't have done, and you grabbed the chopping board, and you threw it and hit my foot and broke my toes. Then, of course, we had to go to the hospital, and I had that plaster put on my foot, and afterward at home, your father and I had a huge argument. He blamed me for getting cross with you, and he said I should just give you what you wanted, even if it was just a plate of lettuce or a strawberry milkshake. And I said I was just trying to get you to eat something healthy, and he said you couldn't help it. And I said, well, I couldn't help it either, and I was just lost my rag. And he said that if he couldn't keep his temper, then I should bloody well keep my temper. And it went on and on like this. And I couldn't walk properly for a month, do you remember? And your father had to look after you, and I remember looking at the two of you and seeing you together and thinking how you were really different with him, much calmer. You didn't shout at one another, and it made me so sad because it was like you didn't really need me at all, and somehow that was even worse than you and me arguing all the time because it was like I was invisible. And I think that was when I realized you and your father were probably better off if I wasn't living in the house, then he would only have one person to look after instead of two. Then Roger said that he had asked the bank for a transfer. That means he asked him if he could have a job in London, and he was leaving. He asked me if I wanted to come with him. I thought about it for a long time, Christopher. Honestly, I did. And it broke my heart, but eventually I decided it would be better for all of us if I went, so I said yes. I meant to say goodbye. I was going to come back and pick up some clothes when you were back from school, and that was when I was going to explain what I was doing, to say that I would come back and see you as often as I could, and you would come down to London sometime to stay with us. But when I rang your father, he said I couldn't come back. He was really angry. He said I couldn't talk to you. I didn't know what to do. He said I was being selfish and that I was never to set foot inside the house again, so I haven't. But I have written to you these letters instead. I wonder if you can understand any of this. I know it will be very difficult for you, but I hope you can understand a little. Christopher, I never meant to hurt you. I thought that what I was doing was the best for all of us. I hope it is, and I want you to know that it is not your fault. I used to have dreams that everything would get better. Do you remember you used to say that you wanted to be an astronaut? Well, I used to have dreams that you were an astronaut. And you were on the television, and I thought, that's my son. I wonder what it is that you want to be now. Has it changed? Are you still doing maths? I hope you are. Please, Christopher, write me sometime, or ring me on the telephone. The number's at the top of the letter. Love and kisses, your mother. XXXXXX. Then I opened a third envelope. This was the letter that was inside. 18th September, Flat 1, 312 Lausanne Road, London 9N8 0208 7564321. Dear Christopher, well, I said I'd write to you every week, but I have. In fact, this is the second letter this week, so I'm doing even better than I said. I have got a job. I'm working in Camden at Perkin and Rashid, which is a chartered surveyors. That means they go around looking at houses and work out how much they should cost and what work needs to be done on them and how much that work will cost, and they work out how much new houses and offices and factories will cost to build. It's a nice office. The other secretary is Angie. Her desk is covered with little teddy bears and furry toys and pictures of her children, so I put a picture of you in a frame on my desk. She's very nice, and we always go out for lunch together. I don't know how long I'll stay here, though. I have a lot to do of adding up the numbers when we send bills out to clients, and I'm not very good at doing this. You'd be better at it than I am. The company is run by two men called Mr. Perkin and Mr. Rashid. Mr. Rashid is from Pakistan and very stern and always wants us to work faster, and Mr. Perkin is weird. Angie calls him Pervy Perkin. When he comes and stands next to me and asks a question, I always puts his hand on my shoulder and squats down so his face is really near mine and I can smell his toothpaste, which gives me the creeps, and the pay is not very good either, so I will be looking for something better as soon as I get the chance. I went up to Alexandra Palace the other day. It's a big park just around the corner from our flat, and the park is a huge hill with a big conference center on top, and it made me think of you because if you came here we could go there and fly kites or watch the planes coming into Heathrow Airport, and I know you'd like that. I have to go now, Christopher. I'm writing this in my lunch hour. Angie is off sick with the flu, so we can't have lunch together. Please write me sometime and tell me about how you are and what you were doing at school. I hope you got the present I sent you. Have you solved it yet? Roger and I saw it in a shop in Camden Market. I know you always like puzzles. Roger tried to get the two pieces apart before you wrapped it up, and he couldn't do it. He said that if you managed to do it, you were a genius. Loads and loads of love. Your mother, XXXX. And this was the fourth letter. 23rd August, Flat 1, 312 Lausanne Road, London N8. Dear Christopher, I'm sorry I didn't write you last week. I had to go to the dentist and had 2 of my molars out. You might not remember when we had to take you to the dentist. You wouldn't let anyone put their hand inside your mouth, so we had to put you to sleep, and the dentist had to take one of your teeth out. Well, they didn't put me to sleep. They just gave me what is called a local anesthetic, which means that you can't feel anything in your mouth, which is just as well because I had to saw through the bone to get the tooth out, and it didn't hurt at all. In fact, I was laughing because the dentist had to tug and pull and strain so much, and it seemed really funny to me, but when I got home, the pain started to come back, and I had to lay on the sofa for 2 days and take lots of painkillers. Then I stopped reading the letter because I felt sick. Mother had not had a heart attack. Mother had not died. Mother had been alive all the time, and Father had lied about this. I tried really hard to think if there were any other explanation, but I couldn't think of one, and I couldn't think of anything at all because my brain wasn't working properly. I felt giddy. It was like the room was swinging from side to side, and as if it was the top was really a tall building, and the building was swinging backward and forward on a strong wind. This is a simile, too. But I knew the room couldn't be swinging backward and forward, so it must have been something which happened inside of my head. I rolled onto the bed and curled up into a ball. My stomach hurt. I don't know what happened then because there was a gap in my memory like a bit of the tape had been erased. But I know that a lot of time must have passed because later on when I opened my eyes again I could see that it was dark outside the window, and I had been sick because I was sick all over my bed and on my hands and my arms and face. But before this I heard Father coming into the house and calling out my name, which is another reason why I know a lot of time had passed. And it was strange because he was calling Christopher, Christopher, and I could see my name written out as he was saying it. Often I can see what someone is saying written out like it is being printed on a computer screen, especially if they are in another room, but this was not on a computer screen. I could see it written really large, like it was on a big advert on the side of a bus, and it was in my mother's handwriting like this. And then I heard Father come up the stairs and walk into the room. He said, "Christopher, what the heck are you doing?" And I could tell that he was in the room, but his voice sounded tiny and far away like people's voices sometimes do when I am groaning and I don't want them to be near me. And he said, "What the F are you?" And that's my cupboard, Christopher. Those are, oh crap. Crap, 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 crap. Then he said nothing for a while. Then he put his hand on my shoulder and moved to me and to my side, and he said, "Oh Christ." But it didn't hurt when he touched me like it normally does, and I couldn't see him touching me, like I was watching a film of what was happening in the room, but I could hardly feel his hand at all. It was just like the wind blowing against me, and then he was silent again for a while. Then he said, "I'm sorry, Christopher. I'm so, so sorry." Then he said, "You read the letters." And I could hear that he was crying because his breath sounded all bubbly and wet like it does when someone has a cold and they have lots of snot in their nose. And I could hear that he was crying because his breath sounded all bubbly and wet, like it does when someone has a cold and they have lots of snot in their nose. Then he said, "I did it for your good, Christopher. Honestly, I did. I never meant to lie. I just thought it was better if you didn't know that I didn't mean to. I was going to show them to you when you were older." Then he was silent again. Then he said, "It was an accident," and then he was silent again. Then he said, "I didn't know what to say. I was in such a mess. She left a note, and then she rang, and I said she was in a hospital because I didn't know how to explain. It was so complicated, so difficult, and I said she was in hospital, and I know it wasn't true. But once I'd said that, I couldn't change it. Do you understand, Christopher? Christopher, it got out of control, and I wish..." Then he was silent for a really long time. Then he touched me on the shoulder again and said, "Christopher, we have to get you cleaned up, okay?" He shook my shoulder a little bit, but I didn't move. And he said, "Christopher, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to run out of a hot bath. Then I'm going to come back and take you to the bathroom, okay? Then I can put the sheets in the washing machine." Then I heard him get up and go to the bathroom and turn the taps on. I listened to the water running into the bath. He didn't come back for a while. Then he came back and touched my shoulder and said, "Let's do this really gently, Christopher. Let's sit you up and get your clothes off and get you into the bath, okay? I'm going to have to touch you, but it's going to be all right." Then he lifted me up and made me sit on the side of the bed. He took my jumper and my shirt off and put them on the bed. Then he made me stand up and walk through to the bathroom, and I didn't scream, and I didn't fight, and I didn't hit him. 163. When I was little and I first went to school, my main teacher was called Julie because I hadn't started working at the school then. She only started working at the school when I was 12. And one day, Julie sat down at the desk next to me and put a tube of Smarties on the desk, and she said, "Christopher, what do you think is in here?" And I said, "Smarties." And she took the top off the Smarties tube and turned it upside down, and a little red pencil came out, and she laughed, and I said, "It's not Smarties, it's a pencil." Then she put the little red pencil back inside the Smarties tube and put the top back on. And she said, "If your mommy came in now and we asked her what was inside the Smarties tube, what do you think she would say?" Because I used to call Mother Mummy back then, not Mother, and I said a pencil. That was because when I was little I didn't understand that other people having minds. And Julie said to Mother and Father and I would always find this very difficult. But I don't find this difficult now because I decided that it was a kind of puzzle, and it was something, if a puzzle, there is always a way of solving it. It's like computers. People think computers are different from people because they don't have minds, even though in a Turing test, computers can have conversations with people about the weather and the wine and what Italy is like. They can even tell jokes, but the mind is just a complicated machine. And when we look at things, we think we're just looking out of our eyes, like we're looking out of little windows, like there's a person inside our head. We're not. We're looking at a screen inside our heads, like a computer screen. And you can tell this because of an experiment which I saw on TV, a series called How the Mind Works. And in this experiment, you put your head in a clamp and you look at a page writing a screen, and it looks like a normal page of writing and nothing is changing. But after a while, as your eye moves around the page, you realize it's something very strange, because when you try to read a bit of the page you read before, it's different. And this is because when your eye flicks from one point to another, you don't see anything at all and you're blind. And the flicks are called saccades. Because if you saw everything when your eye flicked from one point to another, you'd feel giddy. And in the experiment, there is a sensor which tells you when your eye is flicking from one place to another. When it's doing this, it changes from the words on a page in a place where you're not looking. But you don't notice that you're blind during the saccades because your brain fills in the screen in your head and makes it seem like you're looking out of two little windows in your head. You don't notice that words have changed on another part of the page because your mind fills in a picture of things that you're not looking at the moment. And people are different from animals because they can have pictures on the screens in their heads of things which they are not looking at. They can have pictures of someone in another room, or they can have a picture of what is going to happen tomorrow, or they can have pictures of themselves as an astronaut, or they can have pictures of really big numbers, or they can have pictures of chains of reasoning when they're trying to work something out. And that is why a dog can go to the vet and have a really big operation, have metal pins sticking out of its leg. But if it sees a cat, it forgets that it has pins sticking out of its leg and chases after the cat. But when a person has an operation, it has a picture in its head of the hurt carrying on for months and months. And it has a picture of all the stitches in its leg and the broken bone and the pins, and even if it sees a bus it has to catch. It doesn't run because it has a picture of in its head of the bones crunching together and the stitches breaking and even more pain. And that is why people think that computers don't have minds, and why people think that their brains are special and different from computers, because people can see the screen inside their head and they think that there is something in their head sitting there looking at the screen. The Captain Jean-Luc Picard in Star Trek, The Next Generation, sitting in his captain's seat looking at a big screen, and they think this person is their special human mind, which is called homunculus, which means little man. And they think that computers don't have this homunculus. But this homunculus is just another picture on the screen in their heads, and when the homunculus is on the screen in their heads because people is thinking about the homunculus, there's another bit of the brain watching the screen. And when the person thinks about this part of the brain, the bit that is watching the homunculus on the screen, they put this bit of the brain on the screen, and there is another bit of the brain watching the screen. But the brain doesn't see this happen because it is like the eye flicking from one place to another, and people are behind inside their heads when they do the changing from thinking about one thing to thinking about another. And this is why people's brains are like computers. It's not because they're special, but because they have to keep turning off the fractions of a second while the screen changes, and because there is something they can't see people think has to be special, because people always think there is something special about what they can't see, like the dark side of the moon, or the other side of a black hole, or in the dark when they wake up at night and they're scared. Also, people think that they're not computers because they have feelings, and computers don't have feelings, but feelings are just having a picture on the screen of your head of what is going to happen tomorrow or next year, or what might have happened instead of what did happen. And if it is a happy picture, they smile, and if it is a sad picture, they cry. 167. After Father had given me the bath and cleaned the sick off me and dried me with a towel, he took me to my bedroom and put some clean clothes on. Then he said, "Have you had anything to eat yet this evening?" But I didn't say anything, and he said, "Can I get you anything to eat, Christopher?" But I still didn't say anything, so he said, "Okay, look, I'm going to go and put the clothes in the bed sheets into the washing machine, and then I'll come back, okay?" I sat on the bed and looked at my knees. So Father went out of the room and picked up my clothes from the bathroom floor and put them on the landing. Then he went and got the sheets from his bed and brought them out onto the landing together with my shirt and my jumper. Then he picked them all up and took them downstairs, and I heard him start the washing machine, and I heard the boiler starting up, the water in the water pipes going into the washing machine. That was all I could hear for a long time. I doubled twos in my head because it made me feel calmer. I got to 33554432, which is 2 to the 25th power, which is not very much because I've got to 2 to the 45th power before, but my brain wasn't working very well. Then Father came back into the room again and said, "How are you feeling? Can I get you anything?" I didn't say anything. I carried on looking at my knees, and Father didn't say anything either. He just sat down on the bed next to me and put his elbows on his knees and looked down at the carpet between his legs where there was a little red piece of Lego with 8 novels on. Then I heard Toby waking up because he's nocturnal, and I heard him wrestling in his cage, and Father was silent for a really long time. Then he said, "Look, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I want you to know that you can trust me, and okay, maybe I don't tell the truth all the time. God knows I try, Christopher. God knows I do, but life is difficult, you know. It's bloody hard telling the truth all the time. Sometimes it's impossible, and I want you to know that I'm trying. I really am. And perhaps this is not a very good time to say this, and I know you're not going to like it, but you have to know that I'm going to tell you the truth from now on about everything, because if you don't tell the truth now, then later on it hurts even more." So Father rubbed his face with his hands and pulled his chin down with his fingers and started at the wall. I could see him out of the corner of his eye. And he said, "I killed Wellington, Christopher. I wondered if this was a joke, because I don't understand jokes. When people tell jokes, they don't mean what they say." But then Father said, "Please, Christopher, just let me explain." Then he sucked in some air and he said, "When your mom left Eileen, Miss Shears, she was very good to us, very good to me, and she helped me through a very difficult time, and I'm not sure I would have made it without her. Well, you know how she was around here most days, helping out with the cooking and cleaning, helping over to see if we were okay and if we needed anything, and I thought, well, crap, Christopher, I'm trying to keep this simple. I thought she might carry on coming over. I thought, and maybe I was being stupid, I thought she might eventually want to move in here, or that we might move into her house. We got on really, really well, and I thought we were friends, and I guess I thought wrong. I guess in the end it comes down to crap. We argued, Christopher, and she said things I'm not going to say to you because they're not nice and they hurt, but I think she cared more for that bloody dog than for me, for us, and maybe that's not so stupid looking back. Maybe we are a bloody handful, and maybe it's easier living on your own, looking after some stupid mutt than sharing your life with an actual human beings. I mean, crap, buddy. We're not exactly low maintenance, are we? Anyway, we had this row. Well, quite a few rows, to be honest, but after this particularly nasty little blowout, she chucked me out of the house. And you know, that bloody dog was like, after the operation, bloody schizophrenic. Nicest pie one moment, roll over, tickle his stomach, sink in its teeth, and you're like, next. Anyway, you're yelling at each other, and it's guarded, relieving itself. And when she slams the door behind me, the bugger's waiting for me, and I know. Maybe if I'd just given it a kick, it would have probably backed off. But crap, Christopher, when that red mist comes down. Russ, you know how it is. I mean, we're not that different, me and you. And all I could think of was that she cared more about this bloody dog than she did about you or me. And it was like everything I've been bottling up for 2 years just... Then Father was silent for a bit, and then he said, "I'm sorry, Christopher. I promise you I never meant for it to turn out like this. And then I knew that it wasn't a joke, and I was really frightened." And Father said, "We all make mistakes, Christopher. You, me, your mom, everyone. And sometimes they're really big mistakes. We're only human." Then he held up his right hand and spread his fingers out in a fan, but it screamed. And I pushed him backwards so that he fell off the bed and onto the floor. And he sat up and said, "Okay, look, Christopher, I'm sorry. Let's leave it for tonight, okay? I'm going to go downstairs and you get some sleep and we'll talk in the morning." Then he said, "It's going to be all right. Honestly, trust me." Then he stood up and took a deep breath and went out of the room. I sat on the bed for a long time looking at the floor. Then I heard Toby scratching in his cage. I looked up and saw him staring through the bars at me. I had to get out of the house. Father had murdered Wellington. That meant he could murder me because I couldn't trust him, and even though he had said trust me because he had told a lie about a big thing. But I couldn't get out of the house straight away because he would see me, so I had to wait until he was asleep. The time was 11:16 p.m. I tried doubling twos again, but I couldn't get past 2 to the 15th power, which was 32768, so I groaned to make the time pass quicker and not think. Then it was 1:20 a.m. But I hadn't heard Father come upstairs to bed. I wondered if he was asleep downstairs or whether he was waiting to come in and kill me, so I got out my Swiss Army knife and opened the saw blade so that I could defend myself. And then I went out of the bedroom really quickly and listened. Quietly and listened. I couldn't hear anything, so I started going downstairs really quietly and really slowly, and I got downstairs. I could see Father's foot through the door of the living room, and I waited 4 minutes to see if it moved, but it didn't move, so I carried on walking till I got to the hallway. And I looked around the door of the living room. Father was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. I looked at him for a long time, and he snored, and I jumped, and I could hear the blood in my ears, and my heart going really fast, and a pain like someone had blown up a really big balloon inside my chest, and I wondered if I was going to have a heart attack. Father's eyes were still closed. I wondered if he was pretending to be asleep, so I gripped the penknife really hard, and I knocked on the door frame. Father moved his head from side to the other side, and his foot twitched, and he said, and his eyes stayed closed, and he snored again. He was asleep. That meant I could get out of the house if I was really quiet, and I didn't wake him up. I took both my coats and my scarf and the hooks next to the front door. I put them all on because it would be cold outside at night. Then I went upstairs again really quietly, but it was difficult because my legs were shaking, and I went into my room and I picked up Toby's cage. It was making scratching noises, and I took one off the coats and I put it over the cage to make the noise quieter. Then I carried him downstairs again. Father was still asleep. I went into the kitchen and I picked up my special food box. I unlocked the back door and stepped outside. Then I held the handle of the door down as I shut it again so that the click wasn't too loud. Then I walked down the bottom of the garden. At the bottom of the garden is the shed. It has the lawnmower and the hedge cutter in it, and lots of gardening equipment, so that Mother used to use, like pots and bags of compost and bamboo canes and string and spades. It would be a bit warmer in the shed, but I knew that Father might look for me in the shed, so I went round the back of the shed and I squeezed into the gap between the wall of the shed and the fence, behind the big black plastic tub for collecting rainwater, and I sat down and I felt a bit safer. I decided to leave my other coat over Toby's cage because I didn't want him to get cold and die. I opened up my special food box. Inside was the Milky Bar, 2 licorice laces and 3 clementines, and a pink wafer biscuit and my red food coloring. I didn't feel hungry, but I knew that I should eat something because if you don't eat something, you can get a cold. So I ate 2 clementines and the Milky Bar, and I wondered what I should do next. 173. Between the roof of the shed and the big plant that hangs over the fence from the house next door, I could see the constellation Orion. People say that Orion is called Orion because Orion was a hunter, and the constellation looks like a hunter with a club and a bow and arrow like this. But this is really silly because it's just stars, and you could join up the dots in any way you wanted. And you could make it look like a lady with an umbrella who is waving, or the coffee maker, which is Mr. has, which was from Italy with a handle and a steam coming out, or like a dinosaur. And there aren't any lines in space, and you could join bits of Orion to bits of Lepus or Taurus or Gemini and say that they were a constellation called the Bunch of Grapes or Jesus or the Bicycle, except they didn't have bicycles in Roman and Greek times, which was when they were called Orion. And anyway, Orion is not a hunter or a coffee maker or a dinosaur. It is just Betelgeuse or Bellatrix or Alnilam and Rigel and 17 other stars I don't know the names of, and they are nuclear explosions billions of miles away, and that is the truth. $179. I stayed awake until 3:47. That was the last time I looked at my watch before I fell asleep. It was a luminous space and lights up if you press a button so I could read it in the dark. It was cold and I was frightened and Mother might come out and find me. I felt safer in the garden because I was hidden. I looked at the sky a lot. I like looking up at the sky at the garden at night. In summer I sometimes come outside at night with my torch and my platosphere, which is 2 circles of plastic with a pin through the middle, and the bottom is a map of the sky, and the top is an aperture, which is an opening shaped like a parabola, and you turn it around to see a map of the sky that you can see on that day of the year in the latitude 51.5 degrees north, which is the latitude that Swindon is on, because the largest bit of the sky is always on the other side of the earth. And when you look at the sky, you know that you are looking at the stars, which are hundreds and thousands of light years away from you. And some of the stars don't even exist anymore because their light has taken so long to get to us that they are already dead and they have exploded and collapsed into red dwarfs. and that makes you seem very small, and you have difficult things in your life. It is nice to think that they are what is called negligible, which means they are so small you don't have to take them into account when you are calculating something. I didn't sleep very well because of the cold, and because the ground was very bumpy and pointy underneath me, and because Toby was scratching at his cage a lot. But when I woke up properly, it was dawn, and the sky was all orange and blue and purple, and I could hear birds singing, which is called the dawn chorus, and I stayed there where I was for another 2 hours and 32 minutes. Then I heard Father come into the garden and call out, "Christopher, Christopher!" So I turned around and found an old plastic sack covered in mud. It used to have fertilizer in it. I squeezed myself in Toby's cage and my special food box into the corner between the wall of the shed and the fence and the rainwater tub, and I covered myself with the fertilizer sack. And then I heard Father coming down into the garden, and I took my Swiss Army knives out of my pocket, and I got out the saw blade and held it close if he found us. And I heard him open the door of the shed and look inside, and then I heard him say, "Crap." And then I heard his footsteps in the bushes around the side of my shed, and my heart was beating really fast, and I could feel this feeling like a balloon inside my chest again. I think he might have looked around the back of the shed, but I couldn't see because I was hiding, but he didn't see me because I heard him walking back up the garden again. Then I stayed still, and I looked at my watch, and I stayed still for 27 minutes. And then I heard Father start the engine of his van. I knew that it was his van because I heard it very often. It was nearby, and I knew it wasn't any of the neighbors' cars because the people who take drugs have a Volkswagen camper van. And Mr. Thompson, who lives at number 40, has a Vauxhall Cavalier, and the people who live at number 34 have a Peugeot, and they all sound different. And when I heard him drive away from the house, I knew that it would be safe to come out, and that I had to decide what I had to do because I couldn't live in the house with Father anymore because it was dangerous. So I made a decision. I decided I would go and knock on Miss Shear's door, and I would go and live with her because I knew her and she wasn't a stranger, and I had stayed in her house before when there was power cut on the other side of the street, and this time she wouldn't tell me to go away because I would be able to tell her who had killed Wellington, and that way she would know that I was a friend, and also she would understand why I couldn't live with Father anymore. I took the licorice laces and pink wafer biscuit and the last clementine out of my special food box and put them in my pocket. I hid the special food box under the fertilizer bag that I picked up Toby's cage and my extra coat. When I climbed out from behind the shed, I walked up the garden and down the side of the house. I undid the bolt on the garden door and walked out in front of the house. There was no one in the street, so I crossed and walked up the drive to Miss Shear's house and knocked on the door and waited and worked out what I was going to say when she opened the door, but she didn't come to the door, so I knocked again. Then I turned around and I saw some people walking down the street, and I was frightened again because it was two of the people who take drugs in the house next door, so I grabbed Toby's cage and went out the side of Miss Shear's house and sat down beside the dustbin so they couldn't see me, and then I had to work out what to do, and then I did this by thinking of all the things I could do and deciding whether they were the right decision or not. I decided that I couldn't come home again. I decided that I couldn't go live with the teacher because she couldn't look after me in school because the teacher is not a friend or a member of my family. Then I decided I couldn't go and live with Uncle Terry because he lived in Sunderland, and I didn't know how to get to Sunderland. I didn't like Uncle Terry because he smoked cigarettes and stroked my hair. I decided I couldn't go live with Miss Alexander because she wasn't a friend or a member of the family, even though she had a dog, because I couldn't stay overnight in her house or use her toilet because she had used it and she was a stranger. And then I thought I could go and live with Mother because she has a family, and I knew where she lived because I could remember the address from the letters, which was 451 C Chapter Road, London, NW2 5NG, except that she lived in London, and I had never been to London before. I'd only been to Dover to go to France and Sunderland to visit Uncle Terry, and Manchester to visit Aunt Ruth, who had cancer, except she didn't have cancer when I was there, and I had never been anywhere apart from the shop at the end of the road on my own, and the thought of going somewhere on my own was frightening. And then I thought about going home again and staying where I was and hiding in the garden every night and Father finding me, and that made me feel even more frightened. And then I thought about that. It felt like I was going to be sick again, like I did the night before. Then I realized there was nothing I could do which felt safe, and I made a picture of it in my head like this. And then I imagined crossing out all the possibilities which were impossible, which is like a maths exam. When you look at all the questions and you decide which ones are going to do and which ones you're not going to do, and you cross out all the ones you're not going to do, because then your decision is final and you can't change your mind. And it was like this. Which which meant that I had to go to London to live with Mother, and I could do it by going on a train because I knew about all the trains from the train set, how you looked at the timetable and went to the station and bought the ticket and looked at the departure board to see if your train was on time when you went to the right platform and got on board. And I would go from Swindon Station, where Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson stopped for lunch when they were on their way to Ross from Paddington and Becombe Valley Mystery. And then I looked at the wall on the opposite side of the little passage down the side of Miss Shear's house where I was sitting, and there was this circular lid of a very old metal pan leaning against the wall, and it was covered in rust, and it looked like the surface of a planet because the rust was shaped like countries and continents and islands. And then I thought, how could I never be an astronaut, because there was an astronaut meant being hundreds of thousands of miles away from home, and my home was in London now, and there was about 100 miles away, which is more than 1,000 times nearer my home would be if I were in space, and thinking about this made me hurt. Like when I fell over in the grass at the edge of the playground once, and I cut my knee on a piece of broken bottle that someone had thrown over the wall, and I sliced a flap of my skin off, and Mr. Davis said I had to clean the flesh under the flap with disinfectant to get the germs and dirt out, and it hurt so much and I cried. But this hurt was inside my head, and it made me sad to think that I could never become an astronaut, and that I thought that I had to be like Sherlock Holmes, that I had to detach my mind at will to a remarkable degree, so that I did not notice how much it was hurting inside my head, and that I thought I would need money if I was going to go to London, and I would need food to eat because it was a long journey and I would know where to get food from, and that I thought I would need somebody to look after Toby, and then I went to London because I couldn't take him with me, that I formulated a plan. And that made me feel better, where there was something inside my head that had an order and a pattern, and I just had to follow the instructions one after the other. I stood up and made sure there was no one in the street, and then I went to Miss Alexander's house, which is next door to Miss Shear's house, and I knocked on the door. Then Miss Alexander opened the door, and she said, "Christopher, what on earth has happened to you?" And I said, "Can you look after Toby for me?" And she said, "Who's Toby?" And I said, "Toby's my pet rat." Then Miss Alexander said, oh yes, I remember, you told me." And I heard Toby's cage up and said, "This is him." Miss Alexander took a step backward into her hallway, and I said, "He eats special pellets, and you can buy them from a pet shop, but he can also eat biscuits and carrots and bread and chicken bones. But you mustn't give him chocolate because it's got caffeine and theobromine in it, which are methylxanthines, and is poison for rats in large quantities. And he needs new water in his bottle every day, too, but he won't mind by being in someone else's house because he's an animal, and he likes to come out of his cage, but it doesn't matter if you don't take him out." Then Miss Alexander said, "Why do you need someone to look after Toby, Christopher?" And I said, "I'm going to London." And she said, "How long are you going for?" And I said, "Until I go to university." And she said, "Can't you take Toby with you?" And I said, "London's a long way away, and I don't want to take him in the train because I might lose him." And Miss Alexander said, "Right." And then she said, "Are you and your father moving house?" And I said, "No." And she said, "So why are you going to London?" And I said, "I'm going to live with Mother." And she said, "I thought you told me your mother was dead." And I said, "I thought she was dead, but she was still alive. Father lied to me. He also said he killed Wellington." And Miss Alexander said, "Oh my goodness." And I said, "I'm going to live with my mother because Father killed Wellington and he lied, and I'm frightened of being in the house with him." And Miss Alexander said, "Is your mother here?" And I said, "No, Mother is in London." And she said, "So you're going to London on your own?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Look, Christopher, why do you come inside and sit down, and we can talk about this and work out what is the best thing to do?" And I said, "No, I can't come inside. Will you look after Toby for me?" And she said, "I really don't think that would be a good idea, Christopher." I didn't say anything, and she said, "Where's your father at the moment, Christopher?" And I said, "I don't know." And she said, "Well, perhaps we should try to give him a ring and see if he can get in touch with him." "I'm sure he's worried about you, and I'm sure that there's been some dreadful misunderstanding." So I turned around and ran across the road back to our house, and I didn't look before I crossed the road, and a yellow Mini had to stop. The tires squealed on the road, and I ran down the side of the house and back through the garden gate, and I bolted it behind me. I tried to open the kitchen door, but it was locked, so I picked up a brick that was lying on the ground, and I smashed it through the window, and the glass shattered everywhere, and then I put my arm through the broken glass, and I opened the door from inside. I went into the house, and I put Toby down on the kitchen table, then I ran upstairs and grabbed my school bag, and I put some food for Toby in it, and my mouse books, and some clean pants, and a vest, and a clean shirt. Then I came downstairs, and I opened the fridge, and I put a carton of orange juice into my bag, and a bottle of milk that hadn't been opened, and I took 2 more clementines, 2 tins of baked beans, and a packet of custard creams from the cupboard. And I put them in my bag as well, because I could open them with a can opener and my Swiss Army knife, and I looked on the surface next to the sink, and I saw Father's mobile phone and his wallet and his address book, and I felt my skin cold under my clothes like Dr. Watson in the sided floor. When he sees the funny footsteps of Tonga, the Andaman Islander, on the roof of Bartholomew Sholto's house in Norwood, because I thought Father had come back and he was in the house, and the pain in my head got much worse. But then I rewound the pictures in my memory, and I saw that his van wasn't parked outside the house, so it must have left his mobile phone. and his wallet and his address book when he left the house, and he picked up his wallet, and I took his bank card out because that was how I could get money, because the card has a pin on it, which is a secret code when you put into the machine of the bank to get the money out. And Father hadn't written it down in a safe place, which is what you're meant to do. But he had told me because he said I'd never forget it, and it was 3558. And I put the card into my pocket. And I took Toby out of his cage, and I put them into the pocket of my coats because the cage was very heavy to carry all the way to London. And then I went out of the kitchen door and into the garden again. I went out through the garden gate and made sure there wasn't anyone watching. Then I started walking toward the school because that was the direction I knew. And when I got to the school, I could ask the teacher where the train station was. Normally, I would have to get more and more frightened if I was walking to school because I never done it before, but I was frightened in two different ways. And one way was being frightened of being far away from a place I was used to, and the other was being frightened of being near a place where Father lived, and they were in inverse proportion to one another, and that the total fear remained constant as I got further away from home and further away from Father, like this. Fear total, fear new place, times fear near Father, constant. It takes 19 minutes for the bus to get to school from our house, but it took me 47 minutes to walk the same distance, so I was very tired when I got there, and I hoped that I could stay at school for a little while and have some biscuits and orange juice before I went to the train station. But I couldn't, because when I got to the school I saw that Father's van was parked outside the car park, and I knew that it was his van because it said Ed Boone Heating and Maintenance and Boiler Repair on the side with crossed spanner sign like this. And when I saw the van, I was sick again, but I knew that I was going to be sick this time, so I didn't sick all over myself, and I was just sick onto the wall on the pavement. And there wasn't very much sick because I hadn't eaten much, and when I had been sick, I wanted to curl up on the ground and do groaning. But I knew that if I curled on the ground and did groaning, then Father would come out of the school and he would see me and he would catch me and take me home. So I took lots of deep breaths like the teacher says I have to do if someone hits me at school, and I counted 50 breaths and concentrated very hard on my numbers and hit the cubes as I said them, and that made the hurt less painful. And I cleaned the sick away from my mouth and made a decision that I would go and find out how to get to the train station. So I would do this by asking someone, and it would be a lady, because when they talked to us about stranger danger at school, they said that if a man comes up to you and talks to you about feeling frightened, you should call out and find a lady to run to, because ladies are safer. So I got out my Swiss Army knife, and I flicked out and he saw the braid and sewed it tightly to the pocket that Toby wasn't in, so that I could stab someone if they grabbed a hold of me. Then I saw a lady on the other side of the street with a baby in a pushchair, and a little boy and a toy elephant, so I decided to ask her, and this time I looked left and right and left again, so that I wouldn't be run over by a car, and I crossed the road, and then I said to the lady, "Where can I buy a map?" And she said, "Pardon?" And I said, "Where can I buy a map?" And I could feel the hand that was holding the knife shaking, even though I wasn't shaking it. And she said, "Patrick, put that down, it's dirty, it's a map of where?" And I said, "A map of here," and she said, "I don't know." And then she said, "Where do you want to get to?" And I said, "I'm going to the train station." And she laughed and she said, "You don't need a map to get to the train station." And I said, "I do, because I don't know where the train station is." And she said, "You can see it from here." And I said, "No, I can't. And also I need to know where there is a cash machine." And she pointed and said, "There. That building says Signal Point down top. There's a British rail sign on the other end. The station's at the bottom of that. Patrick, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Don't pick up the pavement and stick it in your mouth." And I looked and I couldn't see a building with a writing at the top, but it was a long way to it and it was hard to read. So I said, "Do you mean the stripy building with the horizontal windows?" And she said, "That's the one." And I said, "How do I get to that building?" And she said, "Gordon Bennett." And then she said, "Follow that bus." She pointed to a bus that was going past, so I started to run. The bus was going really fast, and I had to make sure that Toby didn't fall out of my pocket, but I managed to keep running after the bus a long way. And I crossed to the 6 side roads before it turned down another street, and I couldn't see it anymore. Then I stopped running because I was breathing really hard and my legs hurt, and I was in the street with lots of shops. I remember being in the street when I was shopping with Mother, and there were lots of people in the street doing their shopping, and I didn't want them to touch me. So I walked at the edge of the road, and I didn't like all the people being near me and all the noise because there was too much information in my head, and it made it hard to think. Like they were shouting in my head, so I put my hands over my ears and I grew very quietly. Then I noticed that I could still see the sign that the lady had pointed at, so I kept walking on toward it, and then I couldn't see the sign anymore. And I had forgotten to remember where it was, and it was frightening because I was lost, and I do not forget things. And normally I would make a map in my head, and I would follow the map, and I would be a little cross on the map and showed where I was, but there was too much interference in my head, and this had made me confuse me, so I stood under the green and white canvas roof outside a greengrocer's shop where there were carrots and onions and parsnips and broccoli and boxes that had plastic furry green carpet in them, and I made a plan. I knew that the train station was somewhere near, and if somebody was nearby, you can find it by moving in a spiral, walking clockwise and taking every right turn until you come back to the road you've already walked on, then taking the next left, then taking every right turn and so on like this, but it was a hypothetical diagram too, not a map of Swindon. And that was how I found the train station, and I concentrated really hard on following the rules and making a map of the center of the town in my head as I walked, and that way it was easier to ignore all the people and all the noise around me, and then I went to the train station. "181. I see everything. That is why I don't like new places. If I am in a place I know, like home, school, or the bus, or the shop, or the street, I have seen almost everything in it beforehand, and all I have to do is look at things that have changed or moved. For example, one week the Shakespeare's Globe poster had fallen down in the classroom of school. You could tell because it had been put back slightly to the right, where there were 3 little circles of blue tack stain on the wall, down the left-hand side of the poster. And the next day someone had graffitied Crown Up Talk to lamppost 437 in our street, which is the one outside number 35. But most people are lazy. They never look at everything. That's what they do called glancing, which is the same word for bumping off something and carrying on almost in the same distraction, e.g. when a snooker ball glances off another snooker ball. And the information in their head is really simple. For example, if they are in the countryside, it might be 1, I am standing in a field that is full of grass. 2, there are some cows in the fields. 3, it is sunny with a few clouds. 4, there are some flowers in the grass. 5, there is a village in the distance. 6, there is a fence at the edge of the field that has a gate in it. And then they would stop noticing anything because they would be thinking of something else like, oh, it is very beautiful here, or I'm worried that it might have left the gas cooker on, or I wonder if Julie has given birth yet. This is really true because I asked the teacher what people thought about when they looked at things, and this is what she said. But if I am standing in a field in the countryside, I notice everything. For example, I remember standing on a field on Wednesday, 15th June 1994, because Father and Mother and I were driving to Dover to get a ferry to France, and we did what Father called taking the scenic route, which means going by little roads and stopping for lunch at a pub garden, and I had to stop and go for a wee, and I went into the field with cows in it, and after I had a wee, I stopped and looked at the field, and I noticed these things. 1, there are 19 cows in the field, 15 of which are black and white, and 4 of which are brown and white. 2, there is a village in the distance which has 31 visible houses and a church with a square tower and not a spire. 3, there are ridges in the field, which means that in medieval times it was what is called a ridge and furrow field, and people who lived in a village would have a ridge and each to do farming on. There is an old plastic bag from Asda in the hedge, and a squashed Coca-Cola can with a snail in it, and a long piece of orange string. 5, the northeast corner of the field is highest, and the southwest corner is lowest. I had a compass because we were going on holiday. I wanted to know where Sweden was when we were in France. The field is folded down slightly along the line between these 2 corners, so that the northwest and southeast corners are slightly lower than they would be if the field was an inclined plane. 6, I could see 3 different types of grass and 2 colors of flowers in the grass. 7, the cows are mostly facing uphill, and there are 31 more things in this list of things I noticed, but the teacher didn't need to write them all down, and that means that it's the very thing that I am in a new place. I see all these things. If someone asked me afterward what the cows look like, I could ask which one, and I would know to do a drawing of them at home and say a particular cow had patterns on it like this. And I realized that I told a lie in chapter 13 because I said I cannot tell jokes because I do know 3 jokes I can tell and understand, and one of them is about a cow, and the teacher said I didn't have to go back to change what I wrote in chapter 13 because it doesn't matter and it is not a lie, just a clarification, and this is the joke. There are 3 men on a train. One of them is an economist, and one of them is a logician, and one of them is a mathematician, and they've just crossed the border into Scotland. I don't know why they're going to Scotland, and they see a brown cow standing in a field from the window of the train, and the cow is standing parallel to the train. The economist says, "Look, the cows in Scotland are brown." And the logician says, "No, the cows in Scotland, which one are at least is brown?" And the mathematician says, "No, there are at least 1 cow in Scotland, of which one side appears to be brown." And it is funny because the economists are not real scientists, and because logicians think more clearly and mathematicians are best. And when I am in a new place, because I see everything, it is like when a computer is doing too many things at the same time, the central processor unit is blocked up and there isn't any space left to think about other things. And when I am in a new place, there are lots of people. There is even harder to, because people are not like clouds and flowers and glass, and they doubt to you and do things you don't expect, and you have to notice everything that is in the place. You have to notice things that might happen as well. And sometimes when I am in a new place, there are lots of people, and there is like a computer crashing, and I have to close my eyes and put my hands over my ears and groan, which is like pressing Control-Alt-Delete and shutting down programs and turning the computer off and rebooting so that I can remember what I'm doing and what I'm to be going. And that is why I'm good at chess and maths and logic, because most people are blind and they don't see most things, and there is lots of spare capacity in their heads, and it is filled with things which aren't connected and silly, like I'm worried that I might have left the gas cooker on. 191. My train set has a little building that was 2 rooms and a corridor between them. In one of the ticket office where you bought the tickets, the one was a waiting room where you waited for the train. But the train station in Swindon wasn't like that. It was a tunnel and some stairs and a shop and a cafe and a waiting room like this. But this is not a very accurate map of the station because I was scared, so I wasn't noticing the view very well, and it was just what I remember, so it is an approximation. It was like standing on a cliff at a really strong wind because it made me feel giddy and sick, and there were lots of people walking into it and out of the tunnel, and it was really echoey, and there was only one way to go, and that was down the tunnel, and it smelled of toilets and cigarettes, so I stood against the wall and held on to the edge of a sign that said, "Customers seeking access to car park. Please use assistance phone opposite." Right at the ticket office and make sure that I didn't fall over and go to a crotch on the ground. And I wanted to go home, but I was frightened of going home, and I tried to make a plan of what I should do in my head. There were too many things to look at and too many things to hear, so I put my hands over my ears to block out the noise and think. And I thought that I'd stay in the station to get on a train. I had to sit down somewhere, and there was nowhere to sit down to the door of the station. I had to walk down the tunnel. So I said to myself in my head, not out loud, "Oh, walk down the tunnel, and there might be somewhere I can sit down, and then I can shut my eyes and I can think." And I walked down the tunnel, trying to concentrate on the sign at the end of the tunnel that said, "Warning, CCTV in operation." It was like stepping off a cliff on a tightrope. And eventually I got to the end of the tunnel, and there were some stairs, and I went up the stairs, and there were lots of people I groaned, and there was a shop at the top of the stairs in the room with chairs in it, and there were too many people in the room with chairs in it, so I walked past it, and there were signs saying Great Western and cold beers, and lagers, and caution wet floor, and your 50p will keep a premature baby alive for 1.8 seconds and transforming travel, and refreshingly different, and it's delicious, it's creamy, and it's only £1.30 Choc Deluxe, and 0870-077-7676, and lemon tree, and no smoking, and fine teas, and there were some little tables with chairs next to them, and no one was sitting at any of the tables in the corner, and I sat down one of the chairs next to it, and I closed my eyes, and I put my hands in my pockets, and Toby climbed onto my head and gave them 2 pellets of rat food in my back, and I tripped the Swiss Army knife in the other hand, and I groaned to cover up the noise because I had taken my hands off my ears, but not so loud that other people would hear me groaning and come back talk to me. And then I tried to think about what I had to do, but I couldn't think because there were too many other things in my head, so I did a maths problem to make my head clear. And the maths problem I did was called Conway Soldiers, and in Conway Soldiers you have a chessboard that continues infinitely in all directions, and every square below a horizontal line has a colored tile on it like this. And then you can move a colored tile only if it can jump over a colored tile horizontally or vertically, but not diagonally, into an empty square 2 squares away. And when you move a colored tile in this way, you have to remove the colored tile so it jumped over like this. And then you have to see how far you get the colored tiles above the starting horizontal line. You start by doing something like this, and then you do something like this. And I know that the answer is because however you move the colored tiles, you'll never get a colored tile more than 4 squares above the starting horizontal line. But it's a good math. Problem to do in your head when you don't want to think about something else, because you can make it as complicated as you need to fill your brain to making the board as big as you want and the moves as complicated as you want. And I looked up and saw that there was a policeman standing in front of me, and he was saying, "Anyone at home?" But I didn't know what that meant. And then he said, "Are you all right, young man?" I looked at him and I thought for a bit, and I would answer the question correctly, and I said no. And he said, "Are you looking a bit worse for wear?" And I had a little ring on one of his fingers and had curly letters on it, so I couldn't see what the letters were. And he said, "The lady at the cafe says you've been here for 2.5 hours. When she tried talking to you, you were in a complete trance." And then he said, "What's your name?" And I said, "Christopher Boone." And he said, "Where do you live?" And I said, 36 Randolph Street, and I started feeling better because I like policemen. It was an easy question. And I wondered whether I should tell him that Father killed Wellington and whether he would arrest Father. And he said, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I need to sit down and be quiet and think." And he said, "Okay, keep it simple. What are you doing at the railway station?" I said, "I'm going to see Mother." And he said, "Mother?" And I said, "Yes, Mother." And he said, "What's your train?" And I said, "I don't know. She lives in London. I don't know when there's a train to London." And he said, "So you don't live with your mother?" And I said, "No, but I'm going to." And then he sat down next to me and said, "So where does your mother live?" And I said, "In London." And he said, "Yes, but where in London?" And I said, 451 C Chapter Road, London, NW2 5NG. And he said, "What is that?" And I looked down and I said, "That's my pet rat, Toby," because he was looking down at my pocket at the policeman. And the policeman said, "A pet rat?" And I said, "Yes, a pet rat. He's very clean. He hasn't got bubonic plague." And the policeman said, "Well, that's reassuring." And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Have you got a ticket?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Have you got any money to get a ticket?" And I said, "No." And he said, "How precisely are you going to get to London?" And I didn't know what to say because I had Father's cash point card in my pocket. It was illegal to steal things, but it was a policeman and I had to tell the truth. So I said, "I have a cash point card." And I took it out of my pocket and I showed it to him. And this was a white light, but the policeman said, "Is this your card?" And then I thought he might arrest me, so I said, no, it's Father's. And he said, Father's? And I said, yes, Father's. And he said, okay. But he really said it slowly, and he squeezed his nose between his thumb and his forefinger, and he said, hold. He told me the number, which was another white lie. And he said, why don't you and I take a stroll to the cash point machine, eh? And I said, you mustn't touch me. And he said, why would I want to touch you? And I said, I don't know. And he said, well, neither do I. And I said, because I got a caution for hitting a policeman, but I didn't mean to hurt him. And if I do it again, I'll get into even bigger trouble. And then he looked at me and said, you're serious, aren't you? And I said, yes. And he said, you lead the way. And I said, where? And he said, back to the ticket office, and he pointed with his thumb. And then he walked through the tunnel, and it wasn't so frightening this time because there was a policeman with me. And I put the cash point card into the machine like Father had let me do sometimes when we were shopping together, and it said, enter your personal number. And I typed in 35558 and pressed enter button, and the machine said, please enter amount, and there was a choice. £10, £50, £20, £100, other amount, multiples of 10 only. And I asked the policeman, how much does it cost to get a ticket for a train to London? And he said, about 30 quid. And I said, is that pounds? And he said, alive, and he laughed. But I didn't laugh because I don't like people laughing at me, even if they are policemen. And he stopped laughing, and he said, yep, it's £30. And I pressed £50, and 5 10 notes came out of the machine, and a receipt, and I put the notes and the receipt in the card into my pocket. And the policeman said, well, I guess I shouldn't keep you chatting any longer. And I said, where do I get a ticket for the train from? Because if you're lost and you need directions, you can ask a policeman. And he said, you are a prize specimen, aren't you? And I said, where do I get a ticket for the train from? Because he hadn't answered my question. And he said, I'm there. He pointed, and there was a big room with a glass window on the other side of the train station door. And he said, now, are you sure you know what you're doing? And I said, yes, I'm going to London to live with my mother. And he said, has your mother got a telephone number? And I said, yes. And he said, and can you tell me what it is? And I said, yes, it's 0208-887-8907. And he said, and you'll ring her if you get into any trouble, okay? And I said, yes, because I knew you could ring people from phone boxes if you had the money, and I had money now. And he said, good. And I walked into the ticket office, and I turned around so I could see the policeman was still watching me, so I felt safe. And there was a long desk on the other side of the big room and a window under the desk, and there was a man standing in front of the window. There was a man behind the window, and I saw through the man behind the window, I want to go to London. And the man in front of the window said, if you don't mind. And he turned around so that his back was toward me, and the man behind the window gave him a little bit of a paper to sign, and he signed it and pushed it back under the window. And the man behind the window gave him a ticket, and then the man in front of the window looked at me and said, what the F are you looking at? And he walked away. And he had dreadlocks, which is what some black people have, but he was right. And the dreadlocks is what you never wash your hair, and it looks like old rope. And he had red trousers with stars on him, and I kept my hand on my Swiss Army knife in case he touched me. But then there was no one else in front of the window. And I said to the man behind the window, I want to go to London. And I hadn't been frightened when he was the policeman. And I turned around, I saw that he had gone, and I was scared again. So I tried to pretend I was playing a game on my computer. It was called Train to London. It was like Mist or the 11th Hour. You had to solve lots of different problems to get to the next level, so I could turn it off at any time. And the man said, single or return. And I said, what does single or return mean? And he said, do you want to go one way, or do you want to go and come back? And I said, I want to stay there when I get there. And he said, for how long? And I said, until I go to university. And he said, single then. And then he said, that'll be £32. And I gave him £50, and he gave me £10 back. And he said, don't you go throwing it away. And then he gave me a little yellow and orange ticket and £8 in coins, and I put all the ticket in the pocket with my knife. And then I didn't like the ticket being half yellow, but I had to keep it because it was my train ticket. And then he said, if you could move away from the counter. And I said, when is the train to London? And he looked at his watch and said, platform 1, 5 minutes. And I said, where's platform 1? And he pointed and said, through the underpass and up the stairs, you'll see the signs. And underpass meant tunnel because I could see where he was pointing, and went to the ticket office, and it wasn't like a computer game at all because I was in the middle of it. It was like all the signs were shouting in my head, and someone bumped into me as I passed, and I made a noise like a dog barking to scare them up. And I pictured I had a big red line across the floor, and I stood at my feet and went through the tunnel, and I started walking along a red line saying left, right, left, right, left, right. Because sometimes when I'm frightened or angry, it helps to do something that has a rhythm to it, like music or drumming, which is something that the teacher taught me to do. And I went upstairs, and I saw a sign saying platform 1, and the arrow was pointing at the glass door, and I went through it, and someone bumped me against a suitcase and made another noise like a dog barking, and said, watch where you're going. And I pretended they were just one of the guarding demons train to London. There was a train, and then I saw the man with a newspaper and a bag of gold combs go up to one of the doors of the train and press a big button next to it, and the doors were electronic, and they slid open, and I liked that, and the doors closed behind him. And then I looked at my watch, and 3 minutes had gone past since I was at the ticket office, which meant that the train would be going in 2 minutes. And then I went up to the door, and I pressed the big button, and the door slid open. I stepped through the doors, and I was on the train to London. $193. When I used to play with my train set, I made a train timetable because I liked timetables. And I like timetables because I like to know when everything is going to happen, and this was my timetable, and I lived at home with Father, and I thought that Mother was dead from a heart attack. This was the timetable for our Monday, and it was also an approximation. 7:20 a.m. Wake up. 7:25 a.m. Clean teeth and wash face. 7:30 a.m. Give Toby food and water. 7:40 a.m. Have breakfast. 8 a.m. Put school's clothes on. 8:05 a.m. Pack school bag. 8:10 a.m. Read book or watch video. 8:32 a.m. Catch bus to school. 8:43 a.m. Go past tropical fish shop. 8:51 a.m. Arrive at school. 9 a.m. School assembly. 9:15 a.m. First morning class. 10:30 a.m. Break. 10:50 a.m. Art class with Miss Peters. In the art class, we do art, but in the first morning class, in the first afternoon class, and the second afternoon class, we do lots of different things like reading and tests and social skills and looking after animals and what we did the weekend, and writing and maths and stranger danger and money and personal hygiene. 12:30 lunch. 1 p.m. first afternoon class. 2:15 p.m. second afternoon class. 3:30 p.m. Catch school bus home. 3:49 p.m. Get off school bus at home. 3:50 p.m. Have juice and snack. 3:55 p.m. Give Toby food and water. 4 p.m. Take Toby out of his cage. 4:18 p.m. To Toby in his cage. 4:20 p.m. Watch television or video. 5 p.m. Read a book. 6 p.m. Have tea. 6:30 p.m. Watch television or video. 7 p.m. Do math practice. 8 p.m. Have a bath. 8:15 p.m. Get changed into pajamas. 8:20 p.m. Play computer games. 9 p.m. Watch television or video. 9:20 p.m. Have juice and a snack. 9:30 p.m. Go to bed. And at the weekend I make my own timetable and I write it down on a piece of cardboard and I put it up on a wall. And it says things like feed Toby or do maths or go to the shop to buy sweets. And that is one of the other reasons why I don't like prints, because when people are on holiday they don't have a timetable, and I had to get Mother and Father to tell me every morning exactly what we were going to do today to make me feel better, because time is not like space. And when you put something down somewhere, like a protractor or a biscuit, you can have a map in your head and tell you where you left it. But if you don't have a map, it'll still be there, because a map is a representation of things that actually exist, so you can find the protractor or the biscuit again. And a timetable is a map of time, except that you don't have a timetable. Time is not there because the landing of the garden and the route at school, because time is only the relationship between the way different things change, like the earth going around the sun, and atoms vibrating, and clocks ticking day and night, and waking up and going to sleep, and it's like west or north or east, which don't exist when the earth stops existing and falls into the sun, because it is only a relationship between the North Pole and the South Pole and everywhere else, like Mogadishu and Sunderland and Canberra. And it isn't a fixed relationship like the relationship between our house and Miss Shear's house, or the relationship between 7 and 865, but it depends on how fast you are going relative to a specific point. And if you go off in a spaceship and you travel near the speed of light, you may come back and find that all your family is dead and you're still young and it will be the future, but your clock will say that you have only been away for a few days or months. And because nothing can travel faster than the speed of light, this means that we can only know about a fraction of the things that go on in the universe, like this. And this is a map of everything and everywhere, and the future is on the right, and the past is on the left, and the gradient is the line C, the speed of light, but we can't know about the things which happen in the shaded areas, even though some of them have already happened, but when we get to F, it will be possible to find out things which happen in the lighter areas, P and Q. And this means that time is a mystery and not even a thing, and no one has ever solved the puzzle of what time is exactly, and so if you get lost, it is like being lost in a desert, except that you can't see the desert because there's not a thing. And this is why I like timetables, because they make sure you don't get lost in time. 197. There were lots of people on the train. And I didn't like that because I don't like lots of people and I don't know. And I hate it even more when I'm stuck in a room with lots of people I don't know, and the train is like a room, you can't get out of it when it's moving. And it made me think of when I had to come home from car to school one day because the bus had broken down and Mother came and picked me up, and Miss Peters asked Mother if I could take Jack and Polly home because their mothers couldn't come and pick them up, and Mother said yes, but I started screaming in this car because there were too many people in it, and Jack and Polly weren't in my class, and Jack bangs his head on things and makes a noise like an animal. I tried to get out of the car, but it was still going, and I fell out into the road and had to have stitches in my head, and they had to shave hair off, and it took 3 months for it to go back the way it was before. So I stood very still in the train carriage and didn't move, and then I heard someone say Christopher, and then I thought it was someone I knew, like a teacher from school or one of the people who live on the street, but it wasn't. It was a policeman again, and he said, "Caught you just in time," and he was breathing really loud and holding his knees, but I didn't say anything. And he said, "We got your father at the police station." And I thought he was going to say that they had arrested father for killing Wellington, but he didn't. He said, "He's looking for you." And I said, "I know." And he said, "So why are you going to London?" And I said, "Because I'm going to live with mother." And he said, "Well, I think your father might have something to say about that." And then I thought he was going to take me back to father, and that was frightening because he was a policeman, and policemen are meant to be good. So I started to run away, but he grabbed me and I screamed, and then he let go. And he said, "Okay, let's not get overexcited here." And then he said, "I'm going to take you back to the police station, and you and me and your dad can sit down and have a little chat about who's going where." And I said, "I'm going to live with mother in London." And he said, "Not just yet, you're not." And he said, "Have you arrested father?" And he said, "Arrested him? What for?" And I said, "He killed a dog with a garden fork. The dog was called Wellington." And the policeman said, "Did he now?" And I said, "Yes, he did." And he said, "Well, we can talk about that as well." And then he said, "Right, young man, I think you've done enough venturing for one day." And then he reached out to touch me again. I started to scream again, and he said, "Now listen, you little monkey. You can either do what I say, or I'm going to have to make it." And then the train jiggled, and it began to move. And the policeman said, "Crapping F," and then he looked at the ceiling at the train, and he pulled his hands together in front of his mouth like people do when they are praying to God in heaven, and he breathed really loudly into his hands and made a whistling noise. Then he stopped because the train jiggled again, and he had to grab hold of one of the straps which were hanging from the ceiling, and then he said, "Don't move." And then he took out his walkie-talkie and pressed a button and said, "Rod, yes, it's Nigel. I'm stuck on the bloody train." "Yeah, it's sorry. I don't even look. It stops at Didcot Parkway, so if you can get someone to meet me with a car, cheers. Tell his old man we've got him, but it's going to take a while, okay? Great." And then he clicked his walkie-talkie off, and he said, "Let's get ourselves a seat." And he pointed to two long seats nearby which faced each other, and he said, "Park yourself. We got no monkey business." And the people who were sitting on the seats got up and walked away because he was a policeman, and we sat down facing one another. And he said, "You are a bloody handful, you are, geez." And I wondered whether the policeman would help me find 451 C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG. And I looked out of the window, and we were going past factories and scrapyards full of old cars, and there were 4 caravans in a muddy field with 2 dogs and some clothes hanging up to dry. And outside the window was like a map, except that it was in 3 dimensions, and it was life-size because it was a thing that it was a map of. And there were so many things that made my head hurt, so I closed my eyes, and then I opened them again because it was like flying. But nearer to the ground, I think flying is good, and then the countryside started, and there were fields and cows and horses and a bridge and a farm and more houses, lots of little rows with cars on them. And that made me think that there were millions of miles of train track in the world, and they all go past houses and roads and rivers and fields. And that made me think how many people must be in the world, and they all have houses and roads to travel on, and cars and pets and clothes, and they all eat lunch and go to bed and have names, and this made my head hurt too. So I closed my eyes again and did counting and groaning. And when I opened my eyes, the policeman was reading a newspaper called The Sun, and the front paper said, £3 M. Anderson's Call Girl Shame, and it had a picture of a man and a picture of a lady in a bra underneath, and I did some maths practice in my head, solving quadratic equations using the formula, and then I wanted to go for a week, but I was on a train, and I didn't know how long it would take us to get to London, and I felt a panic starting, and I tried to tap a ribbon on the glass with my knuckles to help me wait, and not think about wanting to go for a wee, and I looked at my watch, and I waited for 17 minutes, and when I went to go for a wee, I have to go really quickly, which is why I like to be at home or school. I always go for a wee when I get in the bus, which is why I leaked a bit and wet my trousers, and then the policeman looked across at me and said, "Oh, Christ, you." And then he put his newspaper down and said, "For G's sake, go to the bloody toilet, will you?" And I said, "But I'm on a train." And he said, "They do have toilets on trains, you know." And I said, "Where's the toilet on the train?" And he pointed and said, "Through those doors there, but I'll be keeping an eye on you, understand?" And I said no, because I knew what keeping an eye on someone meant, but I couldn't look at me while I was in the toilet. And he said, "Just go to the bloody toilet." So I got up out of my seat, and I closed my eyes so that the eyelids were just the little slits. I couldn't see other people on the train, and I walked to the door, and when I got through the door there was another door on the right, and it was half open, and it said toilet on it, and I went inside. And it was horrible inside because there was poo on the seat of the toilet, and it smelled of poo in the toilet at school, and Joseph had been for a poo on his own because he plays with it. And I didn't want to use the toilet because of the poo, which was the poo of people I didn't know and brown, but I had to because I really wanted to wee. So I closed my eyes and went for a wee, and the train wobbled, and lots went on the seat and on the floor, and I wet my with toilet paper and flushed the toilet, and when I tried to use the sink, the tap didn't work, so I just spit on my hands and wiped down my paper tissue and then put it in the toilet. And then I went out of the toilet, and I saw the opposite, the toilet. There were 2 shelves with cases and a rucksack on them. And it made me think of the airing cupboard at home and how I climb in there sometimes, and it makes me feel safe, so I climbed into the middle of the shelf, and I pulled one of the cases across like a door, so I was shut in, and it was dark, and there was no one in there with me, and I could hear the people talking. So I felt much calmer, and it was nice, and I did some more quadratic equations, like, and And I made some of the coefficients large so that they were hard to solve, and then the train started to slow down, and someone came and stood up near the shelf and knocked on the door of the toilet, and it was a policeman, and he said, "Christopher, Christopher." And when he opened the door of the toilet and said, "Bloody H," and it was really close so he could see his walkie-talkie and the truncheon in his belt, and I could smell his aftershave, but he didn't see me, and I didn't say anything because I didn't want him to take me to father, and then he went away good running. And then the train stopped, and I wondered if it was London, but it didn't move, because I didn't want the policeman to find me, and then a lady with a jumper that had been bees and flowers made of wool on it came and took the rucksack off the shelf over my head, and she said, "You scared the living daylights out of me," but I didn't say anything. And then she said, "I think someone's out there on the platform looking for you," but I carried on not saying anything, and she said, "Well, it's your lookout," and she went away. And then 3 other people walked past, and one of them was a black man with a long white dress, and he put a big parcel on the shelf above my head, but he didn't see me. And then the train started going again. 199. People believe in God because the world is very complicated, and they think it is very unlikely that anything as complicated as a flying squirrel or a human eye or a brain could happen by chance, but they think logically, and if they thought logically, they could see that only ask this question because it has already happened and they exist. And there are billions of planets where there is no life, but there is no one of these planets with brains to notice, and it's like if everyone in the world was tossing coins, eventually someone would get 5,698 heads in a row, and they would think that they were very special, but they wouldn't, because there would be millions of people who didn't get 5,698 heads. And there is life on Earth because of an accident, but it is a very special kind of accident, and for this accident to happen in a special way, there have to be 3 conditions, and these are: 1, things have to make copies of themselves. This is called replication. 2, they have to make small mistakes when they do this. This is called mutation. 3, the mistakes have to be the same in their copies. This is called heritability. And these conditions are very rare, but they are possible, and they cause life, and it just happens. But it doesn't have to end up with rhinoceros and human beings and whales. It could end up with anything. For example, some people say, how can an eye happen by an accident? Because an eye has to evolve from something very like an eye, and just doesn't happen because of a genetic mistake. And what is the use of half an eye? But half an eye is very useful because half an eye means that an animal can see half of an animal that wants to eat it and get out of the way. And it will eat the animal that only has a third of an eye, or 49% of an eye instead, because it got out of the way quick enough, and the animal that is eaten have babies because it's dead, and 1% of an eye is better than no eye. And people who believe in God think God has put human beings on the earth because they think human beings are the best animal, but human beings are just an animal. They will evolve in another animal, and that animal will be clever, and it will put human beings into a zoo like we put chimpanzees and gorillas into a zoo, or human beings will all catch disease and die out, or they will make too much pollution and kill themselves, and then there will be insects in the world, and they will be the best animal. 211. Then I wondered whether I should have got off of the train because I had just stopped in London, but I was scared because if the train went anywhere else, it would be somewhere where I didn't know anybody. And then somebody went to the toilet, and they came out again. They didn't see me, and I could smell their poo, but it was different from the smell of poo that I smelled on the toilet when I got in there. And I closed my eyes and did some more math puzzles, but I didn't think about where I was going. And then the train stopped again, and I thought about getting off the shelf and trying to get my bag and get off the train, but I didn't want to be found by the policeman and taken to father, so I stayed on the shelf and didn't move, and no one saw me this time. And then I remembered that there was a map on the wall in one of the classrooms at school, and it was a map of England and Scotland and Wales, and it showed where all the towns were. And I pictured it in my head with Swindon and London on it, and it was like this in my head. And I had been looking at my watch since the train had started at 12:59 p.m. and the first stop had been 1:16 p.m., which was 17 minutes later. And it was now 1:39 p.m., which was 23 minutes after the stop, which meant that we would be at sea if the train didn't go on a big curve. But I didn't know if it went in a big curve, and then there was other 4 stops, and 4 people came and took bags from the shelves, and 2 people put bags on the shelves, but no one moved, and the big suitcase was in front of me. The only person saw me, and they said, "You are effing weird, mate." And there was a man in a suit, and 6 people went to the toilet, and they didn't do poos that I could smell, which was good. And then the train stopped, and a lady with a yellow waterproof coat came to big, cute suitcase away, and she said, "Have you touched this?" And I said, "Yes," and then she went away. And then a man stood next to the shelf and said, "Come and look at this, Barry, they've got like a train elf." And another man came and stood next to him and said, "Well, we have both been drinking." And the first man said, "Perhaps we should feed him some nuts." And the second man said, "You're the only one who's bloody nuts." And the first one said, "Come on, shift it, you daft. I would need more beers before I sober up." And then they went away. And then the train was really quiet, and it didn't move again, and I couldn't hear anyone, so I decided to get off the shelf and go and get my bag to see if the policeman was still standing in his seat. So I got off the shelf and I looked through the door, but the policeman wasn't there. And my bag was gone as well, which had Toby's food in it, and my maths books, and my clean pants and vest and shirt, and the orange juice, and the milk, and the custard creams, and the baked beans. And I heard the sound of the feet, and I turned round, and it was another policeman, not the one who had been on the train before, and I could see him through the door of the next carriage, and he was looking out of the seats. And I decided that I didn't like the policeman so much anymore, so I got off the train, and when he saw how big the room was, the train was And I heard how noisy and echoey it was, and I had to kneel down on the ground for a bit because I thought I was going to fall over. And when I was kneeling on the ground, I worked out which way to walk. I decided to walk in the direction the train was going when it came to the station because this was the last stop and this was the direction the London was in. So I stood up and I imagined that there was a big red line on the ground which ran parallel to the train at the gate at the far end, and I walked along it and said left, right, again like before. And when I got to the gate, the man said to me, "I think someone's looking for you, Sonny." And I said, "Who's looking for me?" Because I thought it might be Mother, and the policeman in Swindon phoned her up with the phone number I told him. And he said, "A policeman." I said, "I know." And he said, "All right." And then he said, "You wait here, then I'll go ahead and tell them." And he walked back down the side of the train. So I carried on walking, and I could still feel the feeling like a balloon inside my chest, and it hurt, and I covered my ears with my hands. And I went and stood against the wall of a little stop which said Hotel and Theater Reservations, telephone 0207-402-5164 in the middle of the big room, and I took my hands away from my ears, and I groaned to block out the noise, and I looked around the big room at all the signs, and this was London, and the sign said, Sweet Pastries, Heathrow Airport. Check in here, Bagel Factory. Eat Excellence and Taste Yo Sushi, Station Link Buses. W.H. Smith, Mezzanine. Heathrow Express Clinique, First Class Lounge. Fuller's, EasyCar.com, The Mad Bishop, The Bear Public House. Fuller's, London Pride, Zixon's, Our Pride, Paddington Bear at Paddington Station. Tickets, taxis, women, men, toilets. First Aid, Eastbourne Terrace, Way out of Parade Street. The lawn queue here. Please upper cross Sainsbury's. Local information. Great Western First. Position closed. Position closed. Position closed. Sock shop. Fast ticket point. Millie's Cookies. Coffee. Airliners collide over Indonesia. 350 if you're dead. Freshly baked cookies and muffins. Cold drinks. Penalty fares. Morning savory pastries. Platforms. 914 Burger King. Fresh filled. The Real Cafe Bar. Business Travel Special Edition, Top 75 Albums, Evening Standard. But after a few seconds, I look like this. Heathrow Air Check Logatory. Okay. I'll just hold it up. Okay, there. Because there were too many and my brain wasn't working properly, and this frightened me, so I closed my eyes again, and I counted slowly to 50, but without doing the cubes. And I stood there, and I opened my Swiss Army knife in my pocket to make me feel safe, and I held on to it tight. And then I made my head into a little tube with my fingers, and I opened my eyes, and I looked through the tube and saw that I was only looking at one side at a time, and after a while I saw the sign that said information. It was above a window in a little shop, and a man came up to me and was wearing a blue jacket and blue trousers, had brown shoes, and was carrying a book in his head, and said, "You look lost." And so I took out my Swiss Army knife, and he said, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa," and held up both his hands with his fingers stretched out in a fan, like he wanted me to stretch my fingers out in a fan and touch his fingers because he wanted to say that he loved me, but he did it with both hands, not one, like father and mother, and I didn't know who he was, and then he walked away backward. So I went up to the shop that said information, and I could feel my heart beating very hard, and I could hear a noise I could see in my ears. And when I got to the window, I said, "Is this London?" And there was no one behind the window. And then someone sat beside the window, and she was a lady, and she was black, and she had long fingernails, which were painted pink. And I said, "Is this London?" And she said, "Sure is, honey." And I said, "Is this London?" And she said, "Indeed it is." And I said, "How do I get to 451C Chapter Road, London, NW2, 5 and G?" And she said, "Where is that?" And I said, "It's 451C Chapter Road, London, NW2, 5 and G." And sometimes you can write it 451C Chapter Road, Willesden, London, NW2, 5 and G. And the lady said to me, "Take the tube to Willesden Junction, honey, or Willesden Green. Got to be near there somewhere." And I said, "What sort of tube?" And she said, "Are you for real?" And I didn't say anything, and she said, "Over there. See that big staircase with the escalator? See the sign that says Underground? Take the Bakerloo line to Willesden Junction, or the Jubilee to Willesden Green. You okay, honey?" And I looked where she was pointing, and there was a big staircase going down to the ground. There's a big sign over the top like this, Underground. And I thought I could do this because I was really doing well, and I was in London. I would find my mother, and I had to think for myself. The people are like cows in a field, and I just had to look in front of me all the time and make a red line along the floor in the picture of the big room in my head and follow it. And I walked across the big room to the escalators, and I kept hold of my Swiss Army knife in my pocket, and I held on to Toby in my other pocket and made sure he didn't escape. And the escalators was a staircase, but it was moving, and people stepped onto it and carried them down and up it, and made me laugh because I hadn't been on one before, and it was like something in a science fiction film about the future, but I didn't want to use it, so I went downstairs instead. then I was in a smaller room underground, and there were lots of people, and there were pillars, and I had blue lights in the ground and around the bottom of them, and I liked these, but I didn't like the people, so I saw the photo booth, like the one I went to in 25th March 1994 to have my passport photo done. And I went into the photo booth because it was like a cupboard, and it felt safer, and I could look through the curtain. And I did detecting by watching, and I saw that people were putting tickets into great gates and walking through, and some of them were buying tickets as big black machines on the wall. And I watched 47 people do this, and I memorized what to do. Then I imagined a red line on the floor, and I walked over to the wall where there was a poster with a list of people's places to go, and it was alphabetical, and I saw Wilston Green on it. It said £2.20, and I went to one of the machines, and there was a little screen which said press ticket type, and I pressed the button that most people press, which was adult single and £2.20, and the screen said insert £2.20, and I put £1 coins into the slot, and there was a clicking noise, and the screen said take ticket and change, and there was a ticket in the little hole at the bottom of the machine, and a 50p coin and a 20p coin and a 10p coin. And I put the coins in my pocket, and I went up to one of the gray gates, and I put my ticket into the slot, and it sucked it in, and out came of the other side of the gate. And someone said, get a move on, and I made a noise like a dog barking, and I walked forward, and the gate opened this time, and I took my ticket like the other people did, and I liked the gray gate because that was like something in a science fiction film about the future too, that I had to work out which way to go. So I stood against the wall so people didn't touch me, and there was a sign for Bakerloo Line and District and Circle Line, but not one for Jubilee Line like the lady had said, so I made a plan, and it was to go to Willesden Junction or Bakerloo Line, and there was another sign for Bakerloo Line, and it was like this. And I read all the words, and I found Wilston Junction, so I followed the arrow that said, and I went through the left-hand tunnel, and there was a fence down in the middle of the tunnel, and people were walking straight ahead on the left and coming the other way on the right like a road. So I walked along the left, and the tunnel curved left, and then there were more gates and a sign that said Bakerloo Line, and it pointed down to an escalator. So I had to go down the escalators, and I had to hold on to the rubber rail that moved too, so I didn't fall over, and people were standing close to me, and I wanted to hit them to make them go away, but I didn't hit them because of caution. And then I was at the bottom of the escalators, and I had to jump off, and I tripped and bumped into someone, and they said easy. There were two ways to go, and it said northbound, and I went that way because Willesden was at the top half of the map, and the top is always the north on map. And then I was at another train station. It was tiny, and it was in a tunnel, and there was only one track, and the walls were curved out, and they were covered in big adverts, and they said way out in London's Transport Museum, and take your time to regret your career choice in Jamaica, and British Rail, and no smoking, and be moved, and be moved, and be moved for stations beyond Queen's Park. Take the first train and change at Queen's Park if necessary, and Hammersmith and City Line, and you're closer than my family ever gets. And there were lots of people standing at Little Station, and it was underground, so there weren't any windows, so I didn't like that, so I found a seat which was a bench, and I sat at the end of the bench. And then lots of people started coming into the little station, and someone sat on the other end of the bench. It was a lady with a black briefcase and purple shoes and a brooch shaped like a parrot, and the people kept coming into the station so that it was even more crowded than the big station, and then couldn't see the walls anymore. In the back of someone's jacket touched my knee, and I felt sick, and I started groaning really loudly, and the lady on the bench stood up, and no one else sat down, and I felt like I had the flu, and I had to stay in bed all day, and all of me hurt, and I couldn't walk or go to eat or sleep or do math. And then there was a sound like people fighting with swords, and I could feel strong wind, and the roaring started, and I closed my eyes, and roaring got louder, and I groaned really loudly, but I couldn't block it out of my ears. I thought the little station was going to collapse there, and there was a big fire somewhere, and I was going to die, and then the roaring turned into a clattering and a squealing, and it got slowly quieter, and then it stopped, and I kept my eyes closed because I felt safer not seeing what was happening, and I could hear people moving again because it was quieter. And I opened my eyes. I couldn't see anything at first because there were too many people, and then I saw that they were getting onto a train that wasn't there before it was the train, which was the roaring. And then the sweat running down my face from under my hair, and I was moaning, not groaning, but different, like a dog when he has hurt his paw. And I heard the sound, and I didn't realize it was me at first. And then the train doors closed, and the train started now moving, and it roared again, but not as loud this time, and 5 carriages went past and went into the tunnel at the end of the little station. It was quiet again, and the people were all walking into the tunnels that went out of the little station, and I was shaking, and I wanted to be back at home, and then I realized I couldn't be at home because Mother was there, and he told the lie, and he killed Wellington, which meant that it wasn't my home anymore, and my home is 451 C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG, and it scared me having a wrong thought, like I was back at home again, because it meant my mind wasn't working properly. And then more people came into the little station. It became fuller, and the roaring began. I closed my eyes, and I sweated, and I felt sick, and the feeling was like a balloon inside my chest, and it was so big, and I found it hard to breathe. And then people went away on the train, and the little station was empty again, and it filled up with people, and another train with a same roaring, and it was exactly like having a flu that time because I wanted it to stop like you can just pull the plug of a computer out of the wall and it crashes, because I wanted to go to sleep and I wouldn't have time to think because the only thing I could think was how much it hurt, because there was no room for anything else in my head, but I couldn't go to sleep and I just had to sit there and there was nothing to do except wait and hurt. 223, and this is another description because the teacher said I should do descriptions, and it is a description of the advert that was on the wall of the little rail train station opposite me, but I can't remember all of it because I thought I was going to die, and the advert said Dream Holiday, think Kooni in Malaysia. And behind the writing there was a big photograph of two orangutans, and they were swinging on branches, and there were trees behind them, but the leaves were blurred because the camera was focusing on the orangutans and not the leaves, and the orangutans were moving. An orangutan comes from the Malaysian word orang-hutan, which means man of the woods, but orang-hutan isn't Malaysian for orangutan. And the adverts are pictures on television programs to make you buy things like cars or Snickers or an internet service provider, but this was an advert to make you go to Malaysia on a holiday. And Malaysia is in Southeast Asia and is made of peninsular Malaysia and Sabah and Sarawak and Labuan, and the capital is Kuala Lumpur, and the highest mountain is Mount Kinabalu, which is 4,101 meters high, and that wasn't on the advert. And the teacher says people go on holidays to see new things and relax, but it wouldn't make me feel relaxed, and you can see new things by looking at the earth under the microscope, or drawing the shape of a solid made when three circular rods of equal thickness intersect at right angles. And I think there are so many things just in one house that it would take years to think about them all properly. And also I think it's interesting because of thinking about it and not because of it being new. For example, the teacher showed me that you can wet your finger or rub the edge of a thin glass to make a singing noise, and you can put different amounts of water in different glasses and they make different notes because they have what are called different resonant frequencies, and you can play a tune like Three Blind Mice. And lots of people have thin glasses in their houses and they didn't know you can do this, and the advert said, Malaysia, truly Asia. Stimulated by the sights and smells, you realize that you have arrived in a land of contrasts. You seek out the traditional, the natural, and the cosmopolitan. Your memories stretch from city days to nature reserves to lazy hours on the beach. Prices from £575 per person. Costs on 01306 747,000. See a travel agent or visit the world at www.kuoni.co.uk. A world of difference. And there were three other pictures, and they were very small. And there was the place and the beach and the palace, and this was the orangutans looked like. 227. I kept my eyes closed and I didn't look at my watch at all, and the trains coming and going out of the station were in a rhythm like music or drumming, and it was like counting and saying left, right, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, which the teacher taught me to do, make myself calm. And I was saying in my head, train coming, train stop, train going, silence, train coming, train stop, train going, as if the trains were only in my mind. And normally I don't imagine things that aren't happening because it is like a lie, and it makes me feel scared. But it was better than having the trains coming in and out of the station because that made me feel more scared. And I didn't open my eyes and I didn't look at my watch, and it was like being in a dark room with the curtains closed so I couldn't see anything, like when you wake up at night and the only sounds you hear are the sounds inside your head. And that made it better because it was like the little station wasn't there outside my head, but it was in the bed and I was in safe. And then the silences between the trains coming and going got longer and longer, and then I could hear that there were few people in the station and the train wasn't there, so I opened my eyes and looked at my watch and it said 8:07 p.m. And I had been sitting on the bench for approximately 5 hours, and it hadn't seemed like approximately 5 hours except that my bottom hurt and I was hungry and thirsty. But I realized that Toby was missing because he was not in my pocket. I didn't want him to be missing because we weren't in Father's house or Mother's house, and there wasn't anyone to feed him in the little station, and he would die and he might get run over by a train. And then I looked up at the ceiling and I saw that there was a long black box which had a sign and said 1. Harrow and Weldstone 2 minutes, 3. Queen's Park 7 minutes. And then the bottom line scrolled up and disappeared, and a different line scrolled up at its place, and the sign said 1. Harrow and Weldstone 1 minute, 2. Wilston Junction 4 minute. And then it changed again and it said 1. Harrow and Weldstone, stand back, train approaching. And I heard the sound like a sword fighting and the roaring of the train coming to the station, and I worked out that there was a big computer somewhere and it knew all the trains that were, and it sent messages to the black boxes in the little stations to say when the trains were coming, and that made me feel better because everything had an order and a plan. And the train came into the little station and it stopped, and 5 people got onto the train, and another person ran into the little station and got on, and some people got off the train, and then the doors closed automatically and the train went away. And when the next train came, I wasn't so scared anymore because the sign said train approaching. So I knew it was going to happen, and then I decided I would look for Toby because there were only 3 people in the little station, and I stood up and I looked down at the little station in the doorways that went into the tunnels, and I couldn't see him anywhere. And I looked down to the black lower down bit where the rails were, and I saw 2 mice, and they were black because they were covered in dirt, and I liked that because I like mice and rats, but they weren't Toby, so I carried on looking. And then I saw Toby, and he was also in the lower down bit where the rails were, and I knew he was Toby because he was white and he had a brown egg shape on his back, so I climbed down off the concrete and he was eating a bit of rubbish that was on his old sweet paper, and someone shouted, "What are you doing?" And I bent down to catch Toby, but he ran off, and I walked after him, and I bent down and I said, "Toby, Toby, Toby." And I held out my hand, and he could smell my hand, and that smell was me. And so I said, "Get out of there, for F's sake." And I looked up, and it was a man who was wearing a green raincoat, and he had black shoes, and his socks were showing, and they were gray with little diamond patterns on them. And I said, "Toby, Toby," but he ran off again, and the man with the diamond pattern on his socks tried to grab my shoulder, so I screamed. And then I heard the sound like sword fighting, and Toby started running again. But this time he ran the other way, which was past my feet, and I grabbed him, and I caught him by the tail. And the man with the diamond patterns on the socks said, "Oh, oh." And then I heard the rowing, and I lifted Toby up and grabbed him with both hands, and he bit me on my thumb, and there was blood coming out, and I shouted at Toby, tried to jump out of my hands. And then the roaring got louder. I turned around, and I saw the train coming out of the tunnel, and I was going to run me over and be killed. So I tried to climb onto the concrete, but I was high, and I was holding Toby in both my hands. And then the man with the diamond patterns on his socks grabbed hold of me and pulled me, and I screamed, but he kept pulling me, and it pulled me into the concrete, and we fell over, and I carried on screaming because he had hurt my shoulder, and then the train came into the station. I stood up, and I ran to the bench again, and I put Toby into the pocket inside my jacket. He was very quiet, but he didn't move. And the man with the diamond patterns on his socks was standing next to me, and he said, "What the F do you think you were playing at?" And I didn't say anything, and he said, "What are you doing?" And the doors of the train opened, and people got off, and there was a lady standing behind the man with the diamond pattern on his socks. She was carrying a guitar case like the teacher has. And I said I was finding Toby, he's my pet rat. And the man with the diamond patterns on his socks said, "F and Nora." And the lady with the guitar case said, "Is he okay?" And the man with the diamond pattern on his socks said, "He thinks he's a effing bundle, Jesus Christ. A pet rat, oh crap, my train." And then he ran to the train and banged on the door, which was closed, and the train started to go away, and he said, "F." And the lady said, "Are you okay?" And she touched my arm, and I screamed at her, and I said, "Okay, okay, okay." And then there was a sticker on a guitar case, and it said, "Howl Records." And I was sitting on the ground, and the woman knelt down on one knee and said, "Is there anything I could do to help you?" And if she was a teacher at school, I would have said, "Where's 451 C Chapter Road, Wilston, London, NW2 5NG?" But she was a stranger, so I said, "Stand further away," because I didn't like her being so close. And I said, "I've got a Swiss Army knife, and it has a saw blade, and it could cut someone's fingers off." And she said, "Okay, Betty, I'm going to take that as a no." She stood up and walked away. And the man with the diamond patterns on his socks said, "Mad as a effing hatter, Jesus." And he was pressing his handkerchief against his face, and there was blood on the handkerchief. And there was another train came, and the man with the diamond pattern on his socks and the lady with the guitar case got on it, went away again. And then 8 more trains came, and I decided that I would get onto a train and then I would work out what to do. So I got on the next train, and Toby tried to get out of my pocket, so I took hold of him, and I put him in the outside pocket, and I held him with my hand, and there were 11 people on the carriage, and I didn't like being in a room with 11 people in a tunnel, so I concentrated on things in my carriage. And there were signs saying, here, there we go. There are 53,963 holiday colleges in Scandinavia and Germany, and Vitobiotics, and 3435, and penalty £10 if you fail to show a valid ticket for your entire journey, and Discover Gold and the Bronze, and TVIC and EPIC, and Suck My, and Obstructing the Doors Could Be Dangerous, and BRB, and Con-ic, and Talk to the World. And there was a pattern on the walls which was like this, and there was a pattern on the seats like this. The train wobbled a lot, and I had to hang on to a rail, and we went into a tunnel, and it was noisy, and I closed my eyes, and I could feel the blood pumping in the sides of my neck. And we came into the tunnel and went into another little station. It was called Warwick Avenue, and it said in the letters on the wall that I liked because you knew where you were, and I timed the distance between the stations all the way to Wilston Junction, and all the trains between the station were multiples of 15 seconds, like this. Paddington 00, Warwick Avenue 1:30, Maida Vale 3:15, Kilburn Park 5, Queen's Park 7, Kensal Green 10:30, Wilston Junction 11:45, and then the train stopped at Wilston Junction and the doors opened automatically. I walked out of the train. And then the doors closed and the train went away, and everyone who got off the train walked up a staircase and over the bridge except me, when there were only 2 people that I could see. One was a man, and he was drunk, and he had brown stains on his coat and his shoes, not a pair. He was singing, and I couldn't hear what he was singing. The other was an Indian man at a shop, which was a little window in the wall, and I didn't want to talk to either of them because I was tired and hungry and had already talked to lots of strangers, which is dangerous. The more you do something dangerous, the more likely it is that something bad happens, but I didn't know how to get to 451 C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG, so I had to ask somebody. So I went up to the man at the little shop and I said, "Where's 451 Chapter Road, London, NW25NG?" And he picked up the little book and handed it to me, stand $2.95. And the book was called London AZ Street Atlas, an Index Geographer's AZ Map Company, and opened it up. It was lots of maps, and the man at the little shop said, "Are you going to buy it or not?" And I said, "I don't know." And he said, "Well, you can get your dirty fingers off it if you don't mind." And he took it back from me. And I said, "Where's 451 C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG?" And he said, "You can either buy the A to Z map or you can hop it. I'm not walking encyclopedia." And I said, "Is that the A to Z?" And I pointed the book, and he said, "No, it's a sunning crocodile." And I said, "Is that the A to Z?" Because it wasn't a crocodile, and I thought I had heard wrong because of his accident, and it's C heaven. "Yes, it's the A to Z." And I said, "Can I buy it?" And he didn't say anything, and I said, "Can I buy it?" He said, £2.95, but you're giving me the money first. I'm not going to have you scampering. And then I realized he meant £2.95 when he said $2.95, and I paid it with money, and he gave me change just like in the shop at home, and I went down on the floor against the wall like the man with the dirty clothes, but a long way away from him. And I opened up the book, and inside the front cover there was a big map of London with places on it like Abbey Wood and Poplar and Acton and Stanmore, and the key to map pages. And the map was covered with grid and square. The grid had 2 numbers on it, and Willesden was in the square, which said 42 and 43. And I worked out the numbers were the number of the pages. You could see a bigger scale map of the square of London. And the Bible book was a last book of London, but it had been chopped up so it made into a book, and I liked that. But Willesden Junction wasn't on pages 42 and 43, and I found it on page 58, which was directly under page 42 on the key to map pages, which was joined up with page 42. And I looked around Willesden Junction in a spiral, like I was looking for the train station, and squinted at the map with my finger. But the man who had shoes did not match stood in front of me and said, "Big cheese, oh yes, the nurses never, bloody liar, total bloody liar." And then he went away, and it took me a long time to find Chapter Road, because it wasn't on page 58, it was back on page 42, and it was at a square 5C. And this was the shape of the roads between Willesden Junction and Chapter Road. And this was my route. So I went up the staircase and over the bridge, and I put my ticket in a little grey gate and went into the street, and there was a bus and a big machine and a sign which said English, Welsh, Scottish Railways, which was yellow, and I looked around and it was dark and there were lots of bright lights, and I hadn't been outside for a long time, and it made me feel sick, and I kept my eyelids closed together, and I just looked at the shape of the roads, and I knew which roads were Station Approach and Oak Lane, which were the roads I had to go along. So I started walking, but the teacher said I'd have to describe everything that happens. I just have to describe the things that were interesting. So I got to 451 C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG, and it took me 27 minutes. And there was no one in. When I pressed the button, it said flat C, and the only interesting thing that happened on the way was 8 men dressed up in Viking costumes with helmets and horns, and they were shouting that they weren't real Vikings because Vikings lived nearly 2,000 years ago. So I had to go for another wee, and I went into the alleyway on the side of the garage called Burdett Motors, which was closed, and I didn't like doing that because I didn't want to meet myself again, and there was nothing else interesting. So I decided to wait and hoped that Mother was not on holiday, because that would mean that she would be very far for more than a week. I tried not to think about this because I couldn't go back to Swindon, so I sat down on the ground behind the dustbins in the little garden that was in front of 551 C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG, and it was under a big bush, and the lady came into the garden. She was carrying a little box with a metal grill on one end and a handle on top like you used to take a cat to the vet, but I couldn't see if there was a cat in it, and she had shoes with high heels, and she couldn't see me. When it started to rain and I got wet, I started shivering because I was cold. It was 11:32 p.m. and I heard voices of people walking along the street. And a voice said, "I don't care whether you thought it was funny or not." And it was a lady's voice. And another voice said, "Judy, look, I'm sorry, okay?" And it was a man's voice. And the other voice, which was the lady's voice, said, "Well, perhaps you should have thought about that before you made me look like a complete idiot." And the lady's voice was Mother's voice. And Mother came into the garden, and Mr. Shears was with her, and the other voice was his. So I stood up and I said, "You weren't in, so I waited for you." And Mother said, "Christopher." And Mr. Shears says, "What?" And Mother put her arms around me and said, "Christopher, Christopher, Christopher." And I pushed her away because she was grabbing at me, and I didn't like it, so I pushed really hard, and I fell over. And Mr. Shears said, "What the H is going on?" And Mother said, "I'm so sorry, Christopher, I'd forgotten." I was lying on the ground, and Mother held up her right hand to spread her fingers out in a fan so that I could touch her fingers. That I saw that Toby had escaped out of my pocket, so I had to catch him. And Mr. Shears said, "I suppose this means Ed's here." And there was a small wall around the garden, so Toby couldn't get out, and he was stuck in the corner and couldn't climb up the walls fast enough. And I grabbed him and put it back in my pocket. I said, "He's hungry. Have you got any food I can give him and some water?" And Mother said, "Where's your father, Christopher?" And I said, "I think he's in Swindon." And Mr. Shears said, "Thank God for that." And Mother said, "But how did you get here?" And my teeth were clicking against each other because of the cold, and I couldn't stop them. And I said, "I came on the train." It was really frightening, and I took Father's cash point card so he couldn't get money out, and police helped me. And then he wanted to take me back to Father, but he was on the train with me, but then he wasn't. And Mother said, Christopher, you're soaking. Roger, don't just stand there. And then he said, oh my God, Christopher, I didn't think I'd ever, why are you here on your own? And Mr. Shears said, are you going to come in, or are you going to stay out here all night? And I said, I'm going to live with you because Father killed Wellington with a garden fork, and I'm frightened of him. And Mr. Shears said, jump in, Jack. And Mother said, Roger, please, come on, Christopher, let's go inside and get you dried off. And I stood up and I went inside the house, and Mother said, you follow Roger. And I followed Mr. Shears up the stairs, and there I was landing at his door, which said Flat C, and I was scared of going inside because I didn't know what was inside. And Mother said, go on, or you'll catch your death. And I didn't know what you'll catch your death meant, but I went inside. And then she said, I'll run you a bath. And I walked around the flat and make a map of it in my head so I felt safer, and the flat was like this. And then Mother made me take my clothes off and get into the bath, and she said I could use her towel, which was purple with green flowers on the end, and she gave Toby a saucer of water and brown flakes, and I let him run around the bathroom, and he did 3 poos under the sink, and I picked them up and flushed them down the toilet, and then I got back into the bath because it was warm and nice, and then Mother came to the bathroom, and she sat on the toilet and said, are you okay, Christopher? And I said, I'm very tired, and she said, I know, love. And then she said, you're very brave, and I said, yes. And she said, you never wrote me, and I said, I know. And she said, why didn't you write me, Christopher? I wrote you all those letters. I kept thinking something dreadful had happened, or you moved away, or you moved, and I never find out where you were. And I said, Father said you were dead. And she said, what? And I said, he said you went into a hospital because you had something wrong with your heart, and then you had a heart attack and died, and he kept all the letters in a shirt box in the cupboard in the bedroom, and I found them because I was looking for a book to writing about Ludington being killed, and he'd taken it away from me and hidden it in the shirt box. And the Mother said, OMG. And then she didn't say anything for a long while, and then she made a loud wailing noise like an animal on a nature program on television. And I didn't like her doing this because it was a loud noise, and I said, why are you doing that? And then she didn't say anything for a while, and then she said, oh, Christopher, I'm so sorry. And I said, it's not your fault. And then she said, B. And then after a while, she said, Christopher, let me hold your hand just for once, just for me, will you? I won't hold it hard. And she held out her hand, and I said, I don't like people holding my hand. She took her hand back, and she said, no, okay, that's okay. And then she said, let's get you out of the bath and dried off, okay? And then I got out of the bath and dried myself with a purple towel, but I didn't have any pajamas, so I put on a white t-shirt and a pair of yellow shorts, which were Mother's, but I didn't mind because I was so tired. And when I was doing this, Mother went into the kitchen and heated up some tomato soup because it was red. And then I heard someone opening the door of the flat, and then there was a strange man's voice outside, so I locked the bathroom door, and there was an argument outside. A man said, I need to speak to him, and Mother said, he's been through enough already today. And the man said, I know, but I still need to speak to him. And Mother knocked on the door and said a policeman wanted to talk to me, and I had to open the door. And then she said she wouldn't let him take me away, and she promised. So I picked Toby up and opened the door, and the policeman was outside the door, and he said, are you Christopher Boone? And I said I was. And he said, your brother says you ran away, is that right? And I said, yes. And he said, is this your mother? And he pointed at Mother, and I said, yes. And he said, why did you run away? And I said, because Father killed Wellington, who was a dog, and I was frightened of him. And he said, so I've been told. And then he said, do you want to go back to Swindon to your father, or do you want to stay here? And I said, I want to stay here. And he said, how do you feel about that? And I said, I want to stay here. And the policeman said, hang on, I'm asking your brother. And Mother said, he told Christopher I was dead. And the police officer said, okay, let's not get into an argument now. Who said what here? I just want to know whether... And Mother said, of course he can stay. And the policeman said, well, I think that probably settles it as far as I'm concerned. And I said, are you going to take me back to Swindon? And he said, no. And then I was happy because I lived with Mother. And the policeman said, if your husband turns up and causes any trouble, just give us a ring. Otherwise, we're going to have to sort this out between yourselves. And then the policeman went away, and I had my tomato soup, and Mr. Shears stacked up some boxes in the spare room, and I put up the blow-up mattress on the floor for me to sleep on, and I went to sleep. And then I woke up because there were people shouting in the flat, and it was 2:31 a.m., and one of the people was Father, and I was frightened, and there was a little lock on the door in the spare room, and Father said, I'm talking to her whether you like it or not, and I'm not going to be told what to do by you of all people. And Mother shouted, Roger, don't. And Mr. Shears shouted, I'm not being spoken to like that in my own home. And Father shouted, I'll talk to you how I like. And Mother shouted, you have no right to be here. And Father shouted, no right, he's my effing son, in case you've forgotten. And Mother shouted, what in Jesus' name did you think you were playing at, saying those things to him? And Father shouted, what was I playing at? You were in the one that bloody left. And Mother shouted, so you decided to wipe me out of his life altogether? And Mr. Shears shouted, no, I'll just calm down here, shall we? And Father shouted, well, isn't that what you wanted? And Mother shouted, I wrote to him every week. And Father shouted, wrote to him? What the F use is writing to him? And Mr. Shears shouted, whoa. And Father shouted, I cooked his meals like ladies' coats. I looked after him every weekend. I looked after him when he was ill. I took him to the doctor. I worried myself sick every time he wandered off somewhere at night. I went to school every time he got into a fight. And you what? You wrote him some effing letters? And Mother shouted, so you thought it was okay to tell him his mother was dead? And Mr. Shears shouted, now's not the time. And Father shouted, you butt out or I'll... And Mother shouted, Ed, for Jesus' sake. And Father said, I'm going to see him, and if you try to stop me," and Father came into my room. But he was holding my Swiss Army knife, and I saw the blade out in case he grabbed me. And Mother came into the room as well, and she said, "It's okay, Christopher. I won't let him do anything. You're all right." And Father bent down on his knees near the bed, and he said, "Christopher," but I didn't say anything, and he said, "Christopher, I'm really, really sorry about everything, about Wellington, about the letters, about making you run away. I promise I will never do anything like that again. Hey, come on, kiddo." And then he held up his right hand and spread his fingers out in a fan so I could touch his fingers, but I didn't because I was frightened. And Father said, "Crap, Christopher, please." And there were tears dripping off his face, and no one said anything for a while. And then Mother said, "I think you should go now," but she was talking to Father, not me. And then the policeman came back because Mr. Shears had rung the police station, and he told Father to calm down, and he took him out of the flat. And Mother said, "You go back to sleep now. Everything is going to be all right, I promise." And then I went back to sleep. 229, and then when I was asleep, I had one of my favorite dreams. Sometimes I have it during the day, but then it's a daydream. But I often have it at night as well, and in the dream, nearly everyone on Earth is dead because they have caught a virus. But it's not like a normal virus, it's like a computer virus, and people catch it because of the meaning of something an infected person says and the meaning of what they do with their faces when they say it, which means that people can also get it from watching an infected person on the television, which means that it spreads around the world really quickly, and then people get the virus, they sit on the sofa and do nothing, and they don't eat or drink it, so they die. But sometimes I have different versions of the dream, like you can see two different versions of the film, the ordinary one that the directors cut, like Blade Runner. And in some versions of the dream, the virus makes the crash the cars or walk into the sea and drown, or jump into rivers, and I think that this version is better because then there are bodies of dead people everywhere, and eventually there's no one left in the world except people who don't look at other people's faces and don't know what these pictures mean. And these people are all special like me, and they like being on their own, and I hardly ever see them because they're like Okapi in the jungle in Congo, because they're kind of an antelope and very shy and rare, and I can go anywhere in the world, and I know that no one is going to talk to me or touch me or ask me a question, but I don't want to go any further. I don't have to, and I can stay at home and eat broccoli and oranges and licorice laces all the time, or I can play computer games for a whole week, and I could just sit in the corner of the room and rub 1 pound coin back and forward over the rippled shades of a surface of a radio, and I wouldn't have to go to France. And I go out of Father's house and I walk down the street, and it's very quiet even though it's the middle of the day, and I can't hear any noise except birds singing in the wind and sometimes buildings falling down in the distance. And if I stand very close to traffic lights, I can hear a little click as the colors change. And I go into other people's houses and I play at being detective, and I can break the windows and get in because the people are dead and doesn't matter. And I go into the shops and take things I want, and I have pink biscuits or PJ's raspberry and mango smoothie or the computer games or books or videos. And I take a ladder from Father's van and I climb up onto the roof, and when I get to the edge of the roof, I put the ladder across the gap and I climb to the next roof, because in a dream you're allowed to do anything. And then I find someone's car keys. And I get into their car and I drive, and it doesn't matter if I bump into things, and I drive to the sea, I park the car and I get out and there's rain pouring down, and I take ice cream from a shop and I eat it. And I walk down to the beach, and the beach is covered in sand and the big rocks are there is a lighthouse on the point, but the light is not on because the lightkeeper is dead. And I stand at the surf and it comes up over my knees, and I don't go swimming in case there are sharks, and I stand and look at the horizon and take out my long metal ruler and I hold it up against the line of the sea and the sky, and I demonstrate that the line is curved and the earth is round. And the way the surf comes up over the shoes and then it goes down again like a rhythm, like music or drumming. And then I get some dry clothes out of the house from the family who dead, and I go to Father's house, except it's not Father's house anymore, it's mine. And I make myself some gooby yellow sag with red food coloring in it and some strawberry milkshake for a drink, and then I watch a video about the solar system and I play some computer games and I go to bed, and then the dream is finished and I am happy. "2:33. The next morning I had fried tomatoes for breakfast and a tin of green beans which Mother heated up in the saucepan. In the middle of breakfast, Mr. Shears says, "Okay, he can stay for a few days." And Mother said, "He can stay as long as he needs to stay." Mr. Shears said, "The flat is hardly big enough for 2 people, let alone 3. And Mother said, "He can understand what you're saying, you know." And Mr. Shears said, "What is he going to do? There's no school for him to go to. We've both got jobs. It's bloody ridiculous." And Mother said to Roger, "That's enough." And then she made me some Redzinger herbal tea with sugar in it, but I didn't like it, and I said, "You can stay for as long as you want to stay." And after Mr. Shears had gone to work, she made a telephone call to the office and took what is called compassionate leave, which is when someone in your family dies or is ill. And then she said we had to go to buy some clothes for me and wear, and some pajamas, and a toothbrush and a flannel. So we went out of the flat and we walked to the main road, which was Hill Lane, which was the A4088. And it was really crowded, and we caught a number 266 bus to Brent Cross Shopping Center, except there were too many people and John Lewis, and I was frightened, and I lay down on the floor next to the wristwatches, and I screamed, and Mother had to take me home in a taxi. Then she had to go back to the shopping center to buy me some clothes and some pajamas and a toothbrush and a flannel, so I stayed in the spare room. while she was gone because I didn't want to be in the same room as Mr. Shears because I was frightened of him. And when Mother got home, she brought me a glass of strawberry milkshake and showed me my new pajamas, and the pattern on them was 5 pointed blue stars on a purple background like this. And I said, I have to go back to Swindon. And Mother said, Christopher, you only just got here. And I said, I have to go back because I have to sit my Maths A-level. And Mother said, you're doing Maths A-level? And I said, yes, I'm taking it on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday next week. And Mother said, gee. And I said, the Reverend Peters is going to be the invigilator. And Mother said, I mean, that's really good. And I said, I'm going to get an A grade, and that's why I have to go back to Swindon, except I don't want to see Father, so I have to go to Swindon with you. Then Mother put her hands over her face and breathed hard, and she said, I don't know whether that's going to be possible. And I said, but I have to go. And Mother said, let's talk about this some other time, okay? And I said, okay, but I have to go to Swindon. And she said, Christopher, please. And I drank some of my milkshake. And later on, at 10:31 p.m., I went out onto the balcony to find out whether I could see any stars, but there weren't any because all the clouds when it was called light pollution, which is light from the street lights and car headlights and floodlights and lights on buildings reflecting off tiny particles in the atmosphere and getting in the way of light from the stars, so I went back inside. But I couldn't sleep, and I got out of bed at 2:07 a.m., and I felt scared of Mr. Shears, so I went downstairs and out of the front door into Chapter Road. And there was no one in the street, and it was quieter during the day, and when you thought you could hear traffic in the distance and sirens, so it made me feel calmer. And I walked down Chapter Road, and I looked at all the cars and the patterns and phone wires made against the orange clouds and things that people had in their front gardens, like a gnome and a cooker and a tiny pond and a teddy bear. And then I held two people coming along the road, so I crouched down between the end of a skip and a Ford Transit van, and they were talking in a language that wasn't English. They didn't see me, and there were 2 tiny brass cogs in the dirty water of the gutter by my feet, like husks from a wound-up watch. And I liked it between the skip and the Ford Transit van, so I stayed there for a long time, and I looked down at the street, and the only colors you could see were orange and black, mixtures of orange and black, and you couldn't tell what colors the cars would be during the day. And I wondered whether you could see tessellate crosses, and I worked out that you could by imagining this picture in my head. And then I heard Mother's voice, and she was shouting, Christopher, Christopher, and she was running down the road, so I came out from between the skip and the Ford Transit van, and she carried up to me, said, Juicy, and she stood in front of me and pointed her finger at my face and said, if you ever do that again, I swear to G, Christopher, I love you, but I don't know what I'll do. And she made me promise never to leave my flat or on my own because it was dangerous and because you couldn't trust people in London because they were strangers. The next day she had to go to shops again. Maybe a promise not to answer the door if anyone rang the bell. And when she came back, she brought some food pellets for Toby and 3 Star Trek videos, and I watched them in the living room until Mr. Shears came home. And then I went into the spare room again, and I wished that 451 C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG had a garden, but it didn't. On the day after the office where Mother worked rang and told her she couldn't come back to work because they had got someone else to do her job for her. She was really angry, and she said it was illegal, and she was going to complain. But Mr. Shears said, don't be a bloody fool. It was a temporary job, for cheese sake. And then Mother came into the spare room before I went to sleep and said, I have to go to Swindon to take my A-level. And she said, Christopher, not now. I'm getting phone calls from your father threatening to take me to court. I'm getting in the neck from Roger. I'm not in a good time. And I said, but I have to go because it's been arranged and the Reverend Peters is going to invigilate. And she said, look, it's only exam. I can read the school. We can get it postponed. You can take it some other time. And I said, I can't take it another time. It's been arranged and I've done lots of revision. And Miss Gascoigne said we could use a room at school. And Mother said, Christopher, I'm just about holding this together, but I'm this close to losing it, all right? So just give me some. Then she stopped talking and put her hand over her mouth, and she stood up and went out of the room. And I started feeling a pain in my chest like I did in the underground because I thought I was going to be able to go back to Swindon and take my A-level. And the next morning I looked out of the window of the dining room to count the cars in the street to see whether it was going to be quite a good day or a super good day or a black day. But it wasn't like being on the bus to school because you could look out of the window for as long as you wanted and see as many cars as you wanted. And I looked out of the window for 3 hours and I saw 5 red cars in a row and 4 yellow cars in a row, which meant that it was both a good day and a bad day. So the system didn't work anymore, but if I concentrated on counting the cars, it stopped me from thinking about my A-level and the pain in my chest. And in the afternoon, Mother took me to Hampstead Heath in a taxi, and we sat on top of the hill and looked at the planes coming into Heathrow Airport at the distance. And I had a red ice lolly from an ice cream van, and Mother said she had rung Miss Gascoigne and told her when I was going to take my Maths A-level next year, so I threw my red ice lolly away, and I screamed for a long time, and the pain in my chest hurt so much that it was hard to breathe, and a man came up and asked if I was okay. And Mother said, well, what does it look like to you? And he went away. And then I was tired from screaming, and Mother took me back to the flat for another taxi. And the next morning was Saturday, and she told Mr. Shears to go out and give me some books about science and maths from the library, and they were called 100 Number Puzzles and the Origins of the Universe and Nuclear Power. But They were for children, so they were not very good. So I didn't read them, and Mr. Shear said, well, it's nice to know my contribution is appreciated, and I hadn't eaten anything, so I threw away the red ice lolly on Hampstead Heath. So Mother made me a chart with stars on it, like when I was very small, and she filled a measuring jug with Complan and strawberry flavoring. And I got a bronze star for drinking 200 milliliter, a silver star for drinking 400 milliliter, and a gold star for drinking 600 milliliter. And when Mother and Mr. Shears argued, I took the little radio from the kitchen and I went and sat in a spare room and tuned it halfway between two stations so that all I could hear was white noise, and I turned the volume up really loud, and I held it against my ear, and a sound filled my head, and it hurt so that I couldn't feel any sort of hurt, like the hurt in my chest, and I couldn't hear Mother and Mr. Shears arguing, and I couldn't think about not doing my A-level with the fact that there was in a garden at 451C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG, or the fact that I couldn't see the stars. And then it was Monday. And it was very late at night, and Mr. Shears came into my room and woke me up, and he had been drinking beer because he smelled like Father would. He had been drinking a beer with Roderick, and he said, you think you're so effing clever, don't you? Don't you ever think about other people for a second, eh? Well, I bet you're really pleased with yourself now, aren't you? And then Mother came in and pulled him out of the room and said, Christopher, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. The next morning, after Mr. Shears had gone to work, Mother packed lots of her clothes into 2 suitcases and told me to come downstairs to bring Toby and get into the car. And she put the suitcases into the boot and drove off, but it was Mr. Shears' car, so I said, are you still in the car? And she said, I'm just borrowing it. And I said, where are we going? And she said, we're going home. And I said, do you mean home in Swindon? And she said, yes. And I said, is Father going to be there? And she said, please, Christopher, don't give me any hassle right now, okay? And I said, I don't want to be with Father. And she said, just, it's going to be all right, Christopher, okay? It's going to be all right. And I said, are we going back to Swindon so I can do my maths A-level? And Mother said, what? And I said, I meant to be doing my maths A-level tomorrow. And Mother spoke very slowly, and she said, we're going back to Swindon because if we stay in London any longer, someone was going to get hurt, and I don't necessarily mean you. And I said, who do you mean? And she said, no, I need you to be quiet for a while. And I said, how long do you want me to be quiet for? And then she said, half an hour, Christopher. I need you to be quiet for half an hour. And we drove all the way to Swindon. It took 3 hours, 12 minutes. We had to stop for petrol. And Mother bought me a Milky Bar, but I didn't eat it. We got a car in a long traffic jam, which was caused by people slowing down to look at an accident on the other carriageway. And I tried to work out a formula to determine whether a traffic jam would be caused just by people slowing down or how this was influenced by A, the density of traffic, and B, the speed of traffic, and C, how quickly drivers braked when they saw the brake of the lights in the car in the front coming on. But I was too tired because I hadn't slept the night before because I was thinking about not being able to do my maths A-level, so I fell asleep. And when we got to Swinton, Mother had keys to the house, and we went in, and she said hello, but there was no one there because it was 1:23 p.m., and I was frightened, but Mother said I would be safe, so I went up to her room and I closed my door. I took Toby out of my pocket and I let him run around, and I played Minesweeper, and I did the expert version in 174 seconds, which was 5 seconds longer than my best time. And then it was 6:35 p.m., and I heard Father come in his van, and I moved the bed up against the door so he couldn't get in, and I came into the house, and he and Mother shouted at each other, and Father shouted, how the F did you get in here? And Mother shouted, this is my house too, in case you forgot. And Father shouted, is your effing fancy man here as your will? And I picked up the bunko drums that Uncle Terry had bought me, and I knelt down in the corner of the room, and I pressed my hand into the joint between the two walls, and I banged the drums, and I groaned, and I carried on doing this for an hour. And then Mother came into the room and said Father had gone. And she said Father had gone to stay with Roderick for a while, and we would get a place to live of our own in the next few weeks. And then I went into the garden, and I found Toby's cage behind the shed, and I brought it inside, and I cleaned it, and put Toby back in it. And I asked Mother if I could do my maths A-level next day, and she said, I'm sorry, Christopher. And I said, can I do my maths A-level? And she said, you're not listening to me, are you, Christopher? And I said, I'm listening to you. And Mother said, I told you. I rang your headmistress. I told her you were in London. I told her you'd do it next year. And I said, but I'm here now, and I can take it. And Mother said, I'm sorry, Christopher. I was trying to do things properly. I was trying not to mess things up. And my chest began hurting again, and I folded my arms, and I rocked backward and forward and groaned. And Mother said, I didn't know he'd be coming back. And I carried on groaning and rocking backward and forward, and Mother said, come on, this isn't going to solve anything. And she asked if I wanted to watch one of my Blue Planet videos about life on the Arctic ice or the migration or humpback whales, and I didn't say anything because I knew I wasn't going to be able to do my maths A-level, and it was like pressing your thumbnail against the radiator when it's really hot and the pain starts and makes you want to cry and the pain keeps hurting even when you take your thumb away from the radiator. Then Mother made me some carrots and broccoli and ketchup, but I didn't eat them, and then I couldn't sleep that night either. And the next day Mother drove me to school in Mr. Shears' car because we went to the bus, and then we went to getting into the car. Mr. Shears came across the road and said to Mother, you've got an effing nerve. And Mother said, get into the car, Christopher, but I couldn't get into the car because the door was locked. And Miss Shears says, so he's finally dumped you too? And then Mother opened the door and got into the car and unlocked my door and got in, and we drove away. And when we drove to the school, she said, teacher said, so you're Christopher's mother? And the teacher said she was glad to see me again and asked if I was okay, and I was tired. And Mother explained that I was upset because I couldn't do my maths level, and I had been eating hadn't been eating properly or sleeping properly, and then Mother went away and I drew a picture of a bus using perspective so that I didn't think about the pain in my chest, and it looked like this. And after lunch, the teacher said she had spoken to Miss Gascoigne, and I still had my A-level papers in 3 sealed envelopes on her desk. So I asked if I could still do my A-level, and the teacher said, I think so. We're going to ring the Reverend Peters this afternoon, make sure he can still come in and be our invigilator. And Miss Gascoigne is going to write a letter to the examination board to say that you're going to take the exam after all, and hopefully they'll say that it's okay. But we can't know that for sure. And then she stopped talking for a few seconds. I thought I should tell you now so you could think about it. And I said, so I could think about what? And she said, is this what you want to do, Christopher? And I thought about the question. I wasn't sure of the answer because I wanted to do my maths A-level. But I was very tired, and when I tried to think about maths, my brain didn't work properly, and when I tried to remember certain facts, like the logarithmic formula of the approximate number of prime numbers not greater than x, I couldn't remember them, and this made me frightened. And the teacher said, you don't have to do it, Christopher. If you say you don't want to do it, no one is going to be angry with you, and it won't be wrong or illegal or stupid. It'll just be what you want, and that's fine. And I said I want to do it because I don't like it when I put things on my timetable and I have to take them out again because when I do that it makes me feel sick. And the teacher said okay. Then she rang the Reverend Peters, and he came into the school at 3:27 p.m. and she said, so young man, are you ready to roll? And I did paper 1 for my maths A-level sitting in the art room, and the Reverend Peters was the invigilator. And he sat at the desk while I did the exam, and he read a book called The Cost of Discipleship by Dietrich Bonhoeffer. I ate a sandwich, and in the middle of the exam, he went and smoked a cigarette outside the window, but he watched me through the window in case I cheated, and when I opened the paper and read through it, I couldn't think how to answer the questions, and I also couldn't breathe properly, and I wanted to hit somebody or stab them with my Swiss Army knife, but there wasn't anyone to hit or stab with my Swiss Army knife, except the Reverend Peters. He was very tall, and I hit him, and if I hit him or stabbed him with my Swiss Army knife, he wouldn't be on my invigilator for the rest of the exam. So I took deep breaths like the teacher said I should do when I want to hit someone in school. I counted 50 breaths and did cubes of cardinal numbers as I counted like this. And that made me feel a little calmer, but the exam was 2 hours long and 20 minutes and already gone, so I had to work really fast, and I didn't have time to check my answers properly at that night after I just gotten home. Father came back into the house, and I screamed, but Mother said she wouldn't let anything bad happen to me, and I went to the garden, lay down, and looked at the stars in the sky, and made myself negligible. And then Father came out of the house, and he looked at me for a long time, then he punched the fence and made a hole in it and went away. And I slept a little bit that night because I was doing my maths A-level, and I had some spinach soup for supper, and the next day I did paper 2, and the Reverend Peters read The Cost of Discipleship of Dietrich Bonhoeffer. But this time he didn't smoke a cigarette, and the teacher made me go into the toilets before exam to sit on my own and do breathing and counting. And I was playing the 11th hour on my computer that evening when the taxi stopped outside the house. Mr. Shears was in the taxi. He got out of the taxi and threw a big cardboard box of things belonging to Mother onto the lawn, and there were a hairdryer and some knickers and some L'Oreal shampoo and a box of muesli and 2 books. Diana, Her True Story by Andrew Morton and Rivals by Julie Cooper, and the photograph of me in the silver frame, and the glass in the photograph, the frame broke when he fell on the glass. And he got some keys out of his pocket and threw onto his car and drove away, and Mother ran out of the house and ran to the street and shouted, don't effing bother coming back either. And she threw the box of muesli and it hit the boot of the car as it drove away, and Mr. Shears was looking out of her window, and Mother did this, and the next day I did paper 3. And the Reverend Peters read the Daily Mail and smoked 3 cigarettes, and this was my favorite question. Prove the following result. A triangle with sides that can be written in the form of n2 plus 1n2 minus 1, and 2n where n is greater than 1 is right-angled. Show by means of counterexample that the converse is false. And I was going to write out how I answered the question, except the teacher said it wasn't very interesting, but I said it was, and she said people who wouldn't want to read the answers to a math question in a book, and I said I could put the answer in the appendix, which is an extra chapter at the end of the book, which people can read if they want to. And that is what I have done. And then my chest didn't hurt so much, and it was easier to breathe, but I still felt sick because I didn't know if I'd done well in the exam, and because I didn't know if the examination board would allow my exam paper to be considered after Miss Gascoigne had told them I wasn't going to take it. And it's best if you know a good thing is going to happen, like an eclipse or getting a microscope for Christmas, and it's bad if you know a bad thing is going to happen, like having a filling or going to France. But I think it's worse if you don't know whether a good thing or a bad thing is going to happen. And Father came around to the house that night, and as I was just sitting on the sofa watching University Challenge and just answering the science questions, and he stood in the doorway of the living room, and he said, don't scream, okay, Christopher? I'm not going to hurt you. And Mother was standing behind him, so I didn't scream. Then he came a bit closer to me and he crouched down like you do with dogs to show that you are not an aggressor. And he said, I wanted to ask you how the exam went, but I didn't say anything. And Mother said, tell him, Christopher. But I didn't say anything still. And Mother said, please, Christopher. And so I said, I don't know if I got all the questions right because I was really tired and I hadn't eaten food, so I couldn't think properly. And the father nodded and he didn't say anything for a short while. And he said, thank you. And I said, what for? And he said, just thank you. And then he said, I'm very proud of you, Christopher. Very proud. I'm sure you did really well. And then he went away and I watched the rest of University Challenge. And the next week, Father told Mother she had to move out of the house, but she couldn't because she didn't have any money to pay rent or a flat. And I asked Father, would he be arrested and go to prison for killing Wellington because we could live in the house if he was in a prison. But Mother said the police would only arrest Father if Miss Jeers did what is called pressing charges, which is telling the police you want them to arrest someone for a crime, but the police didn't arrest people for little crimes unless you ask them. And Mother said that killing a dog was only a little crime, but then everything was okay because Mother got a job on the hill in a garden center, and Doctor gave her pills to take every morning to stop her feeling sad, except that sometimes it made her dizzy and she fell over if she stood up too fast. So we moved into a room with a big house that was made of red bricks, and the bed was in the same room with the kitchen. And I didn't like it because it was small. The corridor was painted brown, but there was a toilet and a bathroom and other people used. And Mother had to clean it before I used it, or I wouldn't use it. And sometimes I wet myself because other people were in the bathroom. The corridor outside the room smelled like gravy, and the bleach used to clean the toilets at school. And inside the room it smelled like socks and pine air freshener. And I didn't like waiting to find out about my maths A level, and whenever I thought about the future, I couldn't see anything clearly in my head, and that made a panic start. So the teacher said I shouldn't think about the future. She said, just think about today. Think about the things that have happened, especially about good things that have happened. And one of the good things that Mother brought to me, a wooden puzzle which looked like this. And you had to detach the top part of the puzzle for the bottom part. It was really difficult. Another good thing was that I helped Mother paint a room white with a hint of wheat, except that I got pain in my hair and she wanted to wash it out by rubbing shampoo on my head when I was in the bath, and I wouldn't let her, so there was pain in my hair for 5 days, and I cut it out with a pair of scissors. And then there were mad bad things, the good things. And one of them was that Mother didn't get back from work till 5:30 p.m. So I had to go to Father's house between 3:49 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. because I wasn't allowed to be on my own, and Mother said I didn't have a choice. I pushed the bed against the door in case Father tried to come in. Sometimes he tried to talk to me through the door, but I didn't answer him, and sometimes I heard him sitting on the floor outside the door quietly for a long time. And another bad thing was that Toby died because he was 2 years and 7 months old, which is very old for a rat, and I said I wanted to bury him, but Mother didn't have a garden, so I buried him in a big plastic pot of earth like you put a plant in. And I said I wanted another rat, but Mother said I couldn't have one because the room was too small, and I solved the puzzle because I worked out that there were 2 bolts inside the puzzle, and there were tunnels with metal rods in them like this. And you had to hold the puzzle so that both rods slid into the end of the tunnels and they weren't clustering the intersection between the 2 pieces of the puzzle, and you could pull them apart. And Mother picked me up from Father's house one day after she had finished from work, and Father said, Christopher, can I have a talk with you? And I said no. And Mother said, it's okay, I'll be here. And I said, I don't want to talk to Father. And Father said, I'll do your deal. And he was holding the kitchen timer, and it was a big plastic tomato slicer in the middle, and he twisted it and started ticking, and he said, 5 minutes, okay, that's all, then you can go. And I sat on the sofa, and he sat on the armchair. And Mother was in the hallway, and Father said, Christopher, look, things can't go on like this. I don't know about you, but this just hurts too much. You being in the house but refusing to talk to me. You have to learn to trust me, and I don't care how long it takes. It's a minute one day, and 2 minutes the next, and 3 minutes the next, and it takes years, and I don't care because this is important. This is important than anything else. And then he tore a little strip of skin away from the side of my thumbnail on his left hand, and then he said, let's call it a project we have to do together. We have to spend more time with me, and I have to show you that you can trust me, and it will be difficult at first because it's a difficult project, but it will get better, I promise. And he rubbed the sides of his forehead with his fingertips, and he said, you don't have to say anything, not right now, just think about it, and I've got you a present to show you that I really mean what I say and to say sorry, and because, you'll see what I mean. And then he got out of the armchair and he walked over to the kitchen door and opened it, and there was a big cardboard box on the floor, and there was a blanket, and he bent down and he put his hands inside the box, and he took out a little sandy-colored dog out. And then he came back through and he gave me the dog, and he said, he's 2 months old and he's a golden retriever, and the dog sat in my lap and I stroked it, and no one said anything for a while, and Father said, Christopher, I would never ever do anything to hurt you, and no one said anything. Then Mother came into the room and said, you won't be able to take him away with you, I'm afraid. The bed sits too small, but your father's going to look after him here, and you can come take him for walks whenever you want. And I said, does he have a name? And Father said, no, you can decide what to call him. The dog chewed my finger. And then it was 5 minutes and the tomato alarm went. So Mother and I drove back to her room. But the next week there was a lightning storm, and the lightning hit a big tree in the park near Father's house and knocked it down, and men came and cut the branches out with chainsaws and carried the logs away on a lorry, and all that was left was a big black pointed stump made of carbonized wood, and I got the results of my maths, A level, and I got an A grade, which is the best result, and it made me feel like this. And I called the dog Sandy, and the father brought him a collar and a lead, and I was allowed to take him for walks to the shop and back, and I played with him with a rubber bone, and Mother got the flu, and I had to spend 3 days with Father and stay in his house, but it was okay because Sandy slept on my bed, and I could bark if anyone came into the room at the night. And Mother made a vegetable patch in the garden, and I helped him, and we planted carrots and peas and spinach, and I'm going to pick them and eat them when they're ready. And I went to the bookshop with Mother, and I bought a book called Further Maths for A Level, and Father told Miss Gascoigne that I was going to take A-level further maths next year, and she said, okay, and I'm going to pass it a good A grade. And in 2 years' time, I'm going to take A-level physics and get an A grade. And then when I've done that, I'm going to do to university in another town. And it doesn't have to be in London because I don't like London, and there are universities in lots of places, and not all of them are in big cities. And I can live in a flat with a garden and a proper toilet, and I can take Sandy and my books and my computer, and then I will get a first-class honors degree, and I will become a scientist. And I know I can do this because I went to London on my own, and because I solved the mystery of who killed Wellington, and I found my mother, and I was brave, and I wrote a book, and that means I can do anything. And then there's the appendix. If you want to look. It is going to be mirror type because I'm using my camera, and the camera makes everything mirror type when you hold pages up to it. But anyway, thank you for listening to The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime by Mark Haddon. I do love this book, but again, like I said, the last time I read this book aloud, I would say that he has, like, definitely more, nail Asperger's, which is pretty different from, or, you know, male autism. It's different from the way a lot of women are on the spectrum, and I feel kind of like, while there are some things that everybody can relate to who's on the spectrum, I still feel like there are many things that I would say differ greatly, because every single case is different. Every person who's on the spectrum is going to be different and unique, and like every case is different. But it's still a fantastic book. I still love it. I don't know at this point how many times I've read the book over the years. But I first read it when I was a teenager, so I've had the book for a very, very long time. Thank you for listening. Let me know if there are any parts you especially liked. I liked certain parts of the train descriptions, and like just that part of it was interesting to me because I love trains anyway.